Fly. Well, hello and welcome from all across the world. You join us here near the sleepy Northamptonshire villages of Silverstone and Whittlebury, close to the border with Buckinghamshire, at the home of British motorsport. That, of course, being the Silverstone International Circuit. A special event, a roster of extreme talent, and a potential threat of rain in the air. We could be in for an absolute treat this Friday evening. It is, of course, the Jenson Team Rocket RJN Endurance with Simsport Racing's virtual 3 hours of Silverstone. A large grid of 50 cars. There are plenty of names to go through this evening with incredible pedigree in both sim racing and motorsport worlds. And to take you through the action today, myself, Lewis McGlade. Joining me later will be Chris Buxton once we get the qualifying underway. But prior to that, we're going to go through everything with Steve Proudley. Hello, Steve. You're a bit of an ACC expert yourself. Talk us through it.
Good evening, and welcome aboard, and really excited to see what goes on this evening. Obviously the guys are still in practice at the moment, which will run till 7 o'clock. Once the practice is over, we're heading straight into a qualifying session, and it is a qualifying session with a little bit of difference. The GT3s will hit the track first, and they will have 15 minutes to put their best lap in. Once the 15 minutes is up, there will be a 5-minute break in between that and the GT4s going out for 15 minutes. So it's two separate qualifying sessions, but in one session, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a thing that I've seen a few times in some endurance formats with qualifying, because we like to run, a qualifying session for each class, being GT3 and GT4 today, but you can't have them both on the same grid at the same. That's just chaos waiting to happen. We'll leave the multi-class racing for the 3-hour race a little bit later this evening. Obviously, one key note with this, and one thing that we can do in ACC, is we can limit the amount of tyres. Now, Steve, obviously we've got 7 tyres. How's that going to play into things?
Yeah, so they've had been allocated 7 sets of tyres for the whole event, so that started at 6 o'clock tonight with official practice. Some of the guys chose to go out in that practice session, some of them didn't. Then they'll obviously use a set in qualifying. Now, the way that'll play out is I think the GT4s, when it comes to their session, they'll just use one set, because they'll probably fill the tank up for enough for 15 minutes and just go out there and keep lapping, because the nature of the GT4s is it does take a little while to get heat into the tyres because they have no tyre blankets in the pit lane. The GT3s, however, possibly will use a couple of sets. They'll go out and maybe split the 15 minutes into 2 stints to do their laps. And then once it goes on to the race, there's 3 mandatory pit stops. Obviously, they'll start the race with a fresh set of tyres, and then they'll have a change of tyres at each of the 3 mandatory stops as well, which will then conclude using all their tyres.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how that plays out. With the race and stuff, you'll be seeing a driver swap every time they come into the pit lane, courtesy of some of the rules that we've got in, which we will go through prior to the race, don't worry. But they'll be changing tyres on every stop, because they have to change the drivers. The driver swap and the tyre swap is concurrent, so it happens at exactly the same time, meaning that there's kind of no reason to not change tyres, because you have to change driver on the swap. For those of you sort of sitting there thinking, when are we going to get into qualifying? Qualifying should begin in about 7 minutes, at 7 o'clock UK time, and then we'll see who can get onto pole position. There's plenty of big names, of course. The biggest of big being Jenson Button on the grid. But we've got plenty of talent across from ACC, but also some from elsewhere in sim racing. We've got some drivers. As we've got Jaroslav Honzik on screen, one who's quick in anything, whether it's race room, R Factor 2, ACC itself. He's done a bit of ACC running as well as Jaroslav, hasn't he, Steve?
Yeah, he's done a fair bit, and he's very, very handy behind the wheel, but he's on a grid full of talent, it has to be said this evening. Real world and sim world, there is some very, very fast drivers, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a GT3 qualifying time in the sort of 55s, which is absolutely epic. I mean, a lot of your everyday sim racers will do 57s round here as a fast time, but I think some of these guys will be 56s and maybe even into the 55s.
Yeah, we've got to play out a little bit of thanks as well to some of the people that have made this happen. Of course, Simply Race, Mike Yao. He'll be bringing you the broadcast this evening, doing all the cameras, and being a bit of a busy boy when it comes to making sure that everything's going smoothly on the broadcast front and looking after us. Here's some of the other ones we've got joining us: Multisport Consultancy. We've also got Silverstone Composites. It's a huge a group of people that have helped bring this event to fruition. Also, yourselves at Simsport Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just done this off the back of our charity event we did 2 weeks ago, so we're all sort of fresh with it. We had all the the systems in place, so we sort of turned this event around reasonably quickly, probably about 8 days, I think it is, from sort of conception to reality, and it's great, and it's great to see all the drivers that have come on board. It makes all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes from all the people you've mentioned and our admin team, it makes it all really worthwhile to see it taking shape, and like I say, all these great names on the grid.
Yeah, and that obviously comes to fruition at the end of the race. And I don't kind of feel it's the number one reason that everyone's here, because I think we're all here to see a good race. But there is a prize up for offer in the GT3 and GT4 categories. Talk us through that. How's that going to work?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll just have to have not got that information in front of me. Sorry, actually,
you really turned you under the bus there.
yeah, you did. Yeah, and that is really bad of me. I should have had that out. So if you want to just move on to something else, yeah.
No, I mean it's
yeah. It's so easy. I've just got that in front of me. Sorry about it. But GT3 is 750 prize money for the winner of that class. GT4 is £500 for the winner of that one, and also the same amount, so 750 and 500 to the charity of the driver's choices. So it's a fantastic prize pot as well. It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and that was the kind of the point that I wanted to go on, in the sense of, like, a lot of people have been helping us out, and then you speak before about the charity event. There's been quite a few charity events in sim racing, particularly over, let's be honest, the previous 10 months with everything that's been going on this year. So it's kind of nice that rather than having a charity event that's sort of tailored towards one charity, which most of them are, like the drivers that win have that choice to represent a charity of their choosing and sort of back that. And I really appreciate that, because it just gives them that choice to sort of back something that really means something to them as a team and driver.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's you're getting to do something you love and something you enjoy, and also potentially win something for a good cause that's equally as meaningful to yourself as sim racing, because we all take sim racing seriously. All these guys on this grid, they put hours and hours of practice in, many laps. They're probably on their rigs most days for hours at a time. So the fact that they can do that for enjoyment and then also give something to a charity of their choice makes it all worthwhile.
Well, I think we can take a little look then around the Silverstone circuit and see what's all this going on. I see Jimmy Broadbent as well in the chat, really throwing us some love. That's all well and good. Plenty of big names in sim racing. Jenson Button in sim racing as of recent as well. It's obviously this event. You can see Jenson, Team Rocket, RJN backing the race. Crazy to have drivers like that on this grid. Yeah.
So I think it's time now to maybe just take a look at GT3 hot lap around Silverstone and see what it's all about.
Welcome to the hot lap here with Archie Clifford Roberts in the 96 BD Racing Porsche 911 as we head into Copse for the first time, down from 5th at 150 to 4th and 110. Now we go to the fastest, most iconic part of Silverstone. Through into Maggots at around 148 miles an hour, dropping a little bit down to 140 before getting through into Beckett's, where you're taking it at third gear, 95 miles per hour before going through the left at Chapel Curve, accelerating through the gears down the Hanger Straight. Fifth gear, 150 miles an hour will be around about the top end that we'll get towards the end of the straightaway. Up to sixth, 156 miles an hour down to third, around about 90 miles an hour on the apex there. Now into Vale, we accelerate up the gears through fourth, into fifth, braking from 130 down to second, around 50 miles per hour through the first pass of Club, exiting through the second around 65 miles an hour. Up the gears once again, third gear, fourth gear. Now across what is the wing complex here, up into fifth, 130 miles an hour before we head into Abbey. And the average speed of the next couple of corners is around 134 mph as you enter into Abbey at around 142, going through at 130 on the apex before Farm Curve at 138. Down a couple more gears, down to second, 55 through Village, then into the left at Loop, down all the way to first at 45 miles an hour, slowest part on the circuit, and then you power out through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight before the the final part of the section here at Silverstone, and you're accelerating all the way up to 5th gear, 150, before you put on the anchors, down to around 65 miles an hour in 2nd gear, going through into Luffield, where you drop up to 3rd, down to 2nd again, and then you come out of the corner. And now it's a point of making the apex as best you can, get the power arm early, through Woodcote, across the start-finish line, and you reach around 140 miles an hour, crossing the finish line, and Archie Clifford Roberts does a 1 minute 56.77.
We're on board the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. A 3.66 mile lap here as we go from 220 in 5th down to 175 in 4th through Copse Corner. Now it's the most fearsome complex known in racing circles. First up, it's Maggots taken at 5th at 220 kph before you have to drop it down a little bit through to 4th. Then it's down the gears once again to 3rd at about 135 through Beckett's before you accelerate and snatch 4th gear going through Chapel Curve as we now head our way down the Hanger Straight and under the bridge. Next up, it is the right-hander at Stowe, and you're going to pull all the way to top gear, that's 6th gear, and brake from nearly 240 kilometres an hour all the way down to 3rd, halfway down the gearbox to 140 kph before accelerating, pulling up to 4th gear at 170 kph going through Vale before the chicane before Club Corner. Down to 2nd, 80 kph on the first apex, powering out through the 2nd at about 100 kilometres an hour. And then you increase the pace and also increase the commitment through Club onto the wing straight. Here we go through at 155 kph now, the approach through to Abbey. So you approach at about 5th gear, 210. Dab off the throttle at 175 in 4th. Down through Farm Curve, extending that to 190 kph before braking down to 2nd. Through Village at about 80 kilometres an hour on the apex. Next through is the left-hander at the loop before you then can power out of the corner around 90 kph through to Aintree. And by the time you've hit the apex here, it's 4th gear at 160 kilometres an hour and closing down the Wellington Straight. And just 3 more corners to go. Now the braking has to be very concise here for Brooklands, down to 3rd from 5th at 230 to 100 kph, and then you have to negotiate the right-hander at Luffield in 2nd gear at 90 kilometres an hour, and then the increase of acceleration continues up to 3rd, up to 4th, pulling through the corner at around 190 kilometres an hour on the apex, and you're going to cross the line in 5th at nearly 210 on the Speedo.
Qualifying then underway in the GT3 category here at Silverstone. And, well, we get to see our first glimpses of the cars actually racing around the track. A couple of custom liveries on there. We saw the onboard, of course. It is important to note, and this is the main thing that I was like, oh, yeah. The start-finish is on the old start-finish, so Copse being turn 1. That'll make things interesting when it comes to race time. But you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there, you've got Jaroslav Honzik trying to find himself a fresh bit of tarmac, get himself out of the wake of the car ahead. So yeah, it's important to find decent track position, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The cars do get affected by the aero, especially the GT3s. Probably the GT3s more than the GT4s we'll see later on. As we've seen Jenson Button on the main screen there, he's just getting some heat into those tyres ready for a flying lap.
Yeah, important to do so. As much as they have tyre warmers, you still need to get them up to pressure. You need to make sure the car's feeling all right, and we'll see what Jenson could do when he's throwing it around. You've got Jaroslav Honzik. We saw him. He's streaming, of course. We saw him earlier from where he's streaming from. He's got Mikhail Statsenko in the car for Yazhi. They've got 2 cars on the grid. He's in the 39, the 49. As well as Eamon Murphy, who's doing the qualifying as well. They obviously elected who was doing the qualifying prior to this, and the GT3 category is definitely a massive category. So sort of like electing and knowing who's qualifying prior to it is very, very important, because it's going to be a tight session, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. The drivers were asked, or the teams were asked, to nominate their number 1 driver who would be their qualifying driver for this session. So it should be that number 1 driver for the 15 minutes, as we see now that Jenson is now on his first flying lap.
And now joining us in the booth, I believe he's all ready to go. We've got Chris Buxton, who's a trusty commentator in the field of commentators in sim racing. Hello.
Hello, Lewis. Thank you for that introduction. Hello, everybody. we are indeed underway with this qualifying session. As mentioned, we have got each team has a nominated qualifying driver, so we won't see both drivers come out in the qualifying session, but all cars will come out and do their thing, and there are a lot of them. So should still be plenty enough room to get everybody on track and to have sufficient room to do at least a banker lap to begin with. I'm sure the GT3s and GT4s will trip over each other at some point. But yes, we are looking at Jenson beginning to, as he coming to the end of his time lap. Unfortunately,
it's halfway. Don't panic.
So starting to see some times come onto the board then. I've been really looking forward to this event. It's going to be really good to see where the established sim racers and the pro drivers really filter out in the pecking order. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, big driver went to the top prior to this, number 62 of Nils Naujoks, who's done a 56.904. We're expecting times plenty quicker than this, so don't panic too much. But G2 Esports, so a big team there. Arthur Camera is his teammate, but Darren King in the number 38 is the driver who's gone to the top. So pretty impressive time, 56.679. Steve, we're expecting the times to get quicker, but how long really do these tyres last?
They'll last. I mean, they'll get tyre life out of these for the whole of the session if they wanted to stay on them. But let's not forget also that the track's evolving as well. It won't have started off with maximum grip levels. The more they rubber the track in, just like in the real world, the more grippier it gets. So those times will start to tumble. And as I said earlier in the build-up, I do expect low 56s and maybe even somebody sneaking into the 55s. That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, we'll see how that session sort of unfolds. We've got, as much as it says at the top of your screen that we've got 29 minutes to go. It's not technically true because obviously each of the categories, both GT3 and GT4, get 15 minutes on the circuit. So we're a little bit into our time. I believe it's when 20 minutes is to go that the session effectively ends for GT3s?
It is indeed, yes. And then there's a slight cooling down period in between the GT3s coming back to the pits, and then the GT4s will receive a message from the stewards advising them it's safe to go onto the track.
We're on board with Ross McGregor, Roscoe, Team Scotland, Zancho Simsport, Bentley GT3, obviously backed heavily by Simply Race as well, sponsor of the team. All been good buddies. They were determined that they had to be in a Bentley. I think the other Zancho Simsport cars are in all in McLarens, but this one, it absolutely had to be a Bentley. There's another one. Chris, it's very typical of a team to try and take the same kind of car because they all work together. Do you think it would throw them off having a different car?
Throw them off, no. I mean, it will add a challenge. If everybody is out in the same car, they all then work on the same kind of base. So whilst there will be setup differences between each team or each pair entry, the base is obviously exactly the same. When you have a different base, i.e. the difference between the McLaren and the Bentley, you might think, oh, it's a Bentley, it's like a pleasure barge. Not quite so. The GT3 class is very, very well balanced. So the cars weigh broadly the same amount. I mean, we're talking within a few kilograms of one another. So there's no major difference there. The physical chassis size, yes, the Bentley's a little bit larger, so it can feel a bit different to drive. It's more that kind of thing, where the driver that's gone for the odd one out. So if Ross and John have gone for the Bentley against the general running order, they have to figure that setup out themselves. They can't take any influence from anybody else. They could get a broad idea, if the McLaren is running, lower setting in suspension toe or what have you, that might work. But because the McLaren build is so very different to the Bentley, they're standing on their own 2 feet in that respect. But I've seen Ross and John out there before. They are unbelievably quick. So I'm keeping an eye particularly on Mr. McGregor to see how well he can do in this field. I mean, in fairness, there's so many people that you can keep an eye on that it's difficult to keep an eye on the entire field. As we now switch to one of the side max entries, another Bentley out there, Owen Wenlock. is the qualifying driver for the 95 car. It's not too many Bentleys in the field. I believe there's a Nissan as well in the field somewhere. Oh, that's not ideal to how to take.
I think he's finished his lap.
I would imagine he's finished his lap.
You'd hope so. He's definitely ruined it.
A Beamer, yes. I thought I saw that's the M8, isn't it? That's
M6.
Oh, it was the M6. I beg your pardon. Oh, the M8's the GTE variant. But now look at
I made that mistake.
Look at the length of it. Now you've got something like this compared to the Audi that the 96 car is running. There's a huge difference in length in this thing. I am a bit of a fan of the BMW. And I have a funny feeling that that's either the only one in the GT3 field or it's one of the few that's it is the only one. So again, I do quite like when I'm taking part in multi-class or at least multi-manufacturer type racing. I do tend to like being the odd one out. I'll go for the one that is quick but maybe a little bit fourth position. Very nicely done, Mr. Nowjocks. I do kind of like being the odd one out in that respect rather than following the crew. As we now jump to the Armored Sport 66 Aston of Michi Hoyer, currently sitting in 25. Look at this is another thing I love about GT3. Look how close we are. Now we all know how twisty and mixture of straights and really technical cornering that Silverstone offers, and that's first to 25th. Or even first to 27th, less than 1.5 seconds apart. Love it.
It is pretty tight. Michi Hoyer, driver on screen at the moment, he's very much an up-and-coming driver. Drives for Burst Esport. Normally has done very, very... It is. I did think that this car was under Burst. I did think so. I thought there was supposed to be a Burst livery on it. But Michi Hoyer, very much an up-and-coming driver, has... obviously been a bit of a streamer, has had some decent backing and has done his streaming. I think he's actually streaming this event himself as well. But since particularly the start of the year, last year, good driver, maybe not like amazing or whatever, but the start of this year, something clicked. Something absolutely clicked with Michi Hoyer, and he started firing in great results. The R-Factor 2 GT Challenge champion, won the first race of the season in FSR as well, which is a very large open wheel championship. He's really had a turn of form. Now here today, I don't think he's done too much racing on ACC, and I'm pretty sure that can be said for quite a lot, at least the drivers that I know on this grid. And this is where Steve comes in to sort of like help us out and point out those drivers that we don't necessarily know. Jaroslav Honzik, speaking of YouTube and Twitch sensations, and maybe he's got a bit of ACC experience. Currently on the pole of 56.169. We're closing in on that 55 you said about, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Jaroslav will be one of those guys, as he's showing there. I think he'll be in pole position potentially. That's going to be a difficult time to beat, but the 55, I think somebody may get in there. Darren King, he's pretty handy around here. Niles in the BMW, that is a quick car around here. The BMW does like to stretch its legs, as we've seen some great times coming in from these guys. But that's not to count out, Jenson Button, obviously a man of talent. I expect to see him a bit further up the field, as he has put in some good times in practice, and we saw in our 12-hour event that he certainly knows how to pedal that McLaren around the track. So yeah, it's far from over, as it were, but the 55, and actually Jaroslav has just gone into the 55 with a 55.9, so a fantastic lap from him.
Button's just moved up as well from 15th all the way up to 6th place. So those of you that want to see Jenson Button towards the front of the grid, he's doing his GT at the moment, up in 6th place. Having the old classic line, having a chat with Jenson, which is terrifying when you actually think about it. But with Jenson a few days ago, goes to 2nd. There we go, even quicker. Nice work. The other day, he was saying that, he's done his fair share on R-Factor 2 and on ACC. He's absolutely loving how some things in ACC feel, how it's sort of kind of convince you that you are really in a GT3 car. There's some levels of immersion, some ways that the car drives and stuff that's just, when you're in the car, and it just makes sense that this is absolutely how it kind of should be. And obviously, he's got a fair amount of experience when it comes to racing cars. We look at Gregor Schill, who's in 3rd place. A couple of names that I'm surprised aren't a little bit further up. Don't really want to throw him under the bus, but I know Nico Hillebrand's pretty good in R-Factor in ACC, and he's down in 15th place, nearly a second off.
Yeah, but different sims have a very different feel, each one to each other. So again, people might be forgiven for thinking, "Oh, well, you're doing the same thing. You're pushing some pedals and turning a wheel." Well, the physical control may be the same, but how the sim feels, how the tire model is, how the damage model works, how the curbs are portrayed in each track is very, very, very different. Oh, wow, as we've just seen Mr. Schill in the Treble 8 car jump up to just half a tenth behind the mighty Honzik. That's a stunning lap right at the death of the GT3 qualifying session. So not everybody adapts to every single sim. Some people love how, say, iRacing feels, or R-Factor 2. Some people much prefer the feel of, for instance, Project Cars 2 or ATC. They're not always transferable one to the next, or not necessarily comfortably. You may have to work a bit to get a bit to understand the feel difference. So some people are going to adapt to that much easier than others. Oh, that's a little bit wide, Axel Petit. As we now jump to Sim Spendelik in the 106 car. One of the few Mercedes. I'm a little bit partial to this thing. The roar of that Mercedes, I am very partial to. My favourite one, I know we shouldn't really have favourites, but let's be honest, we all do. Isn't that one? Although that looks stunning.
It does look very good.
That's a stunningly gorgeous car from Mark Harris in the 98 Lamborghini. Do like the noise of the Lamborghini. My favourite is actually the McLaren. I do love that particular one. Actually, I'm quite a fan of all of them. Tobin Lee in the 55 car for McLaren Shadow. Currently in 16th position, less than a second from the top spot, 0.06 of a second ahead of Timo van der Velde in the 96 Audi. Still some shuffling going on, but we should start to see the GT3s come back to the pits now, and the GT4s will have their say on their qualifying.
Yeah, their session's over. I think they can finish laps they've started. This is the point of like the cool down period. Is once it hits 20 minutes, the session is effectively over for the GT3 category. If they're already on a lap, they can still finish the lap. So we're looking at Michi Hoyer, who is on a lap. He's probably one of the last to be on it. I think he might actually be the last to be on it based on the time. So Roscoe here can still finish off his lap. It's just they cannot start another one. So once he's done, he's going to pull into pit lane, do a bit of pit lane entry practice, and why not? You know, it's any sort of extra time to come into the pit lane is actually very helpful, because actually, particularly in sim racing, you know, you've got the escape key, haven't you? You don't have to drive back to pit lane. I don't know how much experience you've got with it, Steve. The amount of times I've gone into a race, I'm like, oh yeah, I've got to do a pit lane entry, and I've completely forgotten at any point to do one.
Yeah, absolutely, and that catches drivers out all the time, to be honest, in the sim world, because as you rightly say, when you're practicing or you come to the end of a fast lap in qualifying, it's just as easy to park up on the side and press escape key, return to pits. But obviously in the endurance world, they do have to do pit stops, so they do need to practice that pit entry. They do need to abide by the speed limit in the pit lane, otherwise they will get potentially a DQ in the session in qualifying, or they'll get a drive-through in the race, which is obviously very, very costly.
Funnily enough, I got caught out in a race I was in this very week. I got caught out in exactly that manner. I hadn't practiced the pit lane entrance, and I was a fraction of a second too slow getting the pit lane speed limit on, and bang, there was a straight penalty there. So even experienced sim racers can still fall foul of what can be seen as a simple mistake, but it can be very, very costly, as we now see the result of the GT3 qualifying Jaroslav Honzik by such a narrow margin, half a tenth of a second ahead of Gregor Schill. And Darren King, what a great effort there, up to third position in the 38 car. Eamon Murphy in fourth. Jenson improved again up into fifth position, just shy of 3/10 behind the top. Then Nils Nurjoks in sixth. Matteo Caruso, the Ferrari Academy driver, in seventh, and George Boothby in eighth. Luca Berg 9, and Regan Mitchell rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, some good names up there. Like I said, Jaroslav Honzik getting that pole time, 55.968. That is a very, very impressive time. Keep an eye on like some teams like the Nils Nurjoks in the 62 car. There's a couple of other drivers, a couple of other teams that sort of shout out. You've got Axel Petit who we did see a little bit earlier. I don't quite know where he's qualified, but that one's got Jesper Eriksson in, who they're both driving for AAA. And the thing is that's quite a big team realistically in sim racing, where they're sort of going to filter out into proceedings because they're a very talented lineup. Kind of get the feeling we might see them a little bit higher up the order. I think, by the way, I'm not 100% sure some of those names were fully correct, because there was Dan Kell, who's in a GT3, but he's actually in a GT4, so I'm kind of a bit concerned by that live timing there that might be throwing some things at us.
Yeah, I was just looking myself at the screen and saw a couple of names twice. I'm sure the guys are looking at that in the background and sorting that out before the race starts.
Coming back to what you were saying about the AAA squad, Axel Petit and Jesper Eriksson, I mean, again, there's so much talent across the teams, but Axel Petit, 2019 in the SRO Esports Championship, he was runner-up in that. This year he was in the Esports charity race for SRO. He was 5th place in that, and he's taking part in the Virtual Le Mans in the GTE class. So they're not exactly small races. That's not small fry. That's you don't just turn up and have a go. That's something that needs a lot of dedication to get those right. Jesper has done an amazing thing. He was part of the ADAC GT Masters Esports Challenge. And also he's done, I think he's been part of the GPVWC Formula Challenge lineup for this year. So, again, things that need some, that will get you noticed in the esports world, or certainly in certain areas, but, they need dedication. They're not just a arrive and drive type of events. You practice hard and you need to perform, and they certainly have.
I'd say as well, I'm not sure with Axel Petit. I'm pretty sure with Jesper Eriksson, that's a new signing for AAA, because I'm absolutely sure when he did the qualifying for the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship that he was driving for a team called Virtual Drivers by TX3. I'm pretty sure he was in that and that he's moved soon.
You are correct. He replaced Chris Griswood, who, for personal reasons, that was only in August. So, yes, your memory does not fail you. You're absolutely correct. That was...
things.
Yes, he was indeed part of the TX3 squad previous to joining the Valley Esports squad for that GPVWC challenge. Yeah, it was Chris Griswood that was had to be replaced at last minute for personal reasons. And Jesper Eriksson just again, he's showing his talent. Quick. He got in and got on with it, didn't he? That was absolutely incredible.
He's phenomenally quick. Is Jesper Eriksson, a young lad that's definitely got some future in sim racing, but focusing on the here and now of sim racing, and this is where we can see the GT4 category qualifying. Very important to note that these will run down to 0-0 on the time at the top, so they've got the rest of the session to do their laps. Now, a couple of differences between GT4 and GT3, of course, the obvious, less power, less aero, etc. But also, they don't have tyre warmers, so you'll see them warming up their tyres. They will get quicker as the session goes on because they'll have to warm up their tyres. I'm sure Steve will tell us more in this sense, and they'll probably do the entire qualifying session in one stint. They will just keep going around. And for those of you that want to know which ones the GT4s are, obviously the ones we're focusing on, but on the timing sheet where you've got the number, you've got some drivers that have sort of like a blue diagonal bit in the bottom right hand side of the box. That signifies that they're a GT4 car, and then anything that's basically just blank and just a single colour, that's a GT3. Kind of ignore the reds and whites, but those the GT4 cars, the one we're focusing on, from 34th down to 48th. Over to Steve on the tyres. Like we said, we're expecting them to have filled up on quite a heavy car at the moment on cold tyres. It's going to be pretty sketchy to drive right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you say filled up, the GT4s are a lot more economical, as you would expect, than the GT3, so they won't be carrying that much fuel, but it does take, as you can see, the MSL car weaving there, it does take a lot more to get the heat into the tyres and the brakes. And it's also, with the GT4s, it's very difficult to maintain that heat. The guys can be doing their laps and losing tyre temperature on the straights a lot faster than you would, say, in a GT3. So, you can turn up at the corner entry and have a cold tyre, and that's not what you want. So they do have to push these cars pretty hard, but I don't expect to see anybody really going into the pits changing tyres. They'll have come out for this session, 12 minutes of it left, and they'll stay out until the checkered flag of qualifying, I would imagine.
Also, the Porsche that we're looking at is the popular choice for the GT4 class. Quite a number of the GT4 contingent are using the 718 Cayman. It's a great machine. It really is. The GT4s, Again, a bit of a matter of debate, but it's not quite as well balanced as the GT3 class is, by and large. Not always the case. Again, we're not facing an entire field of Caymans. There are a couple of Mercedes, a few McLaren 570s, a couple of Astons in the GT4 mixture as well. But certainly the popular choice is the Cayman. We are jumping now to one of the McLarens. That is Will Dendy, again one of the Rocket Squad. Car number 7, just one of them, 77. Again, what can we expect from our GT4 squad? Now, they've got an additional challenge when we come to race, in the fact that they are obviously going to be caught.
Yes.
Now, relatively quickly. I mean, we're not talking GTE to LMP kind of level of being caught very, very quickly. They won't be caught in 3 laps or anything like that, not unless they've had an exceedingly bad day. But they've got an additional challenge of they need to be aware of who's coming up behind them. Now, generally, when you've got multi-class racing, such as we have here, it is up to the faster class to work their way past the slower one. The slower ones, the GT4s in this case, would be very discouraged from just jumping out of the way, because generally they'll... it's a new pole time for Frederick Schroeder for Nita Velox, the 60 Porsche for the GT4 class. Obviously, the times will show the gap to the GT3 pole, so don't take that too much into consideration. But a nice pole there from Frederick Schroeder, as we just jump to Joe McCauley for the Coach Dave Academy in the 44 Mercedes. But they've got to bear in mind that they don't want to hold up, particularly if the person that's coming up behind them, take the Jenson Rocket Squad, they've got GT3 entries as well as GT4s. So they don't want to hold up a team they're affiliated with, but they need to bear in mind that they've got to stay predictable. That's always the thing that the faster class will tell the slower ones. Be predictable. Stick to your line. Do not jump out of the way unless you do it very much in advance. I can really predict where you're going to go, because the GT3 class will plan their overtake well before they get to the tail of the slower class. So they don't want someone just jumping into their racing line. Oh wow, Rory McDuff, that was close. So they've got to bear that in mind, but they're still going to be having their own race. They could be having a great squabble for their own class lead, and suddenly there's a McLaren bearing down on them from the GT3 class. Mm-hmm. That's again part of the joy from spectators' perspective, at least, of multi-class racing. It's going to be interesting to see how well the drivers from both classes handle that aspect.
Yeah, we're looking at Mike Epps here for RJN Motorsport, and you're absolutely right. The onus is on the GT3s coming through. They are the ones that have to basically make the move, but the GT4s, like you say, they have to remain predictable in that scenario. And when you were speaking about the balance of performance, I mean, you can see there in GT4 the favour does seem to go the way with the balance of performance towards the Porsche. Indeed, this man Mike Epps actually had a little go in a Porsche sneakily, of course, the other day. Very much liked it. I'm pretty sure he's still living quite close to Silverstone, has had his fair share of experience around this circuit as Macaulay goes 6th in class. It's actually kind of hard to tell because I actually got to do some math. It's 5th, thank you. It's kind of hard when you're in the unfavoured car, because you really have to push it that extra mile past it. You can then overheat tyres because you're pushing the car too hard, etc., etc. The Porsche is, from what I know, the best car, but whether it is in a racing scenario, whether the straight line speed and how that all works out, whether it's predictability, whether it wears its front tyres out a little bit too quick, that's all the kind of things that's kind of taken into account in this sort of category. The benefits of a car over one lap are very different to the benefits of a car over a race scenario. That's something that Steve might be able to tell us a little bit more on.
Yeah, definitely, and it's like we were saying earlier. The GT3 cars will be coming up on these guys to lap them very quickly in the race. Obviously we're looking at sort of around about a 12-second and upwards lap difference time, so they will catch them quickly. And depending how all that goes in the race, whether there's any incidents or anything like that, it's all going to come into play. I will say that it's looking like the Porsches are very dominant at the moment, but when I've been watching the timing throughout the week with practice, the Aston Martins aren't very far away, and the Mercedes, of Macaulay there in 37th, that car's not slow. He's put some very good times in practice, so it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a full Porsche podium at the end of the race. I'll stick my neck on the line there, and I think there will be another brand on the podium at the very least.
I reckon it's somewhere we could see as well, especially with the pace of Mike Epps and Matt Richards in that McLaren. Dan Cowell as well with Aidan Millward, but I don't think I'm going to rip into him now. I don't think they'll be fighting for a podium, but like they're definitely going to be battling with a fair few people. They've got their sights set on Nita Velix because of Sancho Simsport, Nita Velix. There's a little bit of rivalry there. It's all very civil rivalry, mind, but that spans more across like our Factor 2 and that lot.
Just to mention something else that's going to come into play in this race, and that is going to be track limits, because the sim itself manages those. So just to explain to everyone watching, the drivers can have 3 track limit cut warnings. On the 4th one, they will get a drive-through penalty. Now, we've already mentioned, obviously, we're using the national pits in this version of Silverstone. Copse Corner, that is a hot favourite for getting a track cut, because you get the entry slightly wrong there, you're flat and you run wide, and you soon go over those white lines and you will get a cut, and the drive-through is going to it will affect the outcome of the race. It's going to be big. So it's not just about the pace of the cars, it's going to be the consistency and the accuracy of the driving.
Consistency is almost always the bigger factor than raw pace. Of course, raw pace is very important, but it's all well and good being the fastest car out there or being the fastest car in your class. No good if you're off into the dust every 2 laps. As we have a new GT4 pole in the form of the 987 car. Kennedy. That is Matt Kennedy for that's ART, isn't it? It's ART Esports. Very nicely done by a yawning chasm of 18 thousandths of a second from Frederick Joda. So, again, look how close these times are. You've got 3 cars that are in the same 10th of a second from 35th to 37th. Absolutely incredible stuff. I've done commentary for a number of years. I shouldn't be surprised by this, but I still am, that how close these fields are. That is just testament to how good these drivers are. I mean, no disrespect to those that may be a little bit off the pace, because again, consistency is still going to be one of the most important factors, and we're still expecting these times to continue to drop as we see Matthew Kennedy come over the line. Doesn't improve on that particular occasion using the monster flavoured Porsche, but I love the fact that these drivers can get so close. But you raise a great point, both of you, that the 1 lap pace is all well and good. Many a time, I'm sure we've all seen it, that someone, someone that is an absolute god when it comes to that 1 lap, that incredible banzai lap, and is off into the dust, on lap 2 or what have you. I'm sure we've all seen it, but
I've been in that boat.
I'm not actually much of a qualifier. I'm more of the consistent. I don't ever pretend to be the fastest in any field. But I've always aimed for consistency more than raw pace. I've been told by several very quick drivers that consistency will generally earn you more places from other people's mistakes than raw pace. So that's always where my main focus has been. As we now cut to Matt Webb, one of the Zancho entrants. They've got quite a strong contingent in both categories. Again, that's such a great livery. I love how that Aston looks. Struggling a little bit. I was just about to say struggling a little bit, but just as I was, those words were about to leave my face, he jumps up to 40th. What's that? It's going to be 10th-ish in class.
I think it's 8. I'm trying to do maths.
I wasn't actually looking at the numbers. I just had a rough guess on where he was. So there's a rather bright Porsche.
I've had counting on broadcast going, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I've heard it's not very professional.
I've heard many a commentator do it. So,
well, sometimes you just got to.
Sometimes you have to. Yeah, absolutely.
It is very tight up on that pole margin though by Kennedy, and we're in this is the point in the GT4 session where these ones are going to be pretty quick. A lot of drivers will be starting their final lap, but they're being such a long lap Rory McDuff
Rory
to pole
McDuff.
position for Nita Velix. This is a very talented driver on R Factor 2. Nita Velix, for those of you that don't know, that is the squad of one Mr. Dennis Lind, who's a bit of a factory Lamborghini driver. He was in chat earlier, but no one likes Dennis, so that's fine. I'm joking. I like Dennis. He's all right. But it's his squad anyway, so he's got 2 cars in this, being the number 30 of Roy McDuff. And
the 60.
And the number 60, Frederick Schroeder, who was originally on pole. So first and fourth for them at the moment in the session. Things are looking pretty good for Nita Velix.
And that's by a surprisingly big margin as well, 0.3 of a second, compared to what the gaps through the rest of the field are like. We've got 2 drivers with the same time to the thousandths of a second. You literally can't get any closer than that. That's far quicker than you can actually blink. Is how close that is. So Kennedy and Shimonetsky, the 987 and 12 cars respectively, very, very close together. And here we are with Stephen Haley in the 6 Porsche. He's only 0.3 from that top spot, merely, 8 thousandths of a second, 9 thousandths of a second behind Schroeder, who was on pole. So that kind of improvement can come from just one corner, one braking zone, just maybe improved upon, and suddenly 3 positions are yours.
It's kind of one of the things with it being such a long circuit. You always know if you miss out by like a tenth or so, as we see Macaulay in the highest non-Porsche in the GT4 category. When there's like a tenth, something like that. There's always somewhere where that time is sort of left on the circuit, beginning his final lap. For Coach Dave Academy, there's a couple of their drivers. This is their GT4. I think they've got a GT3 one. That was the one that Gregor Schill and Marek Schintz are in. They qualified quite up in the GT3 category. See if he can wrestle it around the Silverstone circuit. One thing that I remember with Silverstone, I did a walk around here after the MotoGP race back in 2017, is that Magnus Beck's Chapel, I always assumed was quite flat. There is quite an incline. It's actually a little bit more, I wouldn't say hilly, but there's a little bit of undulation there that I never knew, because when you're driving it, and even from TV out camera, you don't see it.
No, you really. I mean, here there's actually a surprisingly big drop from Stowe down to Vale. So you actually need to be there to really appreciate it. I was at Silverstone in 2018, so I got absolutely fried because it was in the midst of that monstrous heat wave we've had, as we have a new GT4 pole in the form of Mr. Haley in the 6th car. Very nicely done.
Very good.
Yeah, just under
That'll
half
make Steve very happy.
Yeah, very happy indeed. Great effort there. Well done.
There's no bias in the commentary.
Well done, Steve.
Let's be honest, we all have the ones that we're championing, but wow, look at the gap from Rory McDuff now to Matthew Kennedy. That's half a second. You don't have that kind of gap anywhere else or near enough in the entire GT4 field.
Let's see Kennedy across the line, see if he can improve to that. Rory McDuff's in the pit, so he's not going to get another lap in. Neither is Shermatinsky. I've been told that Frederick Schroeder reckons he's got a bit more time in the car. There was an improvement there from Kennedy. Wasn't enough to improve position. Let's see Frederick Schroeder over the line for his last time. See if he can prove. He's got half a second to get to his teammate. Like I said, his teammate in the actual car, Max Barkley, was telling me that there's a little bit more time left in it. See if he can move up the order. Doesn't do so. Stays a good half a second off of Haley. And here's Dan Kell ready to finish his last lap. I can rip into him, though, because he's my ex-teammate, so that's fine. He's pulled off. I think he's going to... I was going to say I think he's going to do a practice start, but it doesn't make any sense because it's not a standing start here.
It's amazing how old habits really kick in, doesn't it? Whether it's for the drivers or for the commentators. Now, some people might argue that, this is an endurance race. It's 3 hours long. What does qualifying matter? Well, it matters for several reasons. Whilst in a longer race, it's less important than a sprint race or races in other categories that are shorter than that. 3 hour races, it's one of those ones that's is technically an endurance race, but kind of feels like a sprint race. These guys are used to doing the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which happened in the charity event not too long ago. So 3 hours is a very short distance, comparatively speaking. However, it's more the mental game. That's another aspect that a lot of people that aren't necessarily used to sim racing, or are perhaps new to it, or towing the water when it comes to understanding how sim racing works, or how how big the world is, essentially, the mental game is actually very, very important in exactly the same way that a real life driver will want to out-qualify, well, everybody ideally, but realistically where you are in the pecking order. But there's always those little micro battles. There's always someone you think, I need to beat you. And whatever that reason is, I mean, you mentioned a couple already, Lewis, where you've got that unofficial rivalry. There's whatever that is, whatever the reason is, whether it's a personal one or team-based, whatever. There's always those that you think, all right, I'm on a similar pace to you, I have to beat you. There's always those. And if you do out-qualify that person, there's that extra, I'm quicker than you, I've just proven it. Whilst there's only in qualifying, yes, that's where the mental game kicks in, because over a longer race, you need to maintain that kind of mental strength. Yes, we're going to see a driver change at some point of the race, but you still need to concentrate for what is actually a fair amount of time. You've got to keep your focus for however long your stint is. And those little niggly things can mount up in some people. So, the professional drivers will generally have an edge in this because they've been trained for many, many, many years, or since they could walk almost, to deal with that kind of pressure. But not everybody can in exactly the same ways. Those little doubts creep in, and then the mistakes start to kick in. You go a little bit deeper into that braking zone when you shouldn't. Those little frustrations kick in. So the mind game is actually just as crucial in sim racing as it is in the real world.
Yeah, I'd say there's a bit of a hot take with a race like this, being that it's only 3 hours, etc. And we will also, with it being that sort of distance, they kind of, you need a bit more of a sprint racer mentality. I think you need to be like those that have done the touring car stuff and that kind of job, because when you've got forced pit stops, they have to stop 3 times. They're not allowed to double stint. So effectively, if you were to spread it out evenly across the race, you're talking 45-minute stints here. And with that being 45-minute stints, you kind of want someone who can get in the car, can get straight up to speed, can start setting the times, and only basically maximize that 45-minute period. I don't know how you kind of feel about that, Steve, in this kind of sense, but I kind of get the feeling that the more endurance races might also be at an ever so slight disadvantage in that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the biggest key to endurance racing for me, for driver swap racing, is being able to get into that car cold and hit the times straight out of the box. It is very, very difficult to do. Most people, when they jump into the cars, they'll need 1 or 2 laps to actually get up to speed. Well, you don't have that luxury in driver swap racing at this level. You're going to have to come out of that pit box and nail those apexes right from the off. It's incredibly difficult.
It really is, and I'm sure we'll learn as to how difficult it'll be once that race begins. The 3 hours of Silverstone ahead of us. Before we do that, we'll just take a little bit of a break and, we'll go to some of our sponsors. McGlade. Alongside me, Chris Buxton and Steve Proudley. We've just had qualifying wrapped up. We're getting ready to move into the race scenario. Should be there in a couple of minutes when they'll start their formation lap, and I'm sure the tension will be palpable on the grid. A rolling start, of course, ahead of us. Going to roll very quickly, obviously, after qualifying to Steve very quickly, because in the GT4 category, one of your cars, Simsport Racing, Roku, that's the number 6 car. Stephen Haley behind the wheel, got pole position. You got to be feeling a bit happy about that, a bit confident in the team.
Well, feeling very happy, of course. Steve is he's a class driver in the Porsche Silverstone. A few days ago we were looking at 209s being a quick lap. He was on the server this afternoon, jumping into the 208.5, and then he goes and wraps up a fantastic pole lap like that. So absolutely credit to Steve. And just to mention his teammate actually as well, who's Steve Hinden. He is Mr. Esports Designs. He is responsible for a lot of deliveries on these cars on the grid. So fantastic job to him, and a big shout out to Steve for doing that.
Yeah, he's been very busy.
He has been very, very busy. He's a top of his game when it comes to deliveries. He does an awesome job, and that's just testament to the amount of people that have approached him to do them. And as we can see, the cars on the grid now, they absolutely look astonishing. They're amazing.
It is a great looking grid, and I'm sure me and Chris will be appreciating this throughout the course of the 3-hour race. The formation lap about to begin. It was quite an interesting qualifying session. We saw those times getting quicker towards the end, the track sort of coming around in their favour. Of course, they got to hit the reset, but it was pretty cold on circuit as well. I'm sure, Chris, we're going to see an interesting start to this race.
I have absolutely no doubt at all that it is going to be an interesting one. But again, there's trouble there. It's roughly in the middle of the pack. But this is going to be very, very interesting indeed. I really cannot wait to see how well our drivers handle just all the aspects of tyre management, the driver swap aspect that Steve was mentioning, how well the next driver gets in. Controlling that urge to push too hard too quickly. It's a long race. You're never going to win it in the first corner, but these are racing drivers. Let's be honest, we all have that instinct to push. It's how well they can control that. But it's balancing that. You mentioned earlier, Lewis, that mentality to that sort of sprint racer mentality that a lot of these drivers might need to employ. But they've got to balance that, because if they literally go out too hard too fast, if they go out too quickly and just literally use up their mental energy too fast, they're going to be useless by certainly the second stint that they're in the car. So, it all comes down to balance. So many things these drivers have to deal with, and not all of them are going to be as experienced as others, and how well to manage that. So, really looking forward to this.
It's going to be pretty spicy once we get going. I think we're just having a little bit of a delay whilst everyone's getting ready on the grid. And, I don't know how much your experience is in sim racing, either of you two, in this sense, when it comes to a delayed start. Some people deal with this better than they do others. A lot of other people have their routine. I think we know a lot from motorsport, from real racing drivers, that they like their routine. They like everything done in a very specific way. And when you have it slightly delayed, some people that's cool, I'll just brush that off and I'll just get on with it. Whereas other people are like, ooh, I just really want to get going, especially when you've done the formation lap once already. You've got that time to build up and get into the race. Chris, I think it's going to throw some people off.
It is, yeah. We come back to the mental game there, because exactly as you just said, there are some people that have to do things in a very regimental way. They need to go through a process A to B to C to D to E. If something goes wrong at B, they find it very difficult to circumvent that and go to C. Some people have the magic ability to go, all right, something's gone wrong, I'm just going to skip straight forward to H and I onwards. I wish I had that ability.
Yeah, same.
I am very much of the logical thinking mindset. I need to follow a process, and if that process goes wrong for whatever reason, it does screw with your head a little bit. But some people just have the natural ability to go, fine, okay, well, I'll just wait for this to happen. Whereas some people would just be very nervous and sitting there not necessarily physically biting their nails, but you know what I mean. The nerves are jangly, and that puts them at a disadvantage when the green light does go out, because that whole settling process they've gone through, the whole mental preparation, it's not necessarily wasted, but it's been disrupted.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some drivers fall asleep in their cars. They're so relaxed. I mean, not during green light, that would be a bit of a problem. But I've seen people so laid back in these situations. That might be where you're falling down somewhat, Mr. McGlade.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
At least pull over first. Safety first in these.
Oh, it's only a Daytona, so it's fine. It's just got to keep it flat and slightly turn left every now and then.
That's just kind of, you jam something in the steering wheel, so it's just got a constant radius.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. But yeah, some people just need that. The process must follow through every single step, and some people just have that natural ability to just deal with whatever changes come towards them. Now, some people might think about that in a way of, well, hang on, you're a racing driver, you can't predict what's going on in a race. No, but that's not what the mental preparation is entirely for. It's for the things that aren't in your control. When you're in the race, you are fully in control of everything that you are doing. You're not controlling anybody else, obviously, but you have that instinct, you have that training, you have the practice to deal with someone skewing off, where I say someone's gone off at Maggots and Beckett's. You've got an idea of, okay, they've gone off on the entrance to Maggots, that momentum is going to carry them in that direction. So instinct rather takes over. But a situation like this that isn't in your control entirely, not everybody handles those situations as well as others. So yeah, again, mental game comes into play here.
It's kind of one of those things as well that I think it depends on car and track, because that also plays a very key factor. What we're seeing here, by the way, is they're getting underway. But with some of the issues that we've had on the start, some cars may be damaged. So we're going to go to a full course yellow, allowing the cars to pit for that damage. And then after that lap, where they're going to retake their place in the grid, and then we're going to get going. So we'll be under effectively a bit of a full course yellow whilst we wait for everyone to sort of get into position. So just bear with us. You can see Jaroslav Honzik on pole position. Again, it's another delay though, and also with that, particularly in the GT4 category, it's things are a little bit different because of how your tyres are set up. And, you don't have tyre warmers. GT3s, their tyres are going to get freezing cold by the time we come round to starting that race. And this is what I was saying, like, when it comes to tracks and stuff, it's all very different. Let's say, for example, you have a delayed start at Circuit of the Americas, right? You're running to turn one, you start the race, you're up the hill, you brake, and it's almost like that first time you brake, that's sort of the reset button, and then you're just kind of like, okay, and then from here, I know how to do everything, because obviously, from a rolling start, you're slightly slower into the first corner. So that's like your reset. Whereas here, you run through T1, which you're doing at a different speed than normal. Then you go through Maggots, Beckett's, you run through Maggots. You are at a slightly different speed and slightly different grip level than normal. It's only really when you get to Beckett's that you hit that reset button by tapping the brakes to get it in. So, like, those kind of things all play a factor, and the longer you are apart from your natural starting position, almost the harder it is.
Yeah, and there's another aspect to bear in mind that coming back to the tyre temperature point, at somewhere like Circuit of the Americas, you're going up what is essentially a ski slope. So, and you've got about 3 miles of runoff there. Whilst you do have a fair amount of runoff at Cops, you still expect your car to behave itself and grip as much as you think it should do. Whereas when your tyres are freezing cold, you are sailing off into Northamptonshire. And that, again, is if the drivers have taken that into consideration, they might break that a little bit earlier. But again, the pack is very condensed, and you know full well that you have got a lot of horses right behind you, raring to get past you. So some drivers will kind of be more used to that and behave accordingly. Some drivers may panic in that kind of situation. Even experienced drivers sometimes, the brain just doesn't quite engage as it should do. And we've all seen first corner, first lap incidents. That's not necessarily through inexperience. It's just something has happened. Sometimes not even your fault. Someone else's incident. Indeed, it's very often someone else's issue that you've been caught up in because you've been minding your own business and suddenly you've got someone else's bonnet stuck in your boot. So, all these things you have to be prepared for. But if you, again, coming back to the mental game, if your kind of mental preparation has been disrupted, not everybody is in the right mindset come turn one. And someone like Cott, the cars might not behave themselves as much as the drivers are expecting, but when they get there first time in anger. So we'll see. Well, did I not just say the cars are not behaving themselves? We're under, we're all
not even full course yellow. Yeah,
yeah. That's someone's decided to go for a bit of exploratory. Exploring the. I'm trying to remember who went off there in 2018 during practice. I think it was wasn't Gasly. It was whoever the other Toro Rosso was. Can't remember. But,
yeah, I think by my understanding, by the way, because obviously we're about to come up towards the green flag to effectively start the race, but we should be going straight into a full course yellow so that everyone can come round, can fulfill the stop. So I wouldn't panic too much about this. We'll keep our eye on Yaroslav because you never know. You see some warping happening there as everyone's getting very confused on the grid. I think everyone's trying to find their way into position. It's not very good on the Ryan side. There's some people that haven't got the message as well.
Oh dear. Unfortunately, this is something that less experienced sim racers can sometimes encounter, where the rule book is different depending on what series you're in, who you're racing for, etc., etc. So, a little bit untidy, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Fear not.
We will indeed. There we are. So we are under full course yellow. So those that have got damage, they'll come in, repair their car, they'll go back into their order. So we've got a little bit of confusion here as to how everything's playing out. All we know is that the driver that is on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Jaroslav Honzik. That is your pole sitter inside the GT3 category. So that's that. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got, now on the bottom... in the bottom right, you've got Stephen Haley, who is the pole sitter in the GT4 category. So a little bit of confusion as to how the start technique was working there. I think some people didn't quite pay attention to the chat too much, which I can confirm I have been there.
I'm just hoping that when we do come round to the to the full course yellow lifting, that the guys start in the right positions. Otherwise, the stewards are going to be busy handing out some penalties. As I can see there, that I believe Mr. Haley, who should be on the GT4 pole, has been overtaken by a couple of other GT4s. So yeah, I really hope everybody sorts themselves out so they can avoid some penalties. And just going back to what you guys were saying about coming back under the green lights after such a long period of running around slowly, that will affect the GT3 cars a lot more than the GT4s. Yeah. The GT4 cars are used to starting on the colder tyres and tiptoeing through the first few corners. The GT3 guys are used to having warm tyres at the start, so yeah, it's going to very much affect them more, I would say. But yeah, let's just hope they can all get themselves sorted out, back into positions, because we don't want to see any penalties. We want to see everyone just have a good race.
The top three are quite eager to get on with it. They've left behind the rest of the pack, but I mean, you can quite clearly see they're all doing the same speed. But yeah, this is very frustrating. You're used to going at full crank, and you've got no choice but to just wait, and it feels like an absolute age. I mean, it will take a while. There's no doubt about that. But these issues must be resolved for the fairness of all competitors involved. Exactly. That is the main thing. You would want that same courtesy granted you if your car was damaged through no fault of your own. It is an unfortunate downside that sim racing faces that the real life one doesn't, unless someone's had a very bad start on a rolling
yeah,
start,
right.
Which can, of course, happen. But it is one of these things that ensures fairness amongst the entire grid. The downside is, of course, these longer delayed starts. We will get underway as soon as the field has reformed.
But let's concern one part of this, which is, let's be honest, coming into this race, most drivers would have, or most teams would have come into it with at least a decent understanding of what they're going to do strategy-wise. I know Zancho Simsport, even with the RJN cars, they had like a specific strategy that we're going to pit around here, we're going to pit around here, we're going to pit around here. So they kind of knew what they were doing. However, as one of them just flew through there, I think that's because they're allowed to go ahead to go and initiate repairs already, so we're kind of wasting a bit less time.
Correct. I think they may have just left the pits with repairs and they're going to shoot
come round.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, so they're going to have their strategy. Look at the top of your screen, though. the timer has started. We are already into the 3-hour race. The timer is ticking down. We've already done 4 minutes and we're halfway around the lap. Obviously, you're under full course yellow. You're going a lot slower. That timer already ticking is going to start affecting how people's strategy is going to work, because every minute that ticks down is a minute less in the race, and your pit windows then become shorter. Sometimes you're going to have less of your faster driver in the car. It kind of throws all of that stuff. And not only that, something like this as well, which is kind of slightly unprecedented, is also very confusing. And when you're a driver, you're just kind of like, that's the kind of stuff. That's the stuff that throws me off, is the confusion. I don't know what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate when it's you that needs to do something, and for whatever reason you're not sure what to do. It does add to the nerves somewhat. I'm kind of treating this like a slow motion replay, really. As I said, this is the start that are doing amazing speeds, and these are incredible athletes. But yeah, absolutely, it can make some people very, very nervous on how they should be behaving when you've got one of these situations where something has happened that is outside of the norm, as we see. Is that one of the Porsches coming back into? I think that's a Porsche coming back into position in the GT4 side. Nope, they're continuing to run around. So it's the same situation. So they've got to essentially unlap themselves and reform on the grid. So it's good. So it'll take a little while yet, but we'll get there.
There are days when you kind of like, oh, I could do a better job in race direction than this, and there are days like this where I'm just kind of like, I would not want to be anywhere near race direction. So Richie Hoyer fly through there.
Gentlemen, I think we're sat in the safest seats in the house, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Absolutely would not want to be having to do the race direction, and as you say, the drivers, this is just adding to any pre-race nerves that anybody had. Although I must say, at this point, I would much prefer to be doing what they're doing and driving around, because I am one of those drivers that if I'm sat on the grid, I go to my setup, I start looking at what I've done, I start second-guessing myself, and I start making silly changes on the grid. It's not good. I very much, like Chris said, it's basically I have a routine: get in the seat, wait for those lights, and go. Anything deviating from that, and it's not good.
I'm in that kind of boat as well. We're doing a touring car championship where it's like the British touring car. So you select different tyre compounds. You've got the softs, you've got the hards, whatever. Option, prime, whatever you want to call them. Oh, there's a bit more contact there. Oh, we're getting a bit of stacking up as someone came to a bit of a stop there at Brooklands. Not ideal. But yeah, in that sense, if we're not rolling around on a formation lap, I'm sort of sat there thinking, am I on the right tyres? Are these the right pressures? And then it's so unnecessary, because you start, when you have time to think like that, you start thinking about everything, and it's a sense that you really shouldn't be, because you know that you've done like weeks of prep. You know that's all in position, but there's that little voice in the back of your head when it's in this scenario, when the race hasn't started, as the 2 Nita Velix cars come in to initiate repairs. There's that voice in the back of your head that's just like, "Ooh, you should be doing this. You should be doing that." And it's like, no, can it just stop? Like, I just want to drive.
The wonderful human condition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Well, we've all done it, and I would be very surprised if the real life drivers ever turn around and say, "No, I've never second guessed myself." Rubbish.
Unlikely.
I'm completely.
You've second guessed your race engineers, though, haven't you?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of arguments in that respect. I know. And how many times has the driver been proved wrong? Let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes they get it right, of course. They're the ones that know how much the car is sliding. But let's be honest. There's a fair number of times when the driver has had that argument with a race engineer, and the engineer's been proven right. You very rarely see the driver saying, "Oh, yeah, all right, you were correct." Might be behind the scenes, but yeah, there is that overthinking. Is definitely part of the mental game, obviously, but it's how you control that. It's how you keep it under wraps when the schedule hasn't gone to plan. When situations like this happen, where this isn't what these guys would have practiced. They have not gone through the rigmarole of crawling around Silverstone in grid formation, not hitting anybody else, and allowing people to ferret through. This isn't something they've rehearsed, so it's not something that is in the kind of the natural way of thinking. So you then got to think, what should I be doing? Which allows, like exactly as you said, the other thoughts of, hang on, have I done this bit correctly? Because you have the time to think about it. when you are at racing speed, you're very much committed to it and you get on with it. But yeah, overthinking is a terrible it's a definite enemy to oneself.
It is. But no, it's a very easy trap to fall into, though, isn't it? You know, it's so easy just when you've got nothing else to do. You sat there, the anticipation, and it's difficult. But it's looking like the guys are falling back into position slowly but surely, and the guys have some of the guys have made their way back around and caught up the lap they've lost while they were in the pits. So hopefully we won't be too much longer. But like you say, the strategies are going to change now, maybe ever so slightly, because they're not burning the fuel, they're not wearing the tyres, and we've almost had 10 minutes of the race time gone.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a GT3 right now. You're absolutely right that the GT4s, for those of you just joining in, two categories here at Silverstone. The GT4s starting on cold tyres, and they've always started on cold tyres. They don't have tyre warmers in GT4 as we're getting the grid back in order. The GT3s, though, they normally have tyre warmers, and I'm going to assume that most of them haven't left the pit lane and sort of just sat there for a minute to just cool the tyres down and then set off to go and see how the car is, because that's really the only way you can do it. Because the game, as far as I'm aware, the sim will always apply the tyre warmers. You can't tell it not to. So you're always going out on warm tyres, because you don't think this is going to happen. You know, you don't really prepare for these kind of things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only time you're ever going to really think about slippery conditions is if you have rain to deal with. And some people may have practiced that if they are so inclined, but yeah, it's the discipline of reforming it. You know, take the McLaren, we can see that is allowing the field to pass it. That process has gone wrong somewhere. I think it's one of the RJN cars, isn't it, that is allowing the GT4 field to come past it. So it's those things of knowing what to do when something goes wrong. And as much as the rule book is made and all the rules and procedures are very carefully planned out, you know, if this happens, then this is the situation we'll follow. Not everybody would necessarily they'll skip it, but they may not necessarily remember it because that's not the bit they're focusing on. No one is quick. No one is going to gain anything by this process, so no one practices, no one rehearses it. So when it does happen, it does leave you thinking, I've forgotten what I'm supposed to do.
I remember at the virtual Le Mans back in June, Simon Pagenaud did one bit of practice that I was like, I've never heard anyone practice like that. But he said that in his practice scenario, he had a second sim rig ready to go next to his actual rig, and I don't know anyone that's practiced this, and it's a good job he did, because it actually happened that if his wheel has an issue, has a disconnection or something like that, which those kind of things can happen, force feedback failure or anything like that he's got a second rig that he can then throw one rig out of the way and then move the second one into place and then retake control of the car. And he actually had to do that. I think it was quite late in the evening on the Saturday. They interviewed him afterwards. He said, "Yeah, no, I'd practiced that." I'm like, who thinks of that? Who absolutely goes, "Oh yeah, my sim rig might disconnect." So I'm just like, get a new sim rig if that's the case, mate.
Wow. I mean, who's got the space for a second sim rig for a start?
I mean, he's got a bit of money, so it's fine.
Well, I grant you, yes. I mean, I have a family. There's no way I'm having two rigs set up down here. I have to
love it though.
Oh, you damn right they would. But yeah, like I've got the money to do that. But yeah, I mean, what a great plan! That's a very outside of the box method of thinking, isn't it?
But you have to think outside the box.
You
sometimes.
do, yeah, absolutely.
If there's a team that's prepared for it on this grid right now, and they've thought out of the box, they're laughing right now, aren't they, Chris?
Well, right now, I imagine everyone's getting pretty fed up of rolling around. But yeah, you're right. I mean, those all crucial what ifs. If you've got an answer, yeah, if you've got something in your toolbox that somebody else doesn't, advantage you absolutely.
Something tells me I think we're going to come round to a start very soon, because the guys are all lining up now and they're all looking pretty much in order. So potentially, I think we could be coming under orders very soon.
Well, we've got Jaroslav Honzik on what will be a pretty popular pole. Obviously, he's got the stream going. Hopefully, we will be going green quite soon. I don't have anything in our little chat that says that we will. They're basically what they've said is they are waiting until they absolutely know the order is 100% correct from qualifying until they'll hit this green So I'm not 100% sure. We'll keep an eye on them and see if they do go. Schilder, who's in second, King, Eamon Murphy, Jenson Button, Niels Nyok's up there, Matteo Caruso. These are all pretty big names, not only in sim racing, but of course in motorsport with Jenson Button. Speaking of racing with Jenson Button, do you think any of these drivers are going to be quite nervous right now, sitting there with, an XF1 world champion and that kind of stuff? You're racing with one of your heroes. That's got to apply a bit extra pressure when you're near him, because it's like, if there's one person in this grid that I should not be hitting today, it is Jenson Button. You'd never forgive yourself.
Yeah, possibly. Generally, I would have thought these guys would just treat it as another competitor. They won't necessarily think who it is, only in the sense of where they realistically find their pace in relation to other driver. But when the adrenaline is running, when the lights are green, you just see another car as another competitor, as opposed to that is specifically this person. That's not to say that someone may not necessarily get a bit starstruck and say, oh my god, that's Jenson, and get exactly as you just said, Lewis, I must not take this person out. I can't really see anybody jumping off the road to get out of his way, but yeah, some people may get that a little bit more nervous. I do think, however, looking at the top of the screen, we might get some green flag racing going very, very shortly.
Well,
there is
there is Mr. Honzik. He's loving life. There's one thing, we were saying this about Honzik before this, is that regardless of the scenario, like in scenarios like this, it doesn't really matter. He's loving life. He's always very, very happy. I wonder, I did bring this up in our chat, when they go green, are they going to wait, because it's the first kind of restart of the race and everyone's sort of in a pack, are they going to wait until the start finish, or are they going to do it a bit early? There is a prime opportunity coming shortly, and that's sort of, onto the hangar straight on the run down towards Stowe. One car to repair. They've got 40 seconds to go on that repair. He'll unlap himself, get round, and then we will be ready to start the 3-hour race. So the start is coming. It has taken us a little bit of a while, but like we say, we're getting a bit antsy in the comms booth. They're all getting, a bit pumped up out there as well. It's going to be high pressure on the grid, don't you think?
He never looks stressed, does he?
No, he doesn't.
He really never. I was actually waiting for his dog to jump on him. That was. I know he probably normally shuts the dog out in important races, but I was just waiting. I know what my hounds are like. Oh, are we getting underway? Oh dear, someone's getting a little bit impatient. But yeah, I think you called that absolutely right, Lewis. That we are getting underway, and that's actually Shell that has displaced King for second position. What was the second place McLaren has been caught napping there, but we are underway.
Yeah, GT4 as well, very much underway. I think that's Kennedy who's got through to the lead. Haley's dropped off of it a little bit. I don't think everyone was quite as ready as others. As you've got the RJN car as well coming through in the bottom right of your screen on the inside at Club. That'll be Mike Epps making a great start up in the 67 car, running it through side by side through what is the final corner on the Formula One layout. It's halfway for us. Not a good start from Haley. Sorry. Sorry there, Steve.
It's a long race. It
is indeed.
What a move from the 77 on the outside of the 96 Audi. That could have gone wrong. Oh no, Jenson's falling through the order. So a big problem for the 22 McLaren. But that was a great attempt from the Bentley there on the Audi. Didn't quite come off. It was a good effort nonetheless. Very, very close as we see Jenson trying to make up for lost time in the 22 McLaren. Oh my goodness, that's Caruso that's trying to keep on. There's a bit of a nudge there between the McLaren and the Bentley. I couldn't quite see from that angle, but not a great start from JB. But what a decent effort from Caruso. Yaroslav still maintaining a half-second lead up front. But not everybody was prepared for that restart. But then after so long, I'm not really surprised.
Well, yeah, and the cold tyres, you can see they were riding on board with Jenson Button. I did wonder if he took the T1 curb at Copse a little bit too much through the rear end out, and the 118 car of Clements has gone through. Matteo Caruso of John Lacey Esports was pretty quick on the way through. It seems like he's done well with warming up his tyres, at least in the early phases of the race, but down to 11th place for Jenson Button after starting 5th. Not really ideal. As you said, half the second at the top of the order as they run through. Tobin Lee's dropping down to 15. I think that might have just been more of a timing thing. See, Button's very he's desperate for an apex. He's turning. Oh god, I can't judge Jenson Button's driving, but either way, he's turning a bit too early.
I mean, he's an experienced GT racer. He's done his fair amount of endurance racing. He'll know just to settle himself back into the rhythm. Rhythm is very, very important, as the BMW there of Nayox getting very, very impatient behind the 99 McLaren that's being driven by George Boothby. Getting the lights going, he's wanted to get on with it, as we now focus on the number 2 McLaren being driven by, that's Regan Mitchell. Behind the wheel of that, being hounded still by the 96 Audi under the guise of Tinko van der Velde. So still very, very close. Not too many people. I was just about to say not too many people trying to force a move, and then we cut to that shot of Lee in the McLaren for the McLaren Shadow Project. Oh, just slotting into place before Brooklands, getting the move done on Ross McGregor in the 15 car. That was a good clean move, but that was very close. Yeah,
it was Jack McIntyre. Ross McGregor's the one behind. We've got the 2 Zanshow cars, one McLaren and one Bentley behind Tobin Lee, who's actually worked in partnership with Zanshow Simsport before, so he kind of knows a few of the guys behind the scenes. Obviously, getting out there and racing with the boys, doing their team manager proud, I'm sure. We're on board with Haley now, who is 3rd in class. Epps got through, Kennedy also. Looking backwards from Haley, you've got Rory McDuff and Sherman Tinsky. I think the other... Frederick Schroeder, he dropped way down the order, qualified 4th. Way down the order. I think he's outside the top 10 now. Great drive from Rory McDuff coming up towards Magus, Beggars and Chapel. He's not really going to have a way through there. Oh, he is going to be committed to the outside. Oh, he was thinking about it.
That could have got very, very nasty.
I did think he wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the McLaren put them off. I mean, that's Epps, isn't it? It was suddenly very, very slow coming through Mackers and Beckers, and suddenly these 3 Porsches are absolutely screaming up behind them. That could have got very, very nasty very quickly, but they handled that brilliantly well.
Bentley coming through on them as well. Max Steele in the 117 car was also coming through on them. So that's not a bit of traffic as we look at the GT3 sports car behind this, the number 96. Whoa! What happened there?
That was the McLaren.
Full course yellow. I think we got a call for full course yellow, and not everyone quite got it.
Well, certainly the McLaren ahead of them. I can't quite see who that is. That Boothby. I think it is the 99 car that was very quick to enact that, and that absolutely whoops. So they're arguing for space already.
Yeah, well, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely caught Nayox out a little bit. But yeah, a bit of shuffling going on. The 2 and the 96 cars of Regan Mitchell and Tino van der Velde. Certainly out of position, but here we go with the full course yellow. Wonder what's caused that.
I think
it will be a connection issue. I would imagine the only reason we run full circuit yellow is when a driver drops connection from the server. So to allow him to rejoin, they go to a full course yellow because it causes a lag of around about 2 to 3 seconds, which at full race speed, which they're going back to now. Yeah, obviously it could cause issues.
Yeah, we're straight back to it. The pause not for very long is the Audi in the background. That's Van der Velde getting very, very racy. This is one of the many PSR cars where we look at Clements battling with Jenson Button. All bad run off the final corner there from Matteo Caruso for John Lacey Esports. It wasn't great. It might open him up coming down into Cop's corner, and Clements picks the outside. I'm sure he's going to try and go for an undercut back down the inside, but realistically the run towards Magnus and Beckett's isn't ideal. GT4's on the right hand side of your screen. You saw there a Bentley picking its way through. Everyone back to racing at the same time here at Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go again. The field absolutely condensed as they would be on the opening lap, and not all drivers like that. Some do. Some really thrive in the really close racing. I'm actually quite a fan of it, although it does depend on what I'm trying to race in. If I'm in an open wheelie, the last thing I want is company. So, in these GT cars, I find it absolutely great fun, but not everybody does, as we see. That's Caruso trying to move on Regan Mitchell. Didn't quite come off, but he had the speed to do it. Or at least show his nose coming into Stone. Now into Vale, the Bentleys again side by side as we are on board with John Clements for PSR and the 118 Bentley. he is trying hard to put keep the pressure on Caruso. But Caruso doing a great job in just fending him off. But that's given Regan Mitchell a little bit of breathing space. But how long is that going to last for? These Bentleys seem absolutely determined to keep fighting one another. At the moment, it's not costing them too much, but they need to be careful. We've seen issues already where all it takes is one mistake, and you've got someone joining you in your door panel.
Yeah, I will say, considering I'm not going to say one car's overpowered or not, but considering the balance of performance favours more the McLaren and the Bentley, to see Nyox and Van der Velde up there in a BMW and Audi, it's not a bad car. They're both perfectly fine and acceptable cars. They're doing a very good job at the moment. And you say there with Mitchell, he's under a lot of pressure from the John Lacey Esports Academy driver Matteo Caruso. There was a bit of a driver change as well for Caruso. Caruso was supposed to be racing in the John Lacey Esports Bentley there with Alan Terzic, who wasn't able to race this evening, so it's changed. And Danilo Santoro has taken over that car, so he's the co-driver now of Matteo Caruso. The thing is that's kind of thrown the rhythm off in the team a little bit by having a new co-driver. I don't think it's holding Matteo Caruso back one bit, as he's desperate to move his way up the order. Fantastic stuff. A lot of pressure being dished out on the number 2 car of Mitchell. He's dealing with it very nicely, but you kind of get the feeling, Chris, that it's a bit of when rather than if.
It does look like it, doesn't it? It does look like Regan Mitchell is a little bit of a cork in the bottle here, but Regan's is rather minding his own business as we see the lead of the GT4s at the moment. They seem to be behaving themselves somewhat, whilst the main focus, or the main part of the stream, is on Caruso. Did he get a good run? I thought he had a bit of a better run out of Stowe than Regan Mitchell did, but not come off. Now, John Clements in that second Bentley in the 118 car has seemed to have had the greater speed, but hasn't been able to use it. He keeps losing a bit of time in some places, as Caruso is now right under the rear wing of Regan Mitchell as we work our way through what would be the opening corners. Oh, you saw the tail there on Caruso's car get very lively. Now that really can drive off with the rhythm, and look how quickly John Clemens was able to capitalise on that, by simply not making the same mistake. Now it could be tyres not quite up to temperature, although I would imagine they're near enough there by now. But that's more than likely just a little bit too much on the right foot. Ooh, as we see Jenson Button really piling the pressure now on John Clements for that 10th spot in the McLaren versus Bentley, but. I would imagine that was just Caruso a little bit too eager on the right foot, and that just throws your rhythm. Suddenly he's then had to defend from John Clements, which he's managed to do, as we now jump up to the Ford Zilla entry. Oh, that's tad wide.
That's got to be track limits as that one.
I would hope so on the outside of Cops there. But look at this. Jaroslav Honzek has just not been able to break away. Now that gap has been between 3 to 6 tenths. Okay, we haven't been in the race too long, certainly not up to racing speed. But as we can quite clearly see, Jaroslav Honzek has not been able to break away. Darren King has maintained that gap, although I think he's had a bit of a scruffy exit from the Magnus Beckett's Chapel complex there. So, yeah, that's brought him now up to 8 tenths of a second. But Darren King's have been there or thereabouts. And there in the background, Gregor Schill in the Treble 8 car for the Coast Aim Academy. Again, similar distance back. Jaroslav Honzek cannot just focus on hitting his own brake marks, just running his own race. He knows full well that he's got McLaren headlights in his mirrors.
Yeah, look also a little bit further down the order, the battle for about 15th place with McIntyre, Sable, Burke, Lorenz, Noller, Hillebrand. They're all battling. Look at that train as McIntyre's pulled away from it coming out of Stowe. Oh, someone's off. Someone was off there. That's the PSR 118 car. Oh, no, Clements.
John
one
Clements.
Just pulled away. He's backwards there. We'll hopefully get a replay of the 118 car spinning there. But this battle here is absolutely mad. Lots of different brands all battling it out with each other. Like I said, we've got McIntyre leading sort of just a bit ahead of this. We're focused on Burke, who's driving for the Jenson Team Rocket RJN McLaren, the 23, so the direct teammate of Jenson Button. It seems like a very high-pressure scenario here. I see Tobin Lee as well, who was... Oh, no, he is still behind McIntyre. I thought he got ahead of McIntyre, but it's Ross McGregor who's got ahead of Lee and McIntyre up towards 12th. They said they were aiming for 10th place. They've already got a decent bit of progress up the order to 12th.
And with the pack being that heavily condensed, you can almost feel like if somebody makes a mistake, it's going to be very, very messy indeed. But these guys are used to fighting in small packs. That queue is what is it, 12, 13 cars long? It's absolutely
any
huge.
gap with a 0 points.
But,
Let's have a look.
So what have we got here? A replay of it. I wonder if this is where John Clements has made his mistake.
This is the GT4 start to the race. This is where everything gets a little bit jumbled up. Oh, look in the background, just skipping over.
Whoops.
I think that might have been one of your cars, Steve. They're just skipping over at the exit of. We're all getting. Crashed ahead there. Wow.
Yeah, that was 2 GT3s, wasn't it? Crashing at the tail end of the field there. So obviously maybe trying to warm the tyres up while going to full race speed by the looks of it.
That's the Energy branded car got to the lead of GT4. And that's how Mike Epps got. I did think he didn't qualify that well. Respect to Mike Epps. I think he qualified about 6th or 7th. He made it up to 2nd place there, and it had been all because of that. How do you do avoidance and racing with other people? Because you should, in that sense, obviously slow down. But then you've got the entire racing pack behind you, so realistically they should all be slowing down, but someone won't, and they'll gain from it.
Luca Burke!
Too wide at team. Abbey hit the curve a little bit too much at Farm. Goes for a spin. Luca Burke from inside that big battle at 16th place he was. Drops him right the way down to the back of the order. I don't think cold tyres was playing a part in that scenario. I think the exit curb of Abbey is just particularly slippy. Maybe went a little bit too wide and picked up some grass, and away she goes.
That was the tiniest of mistakes. He just ran that tiny bit too wide. Just before he span, you saw a little puff of dust as he just touched the grass. The foot would have been nailed to the floor through that, or certainly would have been very heavily depressed. So, just round he went. Accelerating on grass tends to point you the wrong way. That was such a shame. As someone else has done a bit of lawn mowing right in front of Rory McDuff in the 30 car.
And McDuff, more importantly in that sense, is ahead of Mike Epps. So he's got through on the RJN car that Mike Epps is currently piloting. Matt Richards is Mike Epps' teammate, will be in the car a little bit later on. So Rory McDuff up to a 2nd place in the number 30 car. A fair way up the road. Now it's 2.2 seconds is Kennedy. What have you seen?
Well, the McLaren right behind of Szymanecki was certainly had someone. I think he's one of the GT3s trying to recover. Suddenly there was someone trying to make a dive on the inside. Can't quite see from this angle. There it is. That's Epps.
Haley and Epps. Yeah.
Beg your pardon. It was the 67 McLaren was trying to move. Oh no, beg your pardon. It's the Porsche behind. It's Szymanecki trying to make a move on Epps. I beg your pardon. That I thought that was one of the GT3 Porsches trying to come through. That was almost there on the entrance of Abbey's. What do we got here?
This is the spin for the 118.
Oh, this is John Clements, isn't it?
Let's see what happens to him.
So someone kicked up a bit of dust right in front of him. Is he going to wander too wide?
No. It was down onto the start-finish straight. Normally, he's got Regan Mitchell directly ahead. So Regan Mitchell's going defensive currently into Stowe corner, and then Clements is trying to go around the outside. Doesn't really work there, but this is where the spin's coming up, and we'll find out what happens. Here comes Jenson. Button to the outside, going into the chicane. Is there going to be contact between the two, or is he just going to lose it all of himself? Button nicely around the outside. Very nicely around the outside. But this curb on the outside is very slippery, especially coming off of it. But he makes contact with Button. Button keeps going. Tobin Lee. That's where Tobin Lee lost all of his time. Now everything makes sense. Clements.
What did you say about the one person you don't want to hit? What did you say at the top of the broadcast?
We will find it, and it will be streamed to people watching.
Of course it would be Jenson. Of course it was. But that was a shame. That's racing. That is motor racing. These things do happen. So, what have we got here?
This is King trying to fill the mirrors of Yaroslav.
That's... So, yeah, I mean, that gap got up to over 8 tenths last time we looked at them, but now very clearly not so. And again, Gregor Schill not far behind them. Obviously, the last time he checked was over a second. I'd say it's less than that now. But sub 0.2 of a second on traffic ahead as well. That is the last thing Honzik wants. And look at that, the top of the pack really has not dispersed. sometimes in these endurance races, the field disperses very, very quickly. That really hasn't happened to a major degree yet. There are a few gaps in the field, but nothing major. Yes, of course, we've had less full-speed racing than we should have had at this point, you can argue. But, we've all seen it. We've all seen the field disperse quicker than this. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Again, a big testament to the skill of these drivers.
Yeah, they're about to hit that GT4 traffic, and this is one more for Steve. You kind of don't really want to be the first driver to hit that traffic, because it's just like, oh, you're the one that's basically being like, hello, we're coming through. The guy behind, though, is like, you're getting slowed up by all these GT4s. This is my opportunity, Steve. They're going to be feeling, at least Yaroslav is going to know about this.
Yeah, I mean, the first ones through, they're definitely going to be the ones that are opening the door and even making those GT4 drivers aware that they're now being lapped and they're all coming under pressure from that. So they're looking forward and looking backwards, and that's something that Jaroslav will be doing now. Obviously, he's hoping for clean passes. That's not going to cost him a position, because that position is the lead, obviously. But it's this is where it gets very, very interesting.
And because the field, that got a bit interesting. Again, several people kicking up dust. It does distract you that little bit, and this might be the opportunity for Darren King. As Yaroslav would have picked up a little bit of slipstream off of, I can't quite see who that is because they're behind the tower. But Yaroslav is going to have to defend very, very hard. Is he going to be able to box Darren King in?
Yes.
Yeah, Darren backed out of that. He could see what was coming, as that's the 87 Porsche. That's one way to do it.
Oh, he's done it as well. He's on the inside for Club. That was well judged around the Sancho. He's on the inside of the next one. Oh my goodness me, we're going side by side. They've got another one to split here, and things start to switch the way of Yaroslav Honzik again on the exit of Club. Bravo, the pair of them. That is some feisty racing, and it's not done yet into Abbey. Darren King with the inside for Fordzilla, the number 38, not able to do it. And Yaroslav Honzik is going to hold the lead, darting past the knee to Velix. Wow. That was terrifying.
That was brilliantly driven from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yaroslav Honzik positioned his car exactly when he needed to do. He kept his head. It would have been really easy to panic or to think, oh, well, that's done. I'll think of a different way of dealing with this. That's not all done and dusted, though, as King trying to get a slipstream down towards Brooklyn is not enough room there. But Yaroslav was brilliantly using the back markers to box in Darren King, and Darren was trying to do the same thing on Yaroslav. That was absolutely amazing. But right behind them, Gregor Schill is now got company from the 49 car of
Eamon Murphy.
Of Eamon Murphy, indeed. The second of the that's the second Yasky car. That's Yaroslav's teammate. So they're all within a second of one another, near enough, and not that far behind is Boothby as well. So this pack is, with the back markers now getting involved. Of course, they're having to they're going to naturally lose time trying to work their way past the back markers without sending them off into Narnia. That is going to bunch this pack up again. Absolutely brilliant. But Darren King is doing a stunning job keeping Honzik under pressure.
Yeah, just while we're talking about the GT4 guys, the lapping, respect to those GT4 guys as well. GT3 cars either side sticking to the line. They were under as much pressure as Jaroslav was really there, because you don't want to hit Jenson button, but you don't want to take the race leader out either. And it's a high pressure situation. 35 GT3 cars, 15 GT4 cars. It's those GT4 drivers are going to get overtaken an awful lot this evening.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Steve, is that in the sense of like having one GT3 come down your inside, okay, fair enough, that's something that I could deal with. Having one on your inside, one on your outside, battling for the entire race lead, you're going to be terrified in that scenario, aren't you? He's like, just go.
Yeah, I mean, they're all under instructions in the GT4s to stick to the racing line. It's up to the GT3s, as we see King just getting onto the grass there, and that's not helped his cause at all. But yeah, they stay on the racing line. It's up to the GT3 cars to get around them, and however they do that. And as we saw, Yaroslav there really using the GT4s to his benefit to get that lead back, because I for one certainly thought he'd lost it.
I thought Darren King, him going onto the grass on the outside of Farm, I thought he was going to cannon into the side of Honzik there, but he brilliantly managed to slow the car down. Here is the view from Gregor Schill for the Coach Dave Academy Trevor Lake McLaren. He has got Eamon Murphy on his diffuser, so he can't entirely concentrate on what's going on forwards. but he's got a decent shot here. As we see, I couldn't quite see who that was. It looked like someone coming into the pits.
Tobin Lee and Lorentz both dropped down the order quite quickly there.
So yeah, I think some people have gone for an early pit stop.
I'm not sure that was a pit. I'm pretty sure that they hadn't come through Brooklands yet at that point. I'm assuming there's been an incident between the two of them. Not sure whereabouts they are.
Oh, we've got a Porsche right in the middle
McDuff.
of these two pairs, and Roy McDuff is not doing anything wrong. He's just unfortunately positioned. But that was well done by Gregor Schill there. He just allowed that little bit of time. He didn't try and force an unnecessary move, and now we've got Boothby as well, George Boothby, in the Sidemax Motorworks cars, as we see Schill under pressure from Eamon Murphy, the Yas Heat, or the second of the Yas Heat cars, trying an outside maneuver on Stowe. Can't quite get it done, but you can recognise that one wasn't going to work and bailed on that one. But King again, look how close. Both of the Yas Heat cars are under heat, essentially. One of them's being pushed, the other one trying to do the pushing. Absolutely incredible stuff. And there you can see Boothby's not that far off the back of Eamon Murphy. There's the Nayok still in 6th position in the first non-McLaren in the GT3 field, in 6th position. Again, King just staying very, very close to Honzig. He's now had an opportunity to size up how Yaroslav is going to be doing his defensive maneuvers. He's had a fairly decent exit from Aintree. What's he going to do on the straight heading down to Brooklands? Has he got close enough? Well, it certainly looks it. He's going to bounce on the inside of Brooklands. Looks
behind, though.
Behind, yeah. There's a great old fight behind that.
Yeah, they're still not going for it. King's just trying to apply a lot of pressure to Yaroslav Honzik. I've raced with Honzik in some touring cars at some point last year. We were racing, I distinctly remember, at Eastern Creek. And he is an aggressive driver. He's feisty. He knows what he's doing in a racing situation. That's where he really sort of shines. And so I kind of get the feeling, as much as Darren King is trying to fill the mirrors of Yaroslav Honzik, is trying to basically force a mistake, you kind of get the feeling that it's not quite going to happen just yet. Further down the road, they've still got another GT4 to traverse. This is what happened with Tobin Lee. This is going into club. Let's see. Well, I'm assuming there's going to be contact somewhere. This is why I think the incident was a bit later on. Oh, we've got a bit of darting across the road as well. The 95, there's the 2. Oh, there's a GT4 as well.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Lee. That is so unfortunate for him. He couldn't really do very much. And
that was a bit of a bad rejoin. Oh, as we see Darren King again trying an outside maneuver on Stowe. Now goes to the outside of Vale. I think that was out of necessity rather than choice. And again, Honzik just defending exactly where he needs to do. He's a very experienced sim racer. I've commentated on Honzik many, many times. So he knows how to best defend the offensive maneuvers of someone. He never defends fresh air. So he knows exactly where to position his car. But they've managed to open up a 2-second gap between themselves and Gregor Schill. That's quite amazing considering the amount of fighting they're doing.
I think that's a combination of the fighting they're doing and their racecraft with the lapping the back markers, because I mean they're all losing around about 2 seconds a lap now, the GT3 cars, now that they've come into traffic. But obviously Yaroslav and Darren, I mean, they race together week in, week out. So as much as Darren's putting the pressure on Yaroslav, they race together so much, they know each other so well. I don't think anything will come as a surprise, and I expect to see this battle go on for a little bit longer. As Darren's going to keep applying that pressure as he's doing now, and he's going to stay tucked right up underneath that wing and just try and force an uncharacteristic error from Yaroslav, I would say.
Absolutely. I think when one of the biggest parts of racing in general, whether it's in motorsport or sim racing, is respect. Is going through a corner and giving each other room. And when you've got that respect with each other, you can push each other very, very hard without taking each other out. That sort of that fine balance, and those two seem to have it. We look at Stephen Haley as just getting GTs all over the place. By the way, in GT4, Rory McDuff actually has the lead now from Mike Epps. I'm assuming someone came into the pit lane, and that's what's relinquishing. There you go. We've got that confirmed. So the leader of Rory McDuff, courtesy of pit stops.
I can see that the 12 car has been in. That's Ivan Shermanetsky's handed that over to William Hendrickson. They've served a pit stop. Can't see anybody else on the... Oh, no, there have been a few, beg your pardon, that have served their first stop. Some of the GT3s have been in. The 96 Audi has handed over. That's George Boothby's handed that. Beg your pardon, that's Mark Harris. That was close.
This is terrifying.
That is called forcing the issue.
I don't think Stephen was very happy about that. A bit of a flash of the lights thereafter, and he was too pleased with that particular manoeuvre. Mark Harris, I think. Oh no, beg your pardon. That's Tinker van der Velde has handed the 96 Audi over to Killian Ryan Meenan as we go back again to this lead battle, this incredible lead battle that is going on. Some of the other GT3s have swapped hands, but most of the pit stops are still yet to happen.
Well, just to remind everyone, when it comes to the rules of the series, this is where Scott can definitely. Scott. I'm not with it today, am I, Steve?
I'm sure he's been called worse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, haven't we all?
Worse is yet to come, I'm sure, as well.
But yes, so for you, Steve, when it comes to the rules of the series, remember, talk us through it. You've got to change drivers every stop, etc., etc. Talk us through how this all works and why we're seeing driver changes.
Yeah, basically there's 3 mandatory pit stops, which is denoted, as you can see in the timing tower next to the car. Number is a number, and most of those are showing number 3 in orange. That means they've got 3 mandatory pit stops left to do. And then pit stop is only cleared if it's a driver swap. So if they come in just for damage, just for fuel or something like that, and don't swap drivers, it won't count as a mandatory stop. So they've got to swap drivers, and they've got to do that 3 times. Each driver can only drive a maximum of 100 minutes in the race. So obviously it's a 180-minute race. They've got 20-minute leeway in that either way for a driver. But yeah, they've got a maximum stint time as well, so they've got to pretty much drive an equal sort of stint. So mandatory stop, they've got to swap drivers, and that means 30 seconds stationary in the pit lane.
And remember, when you think of it in a qualifying sense, as we're still darting our way around traffic, that was the ex-race leading car that Shemotensky had, that's been passed over to Hendrickson, that they just got through in GT4. Just remember, though, you put your faster driver in to qualify, right? Obviously, why wouldn't you? But the driver time, we say they're about the 100-minute limit, and you've got a 20-minute leeway on that. You would have obviously had your fast driver in the car at the start. We were under full course yellow for a good 15 minutes, which is 15 precious minutes of your faster driver in the car, almost wasted. That kind of stuff, that can really throw off your race strategy. If you've got 2 very, very close drivers on pace, then it's kind of fine because you don't lose too much. Whereas if you have a large gap, about a second or whatever between your drivers, you could end up losing an awful lot when we get to the checkered flag in 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if there's driver of obviously 2 drivers per team, and if one of those is quicker and you've put him in the car, you may be looking to try and make a gap on the person behind you or whatever, but that didn't happen. He hasn't got as long in the car to do that, so the pressure falls back onto driver number 2. But it's also with the driving stints the way they are with the whole situation. It opens up the strategy, as we see some of the guys have already done the pit stops, some haven't made any pit stops yet. I don't think it won't fall into place until the last half hour of the race, and that's when we'll truly see where everybody is.
We're looking now at Henry Wardle in the 208 Aston, as he's got a fair amount of company around him. That's is that McDuff? I think that's I can't see who that is actually behind there. One of the Bentleys. He's coming in, so that's his day done. Darren King again forced to the outside of Stowe. He's been around there quite a few times in this particular battle. Neither of these McLarens showing any interest in coming in just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if. Is he going to try an outside of Val? No.
He's tried a few times though. Respect to it. He has tried a few times. It's not quite worked, but was it? You do the same thing over and over again as the definition of insanity. But he might be completely insane anyway. Drive-through penalty to Asailovic as well. We can see that on the time. That'll be down to track excursions. Steve, there's a couple of penalties they can pick up when it comes to track excursions and pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's unfortunate to see because Adam Asailovic, he's a Simsport driver. That's a Simsport car. But potentially that will be for track limits. As I said earlier, you're allowed to exceed the track limits 3 times. If you do it a 4th time, you automatically get a drive-through. But the event is being live stewarded, so that could have been a penalty issued by them. And if it is, we will get a notification on the screen of what that penalty was for. And in fact, there we go. We've got a drive-through penalty for a collision with multiple cars on lap 3. And also car number 50 has received a drive-through penalty for ignoring the full course yellow. Well,
there we go. Of course, lap 3 in this race would have been the lap that they started on. So that's where that's all kind of come about. These two still spinning around at the front of the field. Honzik and King battling it out for top honours here. The 38 and the 39. Good mates outside of it. We're approaching 50 minutes complete. This is normally where we'd expect the drivers to be coming in to sort of tick off the first mandatory pit stop. But, you know, they can still go for a little bit longer as the Porsche skipping the chicane. There's a warning to the 987 and 67 for slow to enable the pit limiter at the full course yellow. That was for the second full course yellow that we got. So there was a couple of drivers that obviously pushed it a little bit too far. They retook their positions, but nevertheless, wow, we've got a few penalties coming through here. One for the number 4 as well. Collision with the car 44.
That's Sicelovic. That's
why he got it right. Yeah, gotcha.
You see
people in the pit lane as well. We've got Matsi, we've got Clifford Roberts. I saw Nicholas Hillebrand came in, Luca Burke as well, to hand over to Michael O'Brien, of course, British GT driver for RJN Motorsport. So that's where he's coming into the pit lane to hand over. So we're in the pit stop window, lads.
Yeah, those other penalties that we just saw, the 987 car, that's the Porsche of the ART Esports of Matt Kennedy, and the 67, that's the Jenson car of Mike Epps. Those are the two that received the warnings previously. Now looking at Mr. Nayox in the BMW, still having an argument with both B and the McLaren. So they're at the 5th now. So someone around them, I think, is pity, because I'm sure he was 6th last time I looked at him. So someone's fallen out of that particular bunch, I think. But still, Honzik and King, the 39 and 38 car, still having their argument there. That continues further down the road. Wow, look how defensive George Boothby went on the inside of Brooklyn's. Nios didn't fancy trying to string that one around the outside of the... Is he going to try...
he was giving it a good go there.
He wasn't he? Oh, wow, that's getting very, very busy in the GT4 field. It's Roderick in the 118 car. He's given that one a good go, but again, still a lot of people around him.
Roderick's taken over from Clements, isn't he?
He has, yep. That's the PSR car. John Clements handed that over to Jack Roderick. And that start, but look at that. That's a great Bentley battle going on there with Merck and Aston behind him. Yeah. So it's difficult to know where to look. It's absolutely incredible. We're nearly an hour in. Well, okay, you can have about 40 minutes into this race in real terms, but it's incredible. There's battles absolutely everywhere. Yeah, just remember with Noyux as well, same as with the Yaroslav Honzik, and I think Pecco Bagnaia and that lot. Obviously, Pecco Bagnaia and MotoGP rider. They're all at Imola a little while ago, driving some Super Trofeos around. So I've had a little bit of real-world action as well. I think it's important to note, though, with Noyux, in G2 Esports, of course, it's been brought up 100,000 times, but a bit of a reminder anyway that G2 Esports, they're not just a sim racing team, they're a proper esports team. They're one of many examples. I think they were one of the first big examples of a big esports team that took on sim racing properly, and the partnerships they've had over the last sort of like 5 but a bit short, maybe about 4 or 5 years. They've had some big partnerships. They are a big team. They take part in a lot of high-level parts of sim racing, like the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series. Woof, nearly, maybe something like that. Anyway, they take part in a lot of high-level motorsports, so it's no surprise to see them taking part in here, even if it is an unfavoured car. But Nayox on the back of Boothby, he's looking pretty quick indeed. I see Shill's got up to 2nd place as well in the 888 car, so there's been a pitter in there as well to switch positions. We are well in that window.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see that Button as well, after his steady start, should we say, he's back up to 6th place now. So he's making good progress and climbing back up through the field as we would expect him to do. So all is not lost for Jenson as yet, but all the top boys are still to make a pit stop. It's 12th place Arnold. He's made a pit stop, which is that is Darren King's teammate. Obviously, he's now taken over from Darren.
Yeah, Sean Arnold has taken over the Fordzilla 38 car. That could get interesting. Oh, wow, that was an unusual line from Nayox. He might have to be careful doing that. I think it was a little bit too much grass he was kicking up there, but yeah, wow, that flash of lights in the Porsche there. That was just, I don't think there was anything too out of action there, or out of order, I should say. That was just rather unfortunate timing. But yeah, coming back to what you were saying, there was G2 is indeed my first encounter with G2 was actually in Rocket League. It was the first time I encountered that particular organisation. But yeah, they have had representations in many different esports, not just sim racing based. So yeah, they are a very big organisation indeed. We see Jenson on the back of I didn't see who that was because they pulled over. That's the Lamborghini. So one of the few, if not the
going
only.
a lap down.
Yes, I think is that the only Lamborghini? I think it's the only Lamborghini we have in the field.
I believe so. Well, it must be said, by the way. So obviously, a thing to note is that Yaroslav Honzik has been into the pit lane as well. We look at Jenson Button, who's in fourth. Stop and go penalty, 30 seconds toward Pride. I think that will be because of speeding in the pit lane rather than something that's been applied, because we've not had anything noted through on that one. And it does give stop and go penalties for the pit lane. Number 8 car getting a drive-through penalty for unsafe rejoin causing a collision. That's the AAA car of Axel Petit. I think he's handed over now to Jesper Eriksson a little bit further down the order. We focus on our race leader, see if the Side Max Motorworks car comes into the pit lane or if G2 Esports bite the bullet as well. Neither do. They're circulating her out. Poor, they're using a lot of their driver time very early in this race.
I was just thinking that they're going to be pushing their luck, I think, aren't they, at some point? But we'll
they're going to
see.
have to do a very short stint.
Well, that may be part of the plan. I was thinking about that earlier when you were saying that the lead driver's time has been cut short somewhat. They could try and juggle that around by shortening the stint of the second driver. Again, they have to obey the limits and what have you, but that's how I think they would try and mitigate the time lost by the initial full course yellows that we had, as Bothby continues to fight off Naox. See, I'm still expecting them to come into the pits here. So, what are they going to do? So, nope, they're ignoring that. Well, they will ignore that pit lane. I'm just used to that one always being used. Well, that BMW's nailed to the back of Bothby, and they've been toing and froing for quite a while now, haven't they, these two?
Well, I think we will head very quickly whilst this is all going on. We'll keep our eye on Boothby, because I think he'll be heading into the pit lane pretty shortly. But whilst we have that, I think it would be a prime time for Steve to give us an interview down in the interview booth with our pole sitter in GT4, Stephen Haley. Let's go and find out what's going on.
Good afternoon, Steve. How are you?
Hi, mate. Not too bad.
And do you want to just talk us through that start, mate? I mean, obviously you put the car on pole position in the GT4s. Absolutely awesome lap, mate. Well done on that. Was that the best you could get from the car in qualifying, do you think?
I think so. That was the fastest I've done yet, and it was quite a surprise. So I think the neighbours would have been here to hear me screaming and shouting, "Come on, boys!" But yeah, that was a fantastic last lap as well. Really pleased with that. Pleased with that.
Well done, buddy. And obviously the start was a little bit frustrating because of obviously having to run a full course yellow for so long. How did that affect your start, if at all?
Not too bad. I mean, the only problem it caused maybe was perhaps the tyres and the brakes were cooler than what they would have been usually, I guess. There's very little you can do to warm your brakes up when you're on the pit limiter. But yeah, it went a terrible start. Did get jumped by two other cars and had a good scrap for third and fourth. There was a few questionable dive bombs. A couple of the GT3 cars really did want to get past super fast, but
I was going to say there was a couple of points. Obviously, at the start, when the pit limiter did come off, we saw some GT3s getting tangled up in front of you, which created a little bit of a problem. And then we saw you getting lapped by one of the GT3s, and I think you were a little bit annoyed because the headlights were flashing as you came round. I think it was cops. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, you looked a little bit frustrated by the move.
Yes, very much so. He could have waited. He pushed me wide. And then kind of started. I think there may have been some contact, but he didn't need to do it there. Perhaps on one of the tighter corners of the circuit, he could have waited until after the corner. It would have saved a lot of frustration and perhaps even some damage as well. But you can't tell him.
No, you can't, mate. But you know, doing really well. And then has the full course yellow affected your tactics, stint times, or anything like that? Have you had to adjust, or is it just races plan A?
I mean, obviously, you do save a little bit of fuel, I suppose, and the tyres last a little bit longer. But I think we're sticking to plan A. We're going to see how it goes. I did go a little bit longer than what we initially planned, but I'm quite happy to have done that and got them a couple of GT3s out of the way for Steve and got past the McLaren. Fortunately, he managed to jump Steve on the first out lap he got. But I mean, it's all good. It's all good. I'm quite confident in a good pace. Steve's quite quick. If the weather stays nice, then great, and if it rains, even better.
Good stuff, mate. Well, we'll let you get back to the restroom, as it were, get a drink, get ready for your next stint, mate, and good luck for the rest of the race. And thanks for joining us in the interview booth. That's Steve Haley from the Simsport Porsche Cayman car number 6.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Steve.
There we go.
Yeah, it's good to hear from him. But from one Steve to another Steve, because Steve Hindon's now taken over the car on the back of Matt Richards on the main screen. Good to hear from drivers after their stint. You know, when they've got their opinions fresh. Oh, that's one of the Mercs
Someone's in trouble.
I think that was trying to get out of the way. I think that Merc was trying to get out of the way of the lead battle coming through with Boothby and Niox. I did see in chat, by the way, that someone said about Boothby that at the moment he doesn't have a teammate. That's why he's trying to push it as far as he can, because at the moment he doesn't have a teammate, which means that Niels van der Kuchel is not getting in the car or something, or at least is not available yet.
Oh, that'll be interesting, because surely he's going
to.
Well, surely does that mean that he has no choice but to exceed the time limit?
It'll be a DQ.
It would be, wouldn't
Actually,
it?
we'll hand that one to Steve. It'll be a DQ ...
Well, the way that the sim actually handles it, if they don't follow the rules regarding the pit stops, he will automatically get a 130-second penalty at the end of the race.
Lovely.
But yeah, he's obviously outside of if he exceeds his 100 minutes. I mean, there's nothing to stop him taking this car as far as he can now on the fuel he's got on board. But when he comes into pit, he's going to realistically, for it to count as a mandatory stop, he's going to have to hand over. Again, he could stop, put fuel in it, and go back out again, but it wouldn't count as a mandatory stop. And then he's got to stay under the 100 minutes.
Right, great info. Thank you, Steve. By the way, the two Nita Velux cars that were leading. Oh, as we've got the Yazheat 49 car flying through the middle. Who's behind that one at the moment? It's Andrea Capaccia.
Capaccia, yeah.
Those two Nita Velux cars and Matt Webb as well for Zancho Simsport, all entering the pit lane, which means the lead should head back the way of the number 12 car. Whoa! Steve Hindon sneaking in there. Wow, that was close.
Someone's not afraid to get their elbows out. Goodness,
oh my goodness me.
He could have struck a match off the car. That was so close.
Yeah, I mean, considering that's probably only his third or fourth lap in the car, that was judgment beyond belief, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's terrified me. So that's good. It's so tight though, because the thing is, he wants to get back onto the racing line as quick as possible. So you effectively mitigate the time loss. You see this Bentley coming through as well. That's a John Alesi eSports one. Flying through the middle there. So again, just the quicker in the second class you get back online, the better. And it's why I've always said in endurance scenarios, if I'm picking a class, I'm picking the lead class, and it's not so I can win the race overall or anything like that. It's because the thing is, in a scenario where you're the lead car, you're the one making decisions when you're coming through the grid. Whereas when you're in the lower class, in this sense GT4, you're not the one making a choice. If they're going to go for it, they're going to go for it, and you have to avoid their mess. And I'm not a fan of that. We see Jenson Button battling it out with Ross McGregor, Roscoe, the Scotsman, into the pit lane. He's going. Ross McGregor lives near. He's not going to the pit lane. Oh no, he is.
Yes, he is.
He lives near Knock Hill though, so his closest home circuit in the United Kingdom is quite different to Silverstone.
Somewhat.
He does love taking photographs there. I saw he'd uploaded. This is about 2 years ago. Took a photograph of a V8 supercar flying it around Knock Hill. That would have been a sight.
If you want terrifying, dear Lord. Those things are skitty at the best of times, and well, I mean they're used to the elevations of Bathurst, so that Knock Hill has got a fair amount of elevation change, but not that severe. But
unfortunately, that V8 supercar bit the bullet at where was it? I can't remember which circuit it was actually. I think Cadwell Park. It bit the bullet there. It went into the barrier and got very much destroyed. So
ouch! And again,
that's an F.
Yeah, and Cadwell is one of those very, very twisty, bumpy circuits. So yeah, that's the last place I'd want to take a V8. Oh, as we see, one of the McLarens, one of the RJN McLarens.
Traffic, yeah.
Well, I think he might have gone a little bit squiggly as the lead of the race overall has now handed over to Niox in the BMW. Nearly gets a face full of the 48 placed McLaren. Well judged there. It's funny you mentioned, Lewis, about the quicker, slower cars. I've been in a multi-class GT3, GT4 race. I was actually in the slower class, mainly because of lack of confidence of my own ability. But you do get
egotistical.
But you do get that there is an element of nervousness when there's a lot of GT3s around you. And I must say, I think you touched on this as well earlier, Steve, that our GT4 drivers have done brilliantly well, by and large, to stay composed. Because there have been times when we saw, certainly I think it was the number 6 car, absolutely swarmed. I think it was Stephen Haley before he handed that over. I think we're about to see Ross Gunn absolutely mobbed in a minute. And
God,
so far,
coming through.
and you know they're there. You can see that. Oops, that's not the ideal way of dealing with Chapel.
It's one way to get mobbed, though.
Yeah. Well, at least he has the actually option here. Although he's gone for the middle of the road, he could have gone to the absolute edge or stayed on the inside line and just gotten out of the gas, which is not what he wants to do because he'll lose time against everybody ahead of him. Oh, that was close. Jenson timed that brilliantly well. That could have been very near, front right to contact with rear left there.
There's contact behind.
No!
As he gets overtaken basically by his own car as well, does Ross Gunn, firing it through.
No.
GT3 spec anyway. Oh, there was definite contact.
That was
Also
Caruso.
battle for position there with the GT4s as they came through that melee. Parker and Gunn are actually battling for position.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane there. Here we go. So Ross Gunn, used to driving a slightly faster Aston Martin, gets passed by a Bentley, but does actually gain, or I think he at least holds a position on Parker. He's now down the inside. Parker, oh, that's actually quite nicely done there from the GT4 AMG. Nice stuff.
He's done brilliantly well. There's the Aston that's just recovering. That's the 127. I thought it was the 27. It's is that Aaron Martin Pilkington that's coming through, who's now recovering from that incident. But yeah, he's doing brilliant. Ross Gunn is doing brilliantly well. I would have panicked with that many GT3s around me, but you've got to bear in mind the amount of other cars around you. You can't just occupy the racing line because you know that you should be if there's someone else already in it. That sounds like a very obvious statement because that's just racing 101. But your instinct is to mind your own business and to occupy the racing line, and you might not be aware that someone has just absolutely banzaied into it. So whilst the emphasis is on you as the slower class to be more predictable, you've got to have your wits about you, especially when there's a lot of the quicker class around you, as we now see John Munro in the 15 Bentley has got a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, we'll get that on screen. I've just seen as to what's happened with that one. Jenson Button, by the way, has come into the pit lane and handed over to Chris Buncombe, now down in 11th place behind John Munro. We've still got a few drivers yet to stop. There it is, car number 15, 5-second warning, 5-second penalty and a warning. So it's not too big of a deal. That's for collision with car number 44. That would have been James Parker behind the wheel at the point. That's the GT4 car that we were looking at earlier. The AMG, the Merc, I believe, in GT4 they made contact with. Easily done coming through traffic, but either way, a 5-second time penalty. I don't think they don't have to instantly take that. Same thing in Formula 1. That it's over their head and it will be added onto the next pit stop. Steve?
Absolutely right. Yeah, it will be added to the next pit stop, and if it happens at the end of the race, it will be added to the race time. As we're looking at the MSL Aston Martin there of Nolla, who is now actually in the lead of the race. Yeah,
certainly as now Yox has been into the pit lane, yet to stop into the lead. I think Boothby has been in. I'm literally like, Boothby's been in and he's not had a. Yeah, because he didn't have a driver swap. I'm with it. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I am with it.
Yeah, but we see the Yaz Heat, number 39, has gone back up into second position now in the hands of Mikhail Stastensko, having received that one from Yaroslav Honzik. So now further down the field, looking at Ross Gunn again in the 87 car. He's chasing one of the Porsches coming into Brooklands. Again, even still, you see that he's having to just almost wrestle the car into behaving as a look at the amount of turn. I know Luffield is a tight corner, but that looked like a lot of understeer he was dealing with. The GT4 drivers, as you were mentioning earlier, Steve, will be used to dealing with a bit more slippery tyres, but I'm a little surprised he's wrestling it that hard.
Yeah, the GT4s, the art of driving those is you've got to wait for the car to react. You've got to nurse it. You've got to bully it at points, but really you've got to wait for that car to react. I mean, Ross Gunn's doing a great job here. Obviously, we saw him a lap ago get overtaken by Parker in car 44 in front. He's doing his best to hang on and potentially fight back for that position as we see him fighting for control there. But he's doing, like I say, he's doing a great job. And yeah, the GT4s, I would say they're probably in some respects a little bit harder to wheel around the track than the GT3s.
Here's Munro on Santoro. Also behind that is Camera, who's dropped way down. That's Niox's car, who's now behind this in the BMW. We'll keep an eye on him and try and find out what's happened to the number 62 car. But either way, 15 of John Munro, Jean Lacey Esports Academy driver of Santoro. That's the one that Matteo Caruso was in earlier in the race, the white, blue and black. You're going to see that livery a bit more since they're sort of starting sim racing last year. They've become a little bit bigger, taken a lot of the drivers from what was Nita Velix, what Singularity was, which Nita Velix is now. It's all very confusing. Drivers have gone over to John Lacey from that outfit anyway, and so they've actually been bolstered. They've got a lot larger contingent of drivers and some very, very talented drivers, the likes of Matteo Caruso, Alan Terzic, who was supposed to be in this race, and Jordi Zviers, all these people that are at the top of the sim racing elite elsewhere. It's a pretty strong lineup now. I've got to say, though, in GT4, as an FYI, Joachim Steinsnace is now in the lead of the race. That was Rory McDuff. So through the pit stop sequence, they've actually gained a fair amount. So it seems to be working out for them, at least for now. Power to them.
No, I was watching the times as obviously Honzik handed over and Arnold was in the car, and when Honzik's car came out of the pits, it was only actually 2.5 seconds ahead of Arnold. So I'm thinking that Arnold's maybe had an incident somewhere around the track. It's now given they've lost touch with that car by over 10 seconds, I believe.
Well, okay, right. So here's a question to you. This comes from me, who's a noob in ACC, as the cool kids would say. Let's say, for example, you have damage repairs. We see some racing going on there. It's getting a bit feisty here, isn't it? We've got McLeod, Frobar, Weller. It's all kind of in this mix as well. As McLeod's going down the inside of the Ferrari. Nice work. That's the 222. I think that's one that's not for position. Oh no, it's for position.
It was. Yeah.
No, it was for Robert.
It was Weller. I wonder what happened there. Oh my goodness me.
Weller's dropped back. This is an absolute mad battle pack. We'll go back to my question in just a second. As the Ferrari was trying to challenge into Abbey, they've got a GT4 as well. Nearly made contact. Opens the door for the Red Bull branded Ferrari of Robert to fire through. He's got the inside though. The Porsche doesn't really know which way to go. There's contact with the Aston. The number 6, our pole sitting car in GT4 goes round. That is a terrible shame. Just a very sort of messy scenario there. And realistically, Peter Hroba has sort of gained advantage from it. I don't really feel it was his fault. It was just sort of very, very messy in the middle.
Yeah, I think the stewards will certainly be looking at that one. That'll be one for them to review. I just wanted to touch on John Munro as well, as we're riding on board with him now, and he's got his 5-second penalty. But he raced with us a couple of weeks ago in our 12-hour race, and when it was raining, he was 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else on the track.
Wow!
Messaged him today and said to him, if you can come back to tonight with the same pace you left Nürburgring with, you'll be on for a win. And he just said, "I'm just hoping for rain." So he's doing his rain dance, but he's certainly firing that Bentley up the field now in 8th place.
Yeah, being a Scotsman, he loves a bit of rain. Just a bit of news here as we see Hartnell with Max Coates. Of course, Max Coates winning in the mini challenge this year. Of course, finished runner-up in the Clio Cup that supports the British touring cars. Gets past there. That's a lovely move from Hartnell. But there was big news. I don't know if we can get this on screen. Race leader, car number 39, drive-through penalty applied from the race directors. So that is legit.
Wow.
So our race leaders in GT3 have a drive-through penalty. It's for causing collision with car 888. Wow. That is a big, big call. So the car that was piloted by Yaroslav Honzik, now piloted by Mikhail Stutsenko, with a drive-through penalty. They were already serving it. So Schintz in that 888, that's why they weren't very close. That was the car that was by Schill. Now is going to take the lead in GT3. Big call approaching the halfway mark.
I did wonder how we ended up with a 25-odd second gap up front. We obviously didn't see the incident on the stream, but yeah, Marek Schintz is the one that's piloting. Now takes over the lead of the race. So with Boothby still solo piloting the 99 McLaren. But yeah, well. Honzik will not be pleased about that. He did absolutely nothing wrong. Doing brilliantly well to fend off for the lead for so long. And that, well, assuming they don't have any other incidents of that ilk, that has potentially been a very strong position for the 39. I mean, they're not too far off the lead, and we still have another hour and 45 to go. But that sort of thing really does. Again, we're talking about the mental game going on. That sort of thing weighs on your mind. You know you've had this sort of penalty, especially when you've got teammates that can be affected. So we see a move. That was a great effort there by Camara in the G2 Esports number 62. But he just unfortunately caught that GT4 car at the wrong time.
Contact.
Oh no, he's hit the 27 Bentley. Oh no, I did.
That's John Munro. I think Munro's going to be gaining from all of this as we've got the RJN car in the middle of all of it. Oh, my goodness me. Munro didn't get by Santoro. Camara did not get by anyone who loses out on all of this.
Wow.
And now the man recovering from a drive-through penalty, Mikhail Stutsenko, in ninth place. He is already here. You're absolutely right. The race is plenty long enough for him to come back from it, and he is wasting no time at all.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make before all that lot kicked off is that sort of thing can weigh on your mind. It makes you doubt that. We were talking at the top of the show about that inner voice that doubts everything. It does make you second think what you do. Although no one seems to have told Stutsenko that, as he's now right on the tail of Arthur Camara in that BMW, as we are focused on Stutsenko in the 39 Yaz Heat McLaren. He's got three positions at least in his eyesight.
Oh.
So talking about dangling the carrot.
Just saw John Munro there had to apply the brake there, getting stuck behind the 87 that we're coming. 97 rather, that we're coming up on. Had to dab the brake a little bit behind Santoro. It's just allowed this lot to come up. Oh, the 747 just getting a little bit dived there from the G2 Esports car that Camara is now piloting. It is very, very feisty here. The battle for fifth place for Santoro, Munro, Camara, Stutsenko. With this battling this hard as going down the inside. Stutsenko on the 62. Oh my goodness me, at Club Corner. It's going to give him the advantage at Abbey. Wasn't able to do it though. The G2 Esports BMW M6 is able to hold firm around the outside. Stutsenko was very close to making a move there. It didn't quite work. It might open up the door though for a potential move, just not quite yet. What a move. Good. What an attempt though.
Yeah, good move, but great defense from Camara. That could have gone horribly wrong. It's not easy to make a move at club. It is very easy to understeer off the road and just send both of you off into a spin. Brilliantly held by both of them as we see Santoro, Munro, Camara and Stutsenko in that shot, all, 2 seconds apart at best? So great scrap going on here. I wouldn't want to be Santoro right now. That's a lot of pressure. You can see a lot of headlights behind him.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day at the office for him. I wonder if very quickly though I can get this question out to Steve, and it comes down to the damage. We were speaking about this earlier. In some sims, you're basically forced to take that damage. Are you forced in this scenario? Do you have to take the damage, or can you sort of like the damage repair? Or can you sort of just be like, no, I can drive with this car, I'm going to ignore the damage repair, we're just going to do tyres, fuel and driver swap?
No, you can actually decide not to repair the damage. When you go into the pits, it tells you on your MFD display, your multifunction display, how long, how many seconds damage you've got. So if you've only got 5, 10, 15 seconds, quite often, depending how the car's feeling, it's not worth fixing. You just carry on. But yeah, or you can choose to repair it.
Can you cancel it?
Yes.
As in like mid stop, can you cancel it?
Oh no! Once you've entered the pit stop,
I did wonder.
When you're coming down the pit lane, you can alter it, but as soon as you've switched the engine off and the pit stop has commenced, you can't change it.
Well, there we go. Here we are then, getting a replay. Let's see what happens. We're running in towards Abbey. Not sure quite who we're looking at. You've got one of the Yaz Heat cars following though. This is the. Driver was it? Oh wow! Okay, that was a bit of contact. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. That would have been Senko. That's what the penalty came from.
Okay.
I'm with it. That was the 888 car. Now it all makes sense.
Oops, that's the 87 car being a little bit caught out there. And again, not doing anything wrong, just suddenly being swamped. I think we saw the 97 car, the Sancho Aston being caught out a lap or so. I think that's Aidan Millward that's piloting that one. That may have just been caught up in an incident that really couldn't do a lot about. But here we see, goodness me, it's John Munro fending off Arthur Camara as best he can with Statchenko. Oh, that's a little bit deep into Brooklands for the BMW, but there's no real loss there as Luffield is right on top of you very quickly. Little bit of breathing space for Santoro. Can he break away from this pack? I mean, possibly. He's got a back marker right ahead of him that won't help his case. And Munro is wrestling that Bentley through tops.
He had 2 bites of the cherry there, didn't he, for turning in? I think he just turned in a little bit too early.
And easily done, but that's getting busy. I would not have wanted to be that Merc, that GT4 Merc at the back. I can't see who it is, but I would not have wanted to be them going on right now. But again, that is the nature of multi-class racing. Oh, here we go. We're going to see some shuffling going on. There's essentially 2 pairs of fights going on here, or 1 pair of fights going on. I should say, is Munro going to try and banzai that one on the inside of Stone? Not quite. Very, very close. That gave the 62. There's Camara a little bit of a run, but again, nowhere to use it. All of them doing a brilliant job. I'm kind of expecting this to be a very big mess. Is that Satchenko trying to make a move?
Yes,
again?
it is.
There he goes. He's that was firm but fair from the McLaren. Nicely done. That is 7th position. Wrestled finally from Arthur Camara's possession. Oh, is that another fidget going on? Not quite.
Yes, Statsenko, great move there to hold it all the way around the outside. We saw Jenson Button trying that a little bit earlier in the race. Made it stick this occasion. And of course, we saw that plenty of battling happen for the race lead between Darren King and Yaroslav Honzik. Trying to go around the outside of the club, work this time. And there goes Camara down to 8th place. Must be said, battle for the race lead. We look back to Fitzpatrick in the 987 car. I think he's quite close to Ross Gunn, who's ahead. Got the McLaren Zancho firing it through the inside. But yeah, the race lead, I'm pretty sure it was quite close at the top of GT3 with a 888 going for the race lead. Of course, it must be said, there we are. You see Shintz there after the spin, after being escorted into the spin for Coach Dave Academy. Currently in 2nd place, but remember, for one, that's after a spin for starters, but also Boothby hasn't taken one of the required driver swaps yet. So hopefully he'll be able to take them. But either way, I would say the race lead is definitely in this team's hands. 8.7 seconds clear at the top end. That's quite impressive as we focus down to Kev Critchley and Tobin Lee, who battle for 28th on the road as Sam Cairns has been into the pit lane. Oh, God, we're nearly halfway through the race. I was wondering, well, God, they've only got like 1 pit stop to go. They must be getting pretty close. They're ticking them off.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I would have thought it'd be a little bit early to have had the 2nd one, but these guys know what they're doing. Again, I wonder whether they're shortening the stint of the 2nd driver to try and maximise the faster driver's time in the car. They know what they're doing. We can only surmise about it as we look at Sean Arnold in the Fordzilla 38 McLaren on the tail of Capaccia in the 49 for Yas Heat. So again, a great fight for third position here. I wonder how that gap between second and third is formed. I think it's from possibly, no, it's grown this time around. That was at one point it was over 11 seconds, so that has decreased a bit, but I think it's now being rebuilt as we see the mighty GT4 battle going on. Here is Aidan Millward. I think got very much caught out in an instant earlier on. He's in a great big scrap as that's one of the GT3 rocket cars coming through.
It was on the back of a very damaged Vidago there in the 747. We have seen that car in a few incidents. That's Team Terra Racing. There is a bit of damage on that vehicle, it must be said, on the front end. So I'm pretty sure he's feeling that behind the wheel. A little bit of an update as we're getting it through in chat. We're under full course yellow. This is a code 8 then, that's not what it is. We have just gone under full course yellow. So this will last a few seconds. Everyone slows down. We'll wait for a team, a driver, whatever it is, to rejoin the circuit because it causes a little bit of lag, and then we'll be back racing again. Shouldn't take too long. Ooh, hopefully everyone's reacted in time though. It's very easy not to.
Bit of a breather, if nothing else, for particularly those here, as we switch back to the lead battle, it gives them a bit of a breather.
So the 38, this is the one that we're looking at, the Team Fordzilla car on the main screen. This was obviously the car that was battling for the race victory with Jaroslav Honzik at the start of the race. I don't quite know what happened to the Fordzilla car, but it went from a lead for the battle for the lead. I'll get there eventually. Now down to fourth place. Realistically, it's third with Boothby. A bit of an update on that is that his teammate couldn't join the server in the first place, so that's why Niels van der Koekolt isn't able to race. So Boothby's sort of out there by himself, unfortunately. So that's why it is. So he'll be able to get to the checkered flag, but we're receiving a fair penalty for his efforts, unfortunately. But nevertheless, it is a shame. But yeah, what happened? What happened to Arnold? He'll be battling with that 39 car anytime soon, though, because Senko. That is also a very good point.
He got spun out by these 39, didn't he?
That was the 888. That was Shins.
Oh, wasn't he? Yeah, bigger bump.
The thing is, though, is in this scenario, because this full course yellow is lasting a fair while, look at this, coming out of the final corner, Vidago, they're all going to come into the pit lane and serve a penalty, because obviously we're slow at the moment. Even if it goes green, taking to the pit lane now is less expensive.
Yeah.
At the moment, the 404 car, which is a great number, by the way, Stevenson behind the wheel of that, coming into the pit lane. Obviously, connection lost racing, which I was told before the broadcast by someone, Steve, that 404 isn't a connection loss number; it's an error code. It's 52, which it should be, but 404 is still a great number, and I will. That is a hill I will die on, Steve.
Absolutely, mate. It's just one of those small facts that we probably didn't need to know.
It's great facts. I'll give it that. You learn something new every day.
I will point out they couldn't take 52 because that's the NHR Racing Bentley. So that's probably why.
They could have paid for it.
Well,
you wouldn't want to do that. Let's
split a different hair with you, Mr. McGlade.
But as I said before the broadcast, when I was told that if it was the 52, I would not have found it funny because I didn't know that 52 was that. Whereas the fact that it being 404, that's just pretty funny. So I'll take it. There goes Michael O'Brien. I think that's down the inside of Scepter, going through Club Corner, and we've also got the Mercedes. The Mercedes behind him is Scepter, and then it's the Aston Martin. So that's Coates who's actually got by. Coates was very slow off that restart then, and he's dropped 2 places because he's dropped to Scepter and to O'Brien, and O'Brien's gained 2. And Scepter sat there thinking, I've just overtaken someone. I'm in the same spot, for goodness sake.
I think there's been a swap between the Mercedes and the Aston in the back of the shot. Yeah, there's the Aston just nudging into shot there. So the 23, minding his own business. Michael O'Brien for the in the RJN McLaren. Bearing down on
Coates in the background. We just saw Coates getting, I think it was diving down the inside. Certainly, or was getting getting
dived upon.
Dived upon, divin on. We'll go with that. It's not even remotely correct. But we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. That was the first place my brain went. But Max Coates then did get past and then got back through. Did Scepter. So unfortunately, it's really not worked out there for the runner-up in the Clio Cup. Oh, that'll be a track excursion.
Just a little bit. As the 49 car comes in, there's Andrea Capaccia is going to hand that back over, assumedly, to Eamon. No, yes, they have. Yep, I think they're going to hand that one back over to Eamon Murphy.
Just remember there, though, with Michael O'Brien, who's in 12th place at the moment, give a shout out to him because Luca Burke, his teammate, was backwards at this corner not that long ago. So they've done very, very well to have recovered up towards the top 10. Whether they'll get a top 10 towards the end of the race, either way, we know that Michael O'Brien is a very quick driver. I met him at the Simply Race venue. Obviously, with Mike Yao doing the broadcast, I can drop that one in. That's fine. Met him before he raced in British GT. A very talented driver, whether it's in sim racing or in real motorsport. So good to see him on the grid and good to see him moving his way up the order. He's got a bit of a way to go to catch Jack McIntyre, who's in a battle with Hartnell. We focus on the battle between Santoro. Stutsenko has got to the front of this train. So you'd hope for Stutsenko's sake that he's going to try and pull away as Camera and Monroe are all still very, very close.
That's William Hendrickson in the 12 Porsche for Pretend. That's another team member, like Pretend Racing Organisation, like it. Approved by me. Yeah, that's him getting absolutely mullered by all sorts of GT3s coming through. That's again very close for the 77. Oh, someone doing a bit of lawn mowing. Wow, that's someone really trying to get out of the way.
Wow. So Senko's going to lose out here.
He's going to lose out. Potentially he's going to be boxed in behind. I think there's an Aston at the bottom of the shot. No, side by side coming down the hanger straight. Someone else trying to join in.
G2.
Yeah, is that Monroe that's trying to join in? No, that's Camara on the outside of Stowe, trying to make the move on Santoro. Does he get it done?
Yes,
he does.
Yes, he does.
He's then going to have the inside of Vale. That was brilliantly timed. Very, very patient. Is the move complete? Yes, they did before they get in the club. That was brilliantly driven.
Yeah, that was very, very nice work from Camera there. It was the 747 GT4 car that sort of got sat in the middle of there. The Team Terra Racing car that Vidago, I think, is currently driving. It was just sort of right place. He held all the way to the left-hand side, so he didn't sort of impede any of these GT3s coming through. It was just a great run. And I think basically from all of that, Santoro, who we're looking at, kind of got distracted a little bit coming out of Chapel. By Stutsenko's mistake, and then Camera was like, "Oh, you two are going to be making mistakes. I'll take advantage of that. Then I'll have a piece of that pie."
Well, if you must.
Yeah, exactly. I love it when you're going for an overtake and then they just make a mistake. It makes life so much easier. Right-hand side of your screen, Ross Gunn and Macaulay battling it out. I'm sure we've all had that kind of scenario where it's just like, "Oh, I'm up to the back of it. Oh, they've gone off the road. That's easy."
Yeah, you still kind of mentally plan what you're going to do, and then it's like, oh, okay, part the seas for me. Thank you very much. I'll have some of that. Yeah, as we see in the bottom right of the shot, the 44 car having its own argument. Joe Macaulay in the Coast Save Academy GT4 Mercedes on the back of one of the Zancho cars, letting through. Can't quite see, that's the Ferrari that he's just let through as the main shot. Still shows lots of side-by-side Maggins and Beckett. It's never a comfortable place to be. As on the back of Santoro, there's is that Monroe? Can't quite see from that angle. Yeah, I think it is John Monroe in the chasing Bentley in the number 15 car. Goodness me, I'd be terrified going side by side with Maggins and Beckett.
It's thrilling stuff. It really is. They are very much pushing it to the limit. By the way, we've just got a word of another 5-second time penalty. That one goes to the number 28 car. That's Racing ON3, and I'm pretty sure it should be Riccardo Schiavi behind the wheel at the moment. There it is, popping up onto your screen. So another, just a small penalty coming through, but nevertheless applied regardless, as they're still battling it out heavily. Monroe absolutely applying pressure to Santoro, desperate to get through. You'll see Zancho and John Lacey Esports battling it out a little bit in other championships. So the pressure cooker moves on into another sense. So they're loving life racing. We've got GT4 still battling it out on the right hand side. I believe it was, it wasn't Aidan Millward, it was a GT3 Aston coming through. Aidan Millward's dropped off a lot from this lot, because I'm pretty sure he wasn't too far off Macaulay. a little bit earlier on. So that battle still continues. Just going to go to Steve quickly. It's looking pretty cold out there as Macaulay holds on, or gets through rather, on Ross Gunn at Stowe. Little move down the inside, wasn't too much pressure on that. Looks pretty cold out there. That's surely going to be affecting grip.
Yeah, obviously it will be. I mean, they'll have the tyre pressures set to compensate for that, and the setups will be trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. So they possibly, they'll be driving around it, but the lap times don't look to be suffering. I mean, looking at around the sort of like high 57s, low 58s in amongst traffic for the leaders at the moment. Some of the other guys are doing around the 58s, 59s. So yeah, the track temperature is still 21 degrees, so it's not too bad. It's not beyond the realms. We're racing through the night when it's down at sort of 14, 13 degrees and even lower. So no, it's okay at the moment. It's just those rain clouds that I'm looking for. I just want a little bit of rain.
Oh, a sprinkling would very much spice up what we have, wouldn't it? Oh, it would make it very juicy indeed. The thing is, though, when it is cold, I'm pretty sure this is a thing with in ACC, from what I've been told when speaking to the Sancho guys, is you can get graining, can't you, on the tyre?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tyre model in ACC is very, very good. It replicates the flat spots, graining, everything, and when we get the wet weather, you can, the grip level, it goes in steps down to losing grip the wetter the track gets, and the reverse when it dries. So the tyre model and the handling model is very, very good. So yeah, you can destroy your tyres through too much locking up, wheel spinning, sliding, spinning, and the temperature of the track temperature does very much affect them, but there are ways around it, as I say, with the setup, with the tyre pressures, with the toe, the camber. You can set a car up to maintain track pressure, and it has to be said, we've had a practice server on all week replicating more or less what we expect in the race, so the guys have had sort of plenty of time to set the cars up and sort things out for the session.
Yeah, we've got Ross Gunn on screen at the moment. You're absolutely right. I mean, I've seen, this is the things, I saw them all on that server, sort of driving around and getting used to the car. That's a bit of lap traffic that Ross Gunn's going through on the that Aston Martin on the left-hand side of your screen. They're the Porsche coming through as well. He's dropped off a little bit from Macaulay. I'm pretty sure McIntyre was very, very close with a battle somewhere up towards the top 10 in GT3. Also, whilst John Munro and Santoro are battling it out, Chris Buncombe is very much getting a part of it. It was Hartnell, so he's actually passed Hartnell, has McIntyre, because it was very, very close before. A fair amount of, I don't know if that's damage or if it's just rubber flecks all over the side of the car. I always said this about sim racing and stuff. It's one thing that a couple of sims capture quite well and some really don't, is that, when you cross the line in a race, as Shintz is in the pit lane in the 888, I want the car to be dirty, because it should be dirty. A finished race car at the end of a race is dirty, right? It's not pristine, it's not clean, it's got rubber all over it, it's got paint flecks coming off, because they get covered in garbage when driving, and I love that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is replicated really well, as you say, in ACC, as we can see the cars are picking up rubbish, they're picking up debris, and as a driver, when you're looking through the windscreen, that also picks up debris and rubbish as the race goes on, and they'll not notice it as much today, but when the sun's low and things like that, it really does affect your vision. So yeah, ACC really excels at that.
It does indeed. Steve Senko is taking over third place as the 888 car has come into the pit lane of Shins to hand off to Schill. Down in 11th place, they are now ahead of Scepter. Senko, a good 7 seconds or so off of Arnold, which is a fair margin. But of course, after the drive-through that they've served, their focus becomes on that 38 and the 888 when it comes down towards the checkered flag. Keep seeing Ross Gunn popping up on stream, of course. I did say that he races in real life, of course. He's a bit used to some faster cars going past him, being LMP1s, LMP2s and that lot. Obviously, Aston Martin Racing driver in WEC and that lot. Yeah, it's a bit of a change of pace, isn't it, Chris? having these flying through.
Also, different handling characteristics. I mean, an LMP car will stick to pretty much anything you drive it on. These things will slide quite merrily, especially when the temperatures are not at not sort of summer temperatures. As we see Statsenko, he's just that's why the 38 car has come in. Oh goodness me, that's lapped traffic. That was the that's the 52 car. That's Hillebrand that has just gone through. Flash of the lights there from Arthur Camara.
Sports,
yeah. Oh, that's getting close. That's the McLaren Shadow car having an argument with the Ferrari. That is that's Tobin Lee. That's having a squabble with Riley. Oh, outside of Stowe, he couldn't quite commit enough, but he's going to have a crack at the inside of Ellie. Nope, he's backed out of that one. A lovely scrap.
Critchley very much there as well. Look at that.
Yeah, Kev Critchley right there in the number 3 car. They've been in twice. Eamon Murphy's back in charge of the second Yas Heat McLaren. Now on the back of, was that Scepter that he's having? It is. Ooh, as he nearly slams into the back of the Mercedes. Now with that's one of the GT4 McLarens trying to get out of the way, and dutifully does, but that put the Mercedes slightly off the boy a little bit, and the McLaren, sweet on the outside of Stowe. Nicely done.
That is delicious.
You were talking earlier, Steve, about a driver getting in and getting on with it straight away. I think that's just, I don't think Murphy's been back in charge of that car for very long. But wow, that was a cracking move.
Yeah, absolutely. Did that so confidently, and it was just so sure-footed. He knew what he wanted to do before he got anywhere near that corner, and he just carried out that move. And like you say, not long in the car, and that's what I mean. That's the difference between these guys, as we see another gaggle of cars coming down the pit straight. But yeah, that's close. That's too close.
No.
That might be dodgy there for the 38 car.
That's Coates.
There was a GT4 there in front of them, but you've got to read the road. You can't accelerate into a car. I think that might be pretty ominous there for King, who's just freshly taken over the Team Vortilla car. It's not ideal, is it?
I don't think Max is going to be very happy about that, as it did look from that camera angle that Eamon Murphy just tried to drive through him. We couldn't really see. It was a very close angle, so we'd need to see that one again to probably evaluate it, but I do suspect that there is going to be a penalty for the 49 McLaren coming its way. That's
the 38. It was a 38, not the 49.
Beg your pardon. Yes, it was because we were looking at. Here it is again. So as we can get a wider shot. So there at the bottom of the shot is the GT4 McLaren. So did that just make the Aston brake a little bit earlier than Darren was?
Slowed up on the corner.
That's it. So
unfortunately, I'd call that. Like, I mean, this is we were sat in the commentary being like, I'm going to call that, and I'm going to call that. I would, unfortunately, in my opinion, that's a penalty for King, because, like you say, you've got to read the road. And sure, there was a GT4 there, and maybe you couldn't have predicted Coates to have been that slow on the exit. But it is actually your job to kind of predict those things as a race driver, and unfortunately, he picked it wrong. It's not as bad as it looks. Like, fair enough, those kind of things happen. But at the same time, as he gets by the 404 connection lost racing car of Lawrence, King making his way back up the order, you kind of be hard pressed not to give him at least something for that.
Yeah, there was no malice there. Certainly, there was no intention of driving the 11 car off the road, but you are the chasing car. You're the one behind you. It is up to you not to slam into the person in front. He'd have seen that there was a GT4 there, but probably didn't anticipate the Aston maybe bearing down on it as quickly as he did. Again, a pure misjudgment, absolutely, but I wouldn't be surprised if Darren King gets a penalty for that.
Yeah, and as you were saying there, Lewis, it's so easy as a commentator to sit here and make those judgments, and I have had my fingers burnt many times in my short career for doing just that, and then watching the replays and seeing things. But seeing that replay, it's down to the following driver to read the road, and he didn't jam his brakes on. He just braked a little bit earlier than he would have done normally because of the GT4 car.
I mean, I've had my fingers burnt as well, but then you've also got to be. I don't really care. So I'll say it anyway. It's easily done. As you say, hindsight's 20/20 as well, and it's very easy to sit on the byline as well and make the judgment. Obviously, the race directors will have to make that call as long as it's all reported and stuff. We look at the GT4 race leader. It's a 1-2 again for Nita Velix, as they are yet to take to the pit lane for a second time. Joachim Steinsness leading from Max Barkley. I'm sure they'll be freshly ready to hand over to the co-drivers. Of course, the number 30 we're looking at back to the American of Rory McDuff, and the American currently behind the other car, Max Barkley, back to Frederick Schroeder. Max Barkley, got to give him a good shout out. I think he's doing actually quite well, because he's not really sim raced very much in the recent past. It did his fair share before that. Kind of hasn't really raced, has been sort of a bit more behind the scenes in Nita Velik's running their social media and stuff. I'd say getting into this car, his pace, he's doing a fair job. Currently running in second, of course.
Oh no!
Oh my god, that is the worst bit of commentary that I've ever had. That's the commentary curse. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one. But either way, he's doing a good job apart from whatever just happened there.
I'm just
I didn't
cannoning
see it
someone
very
into the
well.
road. Oh, that was a shame. I think that was just, again, a very tiny misjudgment, but the speed they were going at, unfortunately, I didn't quite see who it was that got cannoned into the wall.
PSR. It was one of the PSR cars, one of the PSR Bentleys, I think.
I think it was the 118, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, because it's the red one. Yeah,
Yes,
I think it was
yeah.
the 118 as well. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that.
And John Clements is currently at the wheel of that one again.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. See,
No.
the thing is, I'm not too sure who went into who in that scenario. And
Yeah,
I
I'm not
wasn't.
sure
I
either.
wasn't looking at the time. This is the kind of time, Steve, where you're sort of like, I'll sit on the fence until I see it. Big
I
shame.
don't care.
Yeah,
I will-
exactly. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. High
I will
five for bad
point out, we commentators have an obligation to sit on the fence. That is our prerogative, and we will use it. And we are using it right now.
Yeah.
As we see Honzik back in charge of the lead Yas Heat car, currently 8th position. I think he's actually in 7th now, because I think he's that's
past
Septa behind
Septa,
him
yeah,
now.
yeah.
So yeah, oops, as that's Darren King. Oh look, the 39 and the 38 are looking to cross swords again very quickly. I think we've seen that somewhere before. That Mercedes does not look very happy. I wonder if it was that one that actually got sent into the wall. I wonder if it was Septa then. I wonder if it was the 106. Because that car looked very rearranged from that particular camera angle. We will see. We'll see in due course. But yeah, Yaroslav is... I wonder if he's going to be feeling a bit frustrated, because of course he did all that work fending off the lead, and then that penalty came the way of his teammate, and we have a full course yellow.
Now we have a full course yellow. We have John Munro in first place, needing to do a pit stop to get back in line with everybody else. If you were him now, would you not go into the pits and do that?
Can we see where he is? Can we actually see where he is? Because he might just be a little bit too far round the track with Munro. Either way, this is what happened then.
Oh, it was the 118. You were absolutely right.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, in that scenario, I this feels horrible to say.
I think the silence says it all.
I love, like, you know, it's kind of hard when you like Mason's guy. This, unfortunately, I think Mark Barkley might.
Munro is in the pits.
Munro is in the pits, and also he's got time to serve that 5-second time period. This could be a big reset button for the number 15, the Scottish team. Of course, he'll be handing back to Ross McGregor. Those two have been doing quite a lot of racing on ACC recently. Good teammates. Not the first time they've been teammates in sim racing as well, it must be said. For Simply Race Sancho Simsport, they used to be teammates for a team called THR back in like 2015. Might have been a little bit. No, 2015, 2014 sounds about right. So a good 5 years ago. So these two have known each other for a very, very long time in sim racing terms, and have been teammates for quite a lot of that. And I think it shows.
Yeah, totally. I was actually commentating on both McGregor and Munro on AC on a different series using the Ginetta Super Cup cars, and there's no kind of way to put this. They obliterated the field. They did have some competition from a couple of drivers on a couple of occasions, but it was the Zancho show. It really was between those two. Zancho. I didn't want to try and that tongue twister.
No, you've always got to just push a pun, because Ed hates it. The team manager of Zancho Simsport, he absolutely hates it.
Wasn't me, ETJ. Wasn't me.
so
blaming him for it.
Let's just get back to business, boys, and have a look who's in the lead now.
Yeah,
and look at that
McGregor.
gap. I mean, that has worked out spectacularly for those guys.
For McIntyre and McGregor, and McIntyre as well. He's also fresh off a stop, so track positions looking pretty good for Zancho Simsport. That changing car, it's not hurt them, is it? One Bentley or one McLaren up there.
So far, at least. I mean, we've still got another hour and 12 to go, but they've got their we're going to call them the lead and the second drivers. Their lead drivers are back in the car again. So they've got, even between themselves and Gregor Schill and the Treble 8, there's another 17, 18 seconds between first and third. That's much more spaced out than when Yaroslav was holding on to the lead, as that's getting a little bit busy coming into Vale. As Arthur Camara having an argument with several people. I think that was a great move on Septa. He's struggling somewhat in that 106 Mercedes at the moment. That's why I thought
his
he was.
Tyres are gone.
Yeah, well, we'll hand over to Steve on that one to comment. Are the tyres likely to be cooked?
No, I don't think so. Not unless they've been having some off-track excursions, or they've made an error in the pit stop, which they can do, where they don't actually change to a new set of tyres. They could have made a mistake somewhere, but in the stints that they're doing, the tyres should last quite easily. To be honest,
that's what I thought.
I'm just wondering where Buncombe and Button are placed at the moment, because I'm not seeing them in that.
28.
28.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they've had a pit stop there. I think they've had an issue with the pit stop because he's in the pit lane. And it's supposed to be Jenson Button taking over that car, so they're down to 28th. Oh, that is a shame, because pace-wise, that car was looking pretty strong.
It was looking top 5, if not top 3.
Yeah, it was. I wonder if JB is the one that's had the connection issue that's just forced the yellow, but he can't return. I wonder if it's something along that kind of line.
Maybe that could be the issue. Obviously, we did have the full course yellow to allow somebody to rejoin, or at least attempt to rejoin, not so long ago. But it's certainly damaged their race.
There's Button.
And there he is. So I wonder if that was allowing him to return, but the pit stop hadn't possibly been served. So the game has had to force the pit stop to be served. So that's put them. Oh, what a shame, because they were running so well. They had that early trouble in the opening laps, and then just. The next time we found them, they were up in 6th position and now behind a lot of the GT4s.
Yeah, it was still showing Buncombe at the wheel, and obviously that didn't count as a mandatory pit, so still showing that they needed to make a further 2 pit stops. So
I get the feeling that might be because of where they are. I mean, I don't know, because I'm used to see where they are on second, because there was one other. It was the G2 esports car, because on one side of the screen it was showing Niox behind the wheel, and then on the other side it said camera. So I'm wondering if there was a little bit of an issue with the display. Maybe don't know.
Maybe just updating.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fish for potential hope here.
Cast a bit further.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Whilst that's all going along, we see Nicholas Hillebrand behind the NHR racing car. A bit of a late join to the series, but nevertheless, the number 52 car. Hillebrand's well experienced in sim racing, and particularly with ACC. This is more of his choice of sim recently. Has raced on mostly on R-Factor 2, like quite recently, but moved on to ACC and is very comfortable in this environment. Maybe 17th isn't quite where he would have wanted to be, but nevertheless, to jump in last minute, whether it's a sim or not, it's still pretty hard work to fight in the field, and it's not a weak field we have. Let's go with that. It's there are some strong drivers on this field.
Yeah, we only needed to look at the qualifying times, didn't we, to see that the field was very, very tight, and literally half a second probably put you down almost out of the top 10. It was ridiculously close.
Very much so. And another penalty for the 117. That is the Vintage Soul Racing, Matt Steele and AJ Webber ignoring the full course yellow and causing a collision with the 97 car. That is the GT4, I think it is. That's the Zancho of Dan Callanan Millward. Oh dear. The drive-through penalty.
We've also, just to confirm, by the way, the report for the number 60, that Nita Alex car with the 118, that has been reported. I won't read the language that was in the report, but it wasn't ideal. You kind of get them, like, you would be frustrated in that scenario. This is the 118 that we were looking at. They were doing quite well early. They've come in, they've repaired the damage, they've done the final pit stop. And the car, this is one for Steve, because I'm pretty sure the car should be good for an hour and 10, hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. It should be fine. At least the GT4s can quite go that far.
Yeah,
the
Bentley GT3 is actually the best car on the endurance grid for fuel consumption, and it has the biggest fuel tank. So realistically, that car could go. I think I'm going to put my neck on the line. I think it's up to about 1 hour 25, 1 hour 20 at least. So yeah, definitely well within its capabilities to finish the race from here.
Just going to be very heavy, because normally, at least with you'd assume with how they've been running it, they wouldn't have been filling it up with that much fuel in practice, because you wouldn't need to be on that much fuel. You'll keep the fuel low. So it's going to be more tanky than normal unfortunately for him, inside the final hour and 10 minutes. There is G2 Esports right on the back of Lorenz, who's doing quite well, to be fair. That 404 car I think it's got by the G2 Esports car, but now it's going to be passed by the M6 towards Copse Corner, the very first one of the lap. That's what I say. On the left-hand side, it says Naujox, and on the right-hand side, it says Camera. So we're going to go with this one's the G2 Esports car and not comment on which driver's behind it. I'm pretty sure it should be Naujox.
It should be, if they've been in twice, which the tower would indicate. Yeah, it should be Naujox behind that. So hopefully we'll get a confirmation on which of the two drivers are in there. By the way it's going, there was another commentator curse for you. I was just about to say the way he's going, it would be Naujox, the lead driver of the two, and then just as he goes a bit too deep into Chapel. But also, I mean, fair play to the 404. They're comfortably inside the top 10, and that's mainly on pace. I mean, yeah, of course they've taken advantage of some mishaps from others, but by and large, that's actually an earned position more than it's an inherited one. So fair play to the Connection Lost team, Martin Lorenz and William Stevenson is the second one. That's who's that? That was Max Coates that's in the pits at the moment. So as we have a look at the 62 car working its way past.
That's the Nita Velix car, just getting through. Not sure which one it is they were firing it through, but either way, getting past one of them. Max Coates in the pit, as you said. Of course, he's more used to a bit of front-wheel drive action, being it in a Clio or a Mini, but either way, finding his way around the Silverstone International Circuit quite nicely at the moment, refocusing on what is now the lead Jenson Team Rocket RJN car of Luca Burke, back behind the wheel. I wonder if when he got behind the wheel the first time after the pit stop, because obviously he would have, on the first stint, spun right here. And I keep bringing it up, just applied pressure to him, it's fine. you kind of wonder, though, every time he's going through that corner now, he's kind of thinking, are you going to stick? Are we going to spin on the curb?
No, he won't be thinking that. He's a pro. That will be out of his head now. It'll be totally out of his head, yeah. I mean, he will just be applying, his racing knowledge, his driver skills, and he'll be hitting those apexes, dotting those brake markers, and he won't even be thinking about that.
He's been all over the drivers' market recently as Luca Burke. I'm pretty sure he was driving for Speedy Mike, then moved over to Zancho, and now driving for Jenson Button. So it's been quite a year for Luca Burke thus far, and seems to not be fazed by very much. So I'd probably side with you on that one.
He'll be watching the clock tick down and hoping there's no rain on the windscreen. That'll be at the forefront of his mind, because it's still looking a little bit cloudy, but for my liking, just not quite cloudy enough.
That'll be the biggest upset if the heavens do open. Especially as if all the pit stops are served and then the rain comes down, that's going to be interesting. As we are on board now with Tinker van der Velde, as he's taking back over the 96 Audi. He gets a face full of dust from the Aston ahead of us. Upton in the one, I beg your pardon, there's a Bentley, not an Aston. Getting a bit squeaky. I don't think he intended to close in that quickly on the Bentley. He's not meaning to take different lines, but I think he's having to get out of the gas, isn't he? He can't. It doesn't look like he's committed to the lines he wants to. The Bentley's just unsettled him a little bit there.
Yeah, that's just a great example of the different cars, different manufacturers, how they, they have stronger parts of the track and stronger and weaker attributes than the other cars. So it does, if you're following a different brand up close, sometimes it's a little bit unsighting when they have to maybe apply the brakes or just take a slightly different line to you.
Yeah, we've got on screen a bit of a battle between Luca Burke and one of your boys, as Clifford Roberts defending at the moment in the number 5. That's Sim Racing Go. Simsport Racing Go. I can get the brand right, don't worry. Applying a lot of pressure is Luca Burke, so yeah, definitely not phased. The question that I was going to ask you, Steve, so when it comes to tyre sets, is a great point that you've just brought up there, Chris. What if they've done the final stop and then it rains? Now, we brought up before in this broadcast, they have 7 sets of tyres. Does that apply to both dry and wet tyres, or is it that just to one? Oh, as there's contact between Critchley and Riley into Abbey. That was a large amount of contact between the 3 and the 222. We'll cut away from that as we'll try and line ourselves up a replay. That was a large hit. I kind of touch wood. I don't know. I kind of feel that Critchley might have come across on Riley there. I don't fully know. It was not a great angle for it. Back to my question though.
He hadn't quite got the move done, had he? Then when he turned in on him a little bit.
No. So yeah. Anyway, dries to wets. Like, do the 7 sets apply to both, or if that was to happen, are they not going to have any more tyre compounds to go on?
No, they can switch to wets regardless.
Right. Yeah.
Obviously, in the real world, it's a safety issue. They would be allowed to put wets on. So yes.
That would have been dead funny though.
You wouldn't. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to come in that many times.
No. Right. Let's have a look. Hopefully we'll get a bit of an aerial shot of this. So Critchley gets slowed down a little bit, and here comes Riley, firing it through on the Ferrari, gets to the inside, has a decent overlap into Abbey. Oh, that's on Critchley in my opinion.
Yeah, that was. There was enough. He was alongside enough, wasn't he? Was it Crit? I forgot who was overtaking who. It was Riley in the Ferrari, wasn't it, on the inside?
Yeah.
He had actually nosed ahead, so he'd earned the right to space, and unfortunately he just got cut off.
Yeah, it looks like Burke's got past Archie Clifford Roberts as well in the Simsport car. But yeah, you're definitely right. He had his nose in front. That was his corner. So yeah, it's all on Critchley was that one.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we'll see if that one gets sorted. Maybe they'll just be like, whatever, we'll just roll with it. They're in the pit lane, by the way, as Critchley in that number 3 car. So handing over for their final stop. As you say, Luca Burke there through on Clifford Roberts. So to 11th place, nearly inside the top 10, which would be a great recovery. The car ahead as well, Scepter, hasn't fulfilled the second pit stop. So it's effectively a pit stop behind everyone. At the moment is Scepter. So realistically, Luca Burke is inside the top 10 in the 23.
Yeah, and that's a great recovery drive, as you say, as you keep reminding him. He had that spin very early on in the race, which set him back a long way. But no, I mean, I'm still looking up at the front at McGregor and Munro. The full course yellow served its purpose for those guys, and they've got the real jump now and got into the lead. And credit to them, they're actually lapping amongst the fastest out there, so they're looking like they're going to hold on to that spot on the pace they're running at the moment.
You see Joe McCauley working his way through, or trying to mind his own business. That's one of the rocket cars right with it. We could see which one it was, as the cameraman is lost.
He fell over a bit there. Apparently Silverstone's a bit windy today.
Stephen Haley, where's his third? Is he in the GT4s?
Fourth. I think he's behind. I think he's in 4th place. We look at Schill, who's currently 3rd on the road. Got a Merc behind, but that one's that he's already lapped. I think that one's Scepter, the car directly behind. It's one of the Mercs anyway. They've got 2 of them in GT3.
Yeah, I was trying to identify who that was, and I'm not 100% sure which one it was. I think you're right. I think it was Karen Scepter in that red and white Mercedes. As we continue to look at Schill, 6.3 behind McIntyre. As
King and Naoyox are close in P6. It's looking like a pretty tight fight. I think G2 Esports have moved up, but obviously Darren King. We've not heard anything back on what will happen between him and who was it? Oh, it's Max Coates. Yeah, Abbey. They've not heard anything back on that one, whether it's been reported or not. So maybe King will get away with that in the 38, but the 62 storming speed at the moment for Niels Naoyox.
Yeah, that's last time we looked at Darren King. Oh, here we go. Penalty for car number 12. That is, I'm reminding myself that it is
Shermatinsky.
It is indeed Shermatinsky in the Porsche. Oh, ignoring the full course and gaining time. Oh, I mean, at least it's only a small penalty, but that, I'm afraid, that's a very schoolboy error. It's a full course yellow. The big giveaway is the fact that everyone is slowed down to a crawl. So it's not like he wouldn't have known that it was out there. I'm sorry to say, but that's quite a fundamental error.
I did hear from some of the drivers, again, this is more one for Steve, in the sense of when you get it, the full course yellow comes through in text in-game. And I've heard from sometimes it can be quite easy to miss. Not that that's an excuse, because you're absolutely right. You know, if if you kind of miss it, just drop back in line. You'll get a warning. Yeah, sure, it's not ideal, but you'll get a warning. But it is quite easy to miss, Steve. Maybe.
Yeah, you get a 5-second warning to it, but you get repeated warnings counting it down to the thing. So you get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and obviously then full course yellow. So it's not just one warning; it's 5 different warnings that you get.
See.
And like you say, the stewards do look at it. If you overtake somebody but then slow down, drop back behind that car, that probably won't give you a penalty. It's that you're given the position back, you've not gained any time.
Yeah, to be fair, the person that was telling me that was Mike Epps, obviously being a race driver, so plenty of excuses in there. I'm sure it's just one of those. It's easily done, isn't it? We look backwards from Nayox towards Darren King. War runs a little bit wide there. There's the Fordzilla driver at Chapel. I think that will cost him just a little bit of time.
Doesn't seem to have rediscovered that early pace, does he,
no.
Darren King? That's a bit of a shame. I wonder, maybe is there going to be a little bit of damage on that car, do you think? That car doesn't look comfortable coming through Stowe either. So, I mean, the car looks okay. Is there going to be any damage on there that we can't potentially see?
I don't think so, because I'm just looking at the timing sheet, and these 3 guys, so we've got Honzik, Niles and King, are all lapping faster than everybody else on the track at the moment. They're the only guys really in the 57s, and they're in the low 57s on some of the laps. So they are lapping, a good half a second so quicker than anybody else. So no, I don't think there's any damage. I think they're just they're all so close on pace that it's not really showing the true speed.
This is terrifying on board, by the way, because he had a bit of a snap through Abbey, and from this angle, you just sort of see the car. It'll start turning, and then they'll just be like, it'll just snap, it'll just push a little bit to one side. You're just like, whoa, he's going. No, he's all right. He's all right. Imagine people used to drive from angles like this. Back in the Gran Turismo days.
Look at the gap that Nayox has got already, though. And okay, we have seen, like exactly as you just said, a few wiggly moments as John McIntyre has brought the 24 car in to hand that to Dave Marshall. But yeah, it does seem, I wonder if King is just, that's the way the car has been, so he's probably used to it, but to us it's absolutely terrifying.
I mean, I'm a bit more, I prefer a bit of an understeery car in that sense, because it's a bit more predictable. He just gets held up a little bit there by the 87. I believe it should be Matt Webb behind the wheel of that. That's the car that Ross Gunn also pilots with Matt Webb. So getting held up a little bit there. The GT4 didn't do anything, just stuck to the racing line, as they've been said. Remain predictable. That one's a little bit on King for a bit of a misjudgment. That was a cut in front. My goodness me. I'm not surprised that the GT4 Carrera was flashing a little bit, being like, Nate, can you not do that again?
Yeah, I don't need you to open a beer bottle with the back of your car with the front of mine, thanks.
Yeah, I've got a spoon, I can do with that.
But look at the gap that he's losing again, just bouncing off that curb at Vale. Something's
not right.
Something's not right. Whether it's a technical problem for him, either with his rig or something like that, but something just doesn't seem right with Darren King at the moment.
But look at Honzik on Murphy. He's 7/10 now off 3rd place, so this is a good recovery drive from them for the penalty they suffered early on as well.
Does Honzik get through pretty quickly, though? It's Yaz Heat on Yaz Heat. So they're 2 teammates here. Eamon Murphy currently in that 3rd spot, all still with a pit stop to go. As is, Ross McGregor, Schill ahead as well. Ross McGregor, who is plenty clear at the moment. It's not quite to the tune of a lap. That's just sector split, so don't panic too much. Dave Marshall, who's taken over the 24 car, has come out ahead of the 23 of Luca Burke in that McLaren. So pretty decent to be well inside the top 10, even post-final pit stop. 53 minutes left on the clock. And our podium battle between the 2 teammates awaits, and I'm sure we'll see it explode into action. You wonder, though, if, let's say, if they're working as a team, maybe they'll kind of feel Honzik's quicker at the moment. I don't really know. It's kind of hard to tell. Eamon Murphy's plenty quick enough, especially in ACC. I've seen him race. Same thing that Jesper Eriksson raced in. We said before, qualifying or attempted to qualify for the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship. He was unfavoured in doing so. He wasn't able to get through, but did take part in the previous season to good effect. So he is a plenty quick enough driver and has found a home in ACC. But with Honzik behind, Oh, do you fight your teammate that hard?
Yeah, Honzik was 1.8 seconds faster the last lap as well. So I mean, it's not just a little bit quicker. He's a heck of a lot quicker. It's a big chunk of time, and yeah, I think if you were the team manager, you would be saying, let him pass, give him the room, give him the track position.
And Honzik was the pole sitter, remember? So yeah, as we're looking at his stream, which is a little bit behind live, bear it in mind. So that is the view that he's had for a little while, closing in on his teammate. I would, if I was Eamon Murphy, I'd be getting out of the way. I wouldn't be holding him up unless they are communicating with each other, which is, of course, perfectly possible. Yeah, they could be saying work together, or maybe Yaroslav is saying, you're not holding me up yet. Give me the slipstream down here, and then jump out of the way. The obvious giveaway will be if Eamon just literally jumps out of the way.
Yeah.
But it does look like that with every corner, the Honzik is closing in that little bit more to Murphy. Well, there we go. Now that we cut back to the live show, you can see
how close
he is. I'd be getting out of the way, but it's where you do it with costing yourself as little time as possible. But you never know. They might decide to have a scrap. I'd be surprised. I reckon Honzik's still in with a chance, but then bear in mind that car does have to come back in again. Which means Honzik can't see the car to the end of the race. So yeah, we'll see.
I think they'll leave it out there. We saw when looking at his stream in the top left, they've got a countdown which tells them how long it is to go. It was about 20 minutes, and I think you'll see Yaroslav Honzik at least take it as far into that as possible. Battle on the right hand side, you've got Lorenz and Caruso battling it out for 7th in class. We've got a penalty coming in, by the way, the car number 97, which is the one I believe Aidan Millwood, Dan Kell. 15-second time penalty causing a collision with the 404 car. That's the Connection Lost Racing GT3 car. So contact. It is interesting when this happens because there's it can happen obviously, but the GT4 is the one that's received a penalty in a battle between the GT4 and GT3. And I remember, and this is not my belief. Before anyone jumps on my on me about it, I did hear once from someone that whenever there's an incident, it's always the faster class's fault, and I'm just like, that is absolutely not true, because I have had it coming through fields where it's just kind of like, if you're moving unpredictably, how can you get around that safely? You can't. So.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just automatically blame one particular person over another. God, look at that! Look at what the Yaz Heat pair have now got to deal with.
Well, Murphy's got a lot of time on that.
Yeah, I think that's just traffic management, because look how much of it is around them. That's just where the traffic happened to fall. But yeah, you can't automatically assume that one class is going to be at fault in an incident. You have to take each incident on merit.
It is easy, though, as a GT3 driver to be like, oh, yeah, of course
it's your fault.
Yeah, of course it's a GT4 in my way. Or, like, you put the blame on, like, certain types of guys. Oh, of course it's a Bentley driver, isn't it? It's very easy to do. But, you've got to, especially as race director, you've got to remove that, those sort of stigmas. I think we just saw Lorenz coming into the pit lane there ahead of Matteo Caruso. We look further down the order with Nola, who's got Smith behind. They are brothers. In that Smith car. I mean, it's called Bloodline Racing, and there's a Tom and Adam Smith in it.
They are cousins.
Cousins. Okay, there you go. Either way, those two racing out 22nd. That's all right for them. I don't know how particularly fast they are when it comes to that, but they're keeping it on the road. It's nice to race with family. There's a bit of extra spice with it when you're quicker than them.
Well, if you get on with them.
Good point.
Well, then there's even more spice if you're quicker than them if you don't get on with them.
Car number 98 with the drive-through of Mark Harris at the moment as well.
Yeah, it's causing a collision with the 747 car. That is a GT4, so that one is the GT3's fault. Bit of a shame. That Lamborghini looks fantastic. That was the one that we looked at earlier, the black and gold McLaren. Looks absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't think it will look quite as good coming down pit lane at like 50 mile an hour, but nevertheless.
Black and gold Lamborghini.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Eamon Murphy does not look like he's in a hurry to let Honzik go, does he?
No, he's not. There he is. There's Mark Harris.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
And now he's got a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit
no!
lane.
You're absolutely right. Oh no!
From yes to
Rule
no.
number one. Rule number one of motorsport: don't hit your teammate. Rule number two: very swiftly.
Don't
if
speed
you're coming
in the
into
pit lane.
if you're coming in to serve a penalty, don't get another penalty.
Oh no!
no.
From yes to no in a single sentence. Oh.
Someone will slap a no sticker on the front of that.
Yeah.
when it's coming through pit lane this time.
Go out with a post-it note or a spray can.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! As much as it's embarrassing to do that, you got to feel for him.
I've been there. I have been there.
Look at Honzik now. Look at Honzik. He's really on the back of Murphy now, and he's just going to apply some pressure and looking like he's wanting to get a move done. I don't think the team orders are going to come into play, but I think he's going to really try and force the issue in the next few corners.
And
He's
again,
not shy away from it either.
Nope. And again, if Eamon was going to do it, Hanger Straight was a perfect opportunity to do so. I wouldn't. I'm not surprised he didn't try and jump out of the way in Macken's Beckett's, because that's a disaster waiting to happen. But he's very clearly not interested in just letting Yaroslav just dance off into the distance, and that could bite them in the backside towards the tail end of the race. Oh, that's close. That's the Porsche trying to get out of the way, I think. Nicely done. Can't quite see who that is. But I think there might be words said about that, to be honest.
I mean, look, if your teammates and stuff, there's no rule against team orders. There's no rule with it, and I think it's fine. Just leave them to race as long as they're plenty quick enough. Whether it will cost them in the end, it is impossible to know. Maybe they're just like, look, let's just race what we got to race. I mean, I'm very much on the opposite spectrum of that. If I see my own teammate coming through and I know they're quicker than me, then you let them go. You it's kind of rubbish to say, but the team comes first in that scenario.
I think
especially if you're close mates.
I think it's worth mentioning as well, just in the bigger picture, that Murphy, who's in front of Honzik, is lapping 7/10 faster than the guys in front of them. So then he's not losing time; they are gaining on the cars in front.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Gregor Schill we just see him go out the shot. Oh, there goes. I didn't. Which one actually went
Murphy.
in?
Eamon Murphy went into the pit lane. Honzik still, like I say, Honzik is going to take this down to the very last moment that he can on his driver time. Van der Velde as well. It's also in the pit lane, the number 96. So Honzik with clean air. We'll see if he can lap better and try and work his way, onto the podium into a potential race-winning position. We'll have to wait and see. Battle between Upton and Hillebrand for 13th place. Still got a pit stop to do for the two of them. Two cars ahead already have their pit stop sequence. When it goes green, they've got their pit stops complete. I also see in game that the 38 has received a 15-second time penalty. It's not come through yet on our stewards, but I'm assuming that is for contact with Max Coates.
Yeah, I would have thought so. And there it is.
There we go.
So, yeah, contact with car 42. That's exactly as you said, that was indeed. When Max Coates was involved in that one, rather knew it was coming. I would imagine that they knew it was coming as well. But on goes this battle then, as we continue to see Nico Hillebrand in the 52 Bentley having an argument with the 119 Darren Upton. Yeah, I'm actually keeping an eye very much on those that have completed their pit stops. Oh, that's very close. That's very crowded coming into Brooklands. Bit of a nudge there from the 106 mark. Some Spenkelink. Make sure I pronounce that correctly. Oh, is that Hillebrand going to try and make a move? Oh!
Into Cops.
It's doable into Cops. You just need to be a bit more alongside. Oh, is he going to have a go into the entrance of Maggots?
Surely not.
No.
He is. He is.
They're doing it. They are doing it. There's going to be contact here as the PSR car runs out wide. Hillebrand with the move. Advantage.
Wow, that was determination. Oh, and a bit of tail wagging going on there from Darren Upton on the exit of Chapel. Wow, Nico Hillebrand, he wanted that position. That was very well driven. Well driven from both of them, because that lack of spatial awareness could have caused a horrible incident there. But wow, hats off Nico Hillebrand. That's a brave move to do.
The only reason why there was contact, at least there was a little bit of a brush between them, was because Upton ran a little bit wide, obviously trying to give plenty of room. It's very hard to do especially in GT3s, because they're quite heavy, they're quite lethargic, and getting it through there is pretty difficult. Great display from the pair of them. I wonder if we'll see the same thing between these two. We've got Matteo Caruso, who's working his way up the order in the number 27 Jean Alesi eSports car. Great drive so far from the Italian. Moving their way up the order, putting pressure now on Team Fordzilla. That 38, they've got a 15-second time penalty as well. If you want, get the move done on track as well, you've gained all the track position you need. Only 40 minutes left on the clock, a little bit more than. Time is ticking down here. When are these top guys going to make that final pit stop?
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that driver stint time and obviously tactics. I mean, some of them may push it right to the end, and as you say, if they've got the best drivers in the car now, we'll say tongue-in-cheek the best drivers because they're all pretty high caliber. But yeah, they'll want to string that stint out as long as possible, won't they, and make as much use of it as they possibly can.
Yeah, quite right. As we see the gyro cam on Caruso's car, it is quite an odd camera angle, that one. Can't quite see all the way around Aintree. Now onto the hangar straight. Get out the way!
That's the team he just left as well. Matteo Caruso, that Nita Velik's
car. Yeah, that's Roy Maduff and Joachim Stensnas in that Porsche. Yeah, again, I'm just surprised really that the 38 car just hasn't recaptured as much of that early pace as we thought, because it was nailed to the back of Jaroslav Honzik in the first stint, wasn't it? And speaking of, there he is having his own arguments with people. That's Gregor Schill, isn't it?
Schill.
Battle for second place now. Yeah, he's really made some ground upon him.
He'll have to do a bit of work to get up towards Dave Marshall. I know Dave Marshall's in 6th place, but has made that final pit stop. So Honzik's trying to gain for that, and also trying to gain on Ross McGregor, who's even further ahead of this. Whereas we saw the Nita Velik's GT4 go through there of the 30, the number 60. I'm sure we'll get it on screen in just a second. The number 60 receiving a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That with the 118 on lap 44. That incident being the one where he sort of misjudged falling in behind, trying to lose as little time as possible. Easily done, but that's the right decision. It's a shame for Max Barkley, but nevertheless, that's what they have to deal with. Caruso! Caruso's getting it done to the outside of the chicane.
He wants the inside for Club, and he can't. Oh, has he? Oh, me of little faith. He has got it.
Going to push him out.
Yeah, that's going to understeer miles off the road, which he does.
There's a car you don't want to be on the outside of. It's the big bad Bentley.
Yeah, you're not going to barge that thing out of the way, Derry. Oh, I did wonder whether Darren King was going to try and side that one on the inside of Abbey, but he obviously opted not to do so. Wow, that's another position gone for the McLaren, the 38 McLaren, as Honzik is hounding Gregor Schill. I don't think, unless he's very lucky with the when the 888 car is going to pit, I don't think he's going to have the same luxury as he did with his teammates. So, maybe he doesn't need it. Oh no, Honzik's in. I thought he was going to run that longer than that.
Yeah, so did I. I think he's got more time. I know we've got a stream somewhere. I think he's got more time. Prior to that, Honzik. Ross McGregor as well into the pit lane to hand over to John Munro, so Team Scotland in. So Schill will take the lead. Matteo Caruso, who we're seeing here, was going to go to second. King into the pit lane to hand over. This will be great for Dave Marshall. We'll work out where he's going to come out in all of this as well. Luca Burke, who is right on the back of Dave Marshall. Luca Burke still with one more stop to go. Got a handover to British GT driver Michael O'Brien as well, and you've got Kapacha directly behind that in the other Yazheat car. Yeah, Dave Marshall applying plenty of pressure to Luca Burke there. Or I think he let him go, didn't he? They've switched recently.
They have switched, yeah. Marshall's still fending off Burke, isn't he? No, beg your pardon. Yeah, they have swapped round. So yeah, absolutely. So the times will update when they next cross over the line. So yeah, that is indeed Marshall down into 7th place. That's not ideal because Burke needs to get on with it because, like you say, he's got that additional pit stop to serve. But they are 30 seconds behind. Currently behind King, who is already in the pits. Bearing in mind,
I know these teams are close, by the way, between Luke Burke and Dave Marshall. These teams, between Zancho and Team Rock RJN, I don't really know exactly everything behind them, which is terrible because I'm part of the team, whatever. They are very close. They have been working together a lot on the build-up, so I don't know if this is sort of like a you scratch my back, I scratch yours, considering that Luke Burke's car at the moment will at least be lighter. It may be on older tyres, but it is lighter. Down the inside, though, that's Carpaccia down the inside of Marshall. And the thing is, with Carpaccia, that is a car that has completed all of its stock requirements, same as Marshall. So that is a legit move, fully for position. And Carpaccia then through to 5th place. Maybe Marshall is just struggling on speed at the moment. Here is the driver that should potentially become our race leader, dependent on when Caruso and Schill pit.
Schill's just come in, so that answers that one at least. Again, we don't know when Caruso is likely to come in, so we'll have to wait and see. And a full course yellow again. Ooh, that could change things again.
Oh, that's big for Schill.
That is huge
massive
for the Treble 8 car. Yeah,
that's huge for Schill, huge for Caruso. This is going to work out massively against. They're sat there thinking, "Whoa, we've struck jackpot here, lads." Gregor Schill.
They literally could not have timed that any better. They were already in and committed to the pit stop when the full course yellow came out. That will annoy the Scots, which is never a good thing.
No. But they gained from it before.
They
so
did.
It's kind of like it's 50-50 here. We go green. They've gained their fair share from it, and to be fair, they gained an awful lot from theirs. So it's the twos and fros of endurance racing.
True, very, very true. Although it never feels that way at the time, does it? You always feel disadvantaged. And look, is that the Treble 8 coming out?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
I would be throwing my keyboard out the window at rapid speed, seeing that.
Well, so Caruso's the 27, I think, is still in there. So they haven't come out of the pits yet. But John Munro has got it all to do. He's got one of the PSR cars in the way. But he's some way behind the Treble 8. Is Schill still in there? No, he can't be, surely.
No, because he has handed off.
Yeah,
I will tell you though, Ross McGregor will be rain dancing to no end now, being like, "Oh, come on, where's Caruso in all of this?" Because if Shintz is there, where is Caruso in comparison? I did think that he would be behind John Munro. So Jean Lacey have gained in the 27. It's just not to the same degree that Shintz has. Behind Luca Burke, behind Dave Marshall, Carpaccia and Stutsenko, so they've gained, but very small realistically.
Yeah. And that's a hell of a pack that Caruso is now behind. So that's going to be interesting. Although this is Denis Santoro. Yeah, beg your pardon. That the name will change itself next time around. So yeah, that's a hell of a fight that Santoro's now got. They're now looking at David Marshall in 4th position. He's
got through on Carpaccia.
He's going to say Carpaccia's behind him again. So that fight is not resolved at all.
Sorry. Oh, hang on. No, Carpaccia's got back through, and it's Statsenko directly behind him. Because look, Carpaccia's just gone through there.
Yes, the Yaz Heat car. Yes, I stand corrected. Who's trying to make a move on the inside of the right hander.
Oh, there's a GT4 there. You can't just dive it too wide. Oh my goodness me.
Well, the road might be wide enough for 3 wide there, but I really would never recommend it. So Dave Marshall just and only just fending off Statsenko for that 5th place in the Sancho car. Oh, you're a bit late to the party there, Statsenko. You were lucky that Marshall was keeping an eye on that one.
Oh, too much curb on the inside there for Dave Marshall. He just dipped it on the grass. Car went straight. Contact between himself and Statsenko. Ooh,
yeah, that's a bit of a
shame. It's getting feisty.
The 38 car's had another penalty, isn't it? That's now 5 seconds. It was 15 earlier. Is that another 5-second penalty?
Oh, there's the answer.
Literally just answered my own question. Thank you very much. It's almost like they're listening to us.
Thanks to Mike Yao, running the broadcast and obviously being a mind reader as well.
So yeah, another penalty for the 38 car. Their day is crumbling fast, it would seem, which is a great, great shame. But wow, what a huge amount of pressure that Statsenko is putting on Marshall. And at the moment, he is absorbing it well. I'm keeping an eye on the Shintz-Munro gap, and that's 10.7. It's been 10 point something. As that's a big move on the inside of Stowe for the Yas Heat car. I think Marshall let that one go. There didn't seem to be a lot of defence there. You know realistically who you're fighting against. I think he's decided to let the 49 go. So that's 4th position now to Carpaccio.
Indeed, that was a good move from Stutsenko. Nice one down the inside. Dave Marshall, I say, didn't really fight it. And now that has been resolved, and we see Carpaccio, by the way, has got through on Luca Burke and up into the podium spots. Things are looking pretty good for Yaz Heat. I believe we have the time once again to return to the pit lane to have a little interview in the interview box, because I think Steve has the other Steve back.
Good evening, Steve. Welcome back to the interview room. How are you doing?
Not so bad, mate. Thank you very much. Just finished my last stint for the evening.
And how was that last stint? We saw, obviously, when you handed the car over initially to Steve Hinden, he got turned around in one of the corners very early on, costing you some time. But you've done a good recovery, Steve, and yourself.
Yeah, unfortunately, Steve had a couple of incidents. I think it was one of the Aston Martins kind of dive bombed him in towards the back end of the lap, which kind of put him into a bit of an half spin, and I think we had another issue as well. But Steve's he's got his head down, calmed down a bit, started putting the laps in, nice consistent laps, and he's done fantastic. He's back in the car now for the last stint, and hopefully we'll see how it turns out. I mean, I think we was running 4th in class before I pitted. I've noticed that there's a couple of there was a driver in front of us that had a drive-through. I think he's still got another pit to do, so that may be another place. Yeah, I think it'd be nice to get a 3rd place in class if possible. That would be lovely, but we don't know. Another 30 minutes left to go.
Be a well-deserved 3rd place. I mean, I think I just saw the timing board there, and you're running round about 6th, but 2 cars in front still had to pit. So obviously that's relative that you're going to move up maybe a couple of places there from that. So yeah, I mean, it's not been a bad race all in all for you, Steve. You've shown some good lap times, and like I say, you've bit of bullying from some of the GT3s, but generally handled it well. And it's with the pole position and the race pace and been that far up, it's a good showing that you must be very happy with, really.
In honesty, mate, it's been a fantastic race. I've enjoyed racing with Steve. We raced 12 hours together with Harris and Chris Pinchbeck. That was a fantastic race. This has just been equally as fantastic. I've enjoyed every single minute of it. Yep, unfortunately, the big boys in the GT3s, I'm not sure they'd be so bullyish if they weren't in the cars they're in. But what can you do?
Exactly, mate. There's not much you can do, and it's difficult when there's so many cars. You've got 4 and 5 cars entering into a corner, and 2 of them are GT4s and 3 of them are GT3s. Something's got to give somewhere. But on that note, mate, we're going to go back to the track action. But thank you very much, Steve Haley, for that insight into your race, buddy, and just leaves me to say well done.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, there we go then, Steve. Oh, just as we cut back to the action, Ryan Meenan down the inside of Pinchbeck, unsorted. I didn't quite actually catch fully what happened there, but the move done. Here goes the 2 Yaz Heat cars firing their way through traffic. The GT3 big boys, as it was so nicely firing it through. These 2, well, we've seen them very, very close. I think they're potentially eyeing up getting both cars onto the podium here. John Munro in that 15 car a little bit down the road. Shintz maybe just out of reach in the final half an hour of the race. But realistically on their pace, you maybe wouldn't fully rule out a Yaz Heat 1-2.
I think it's going to take a bit of good luck for their part, bad luck on others for that. But we will see. They're certainly quick enough to achieve it. I don't reckon there's enough time against the gap they're making up. But like we said before, all it takes is one mistake and it's easy enough. Now that we're getting into the latter end of the race, obviously it's late in the day, fatigue will kick in, distractions are kind of easier to take hold, essentially, as we see one of the Yassi cars chinking out for some reason. As there's Max Coates in the 11 car, in the 11 Aston for MSL. where is Statsenko in the lead of the two? Beg pardon, he's the tail of the two Yassi cars.
I will say, race leader in GT4, Rory McDuff, has come into the pit lane, handed over to his teammate Joachim Steinsness. So there is a swap there in the lead. I don't know if they're still holding the lead for Nita Velix. Of course, looked very, very quick early on. There is Joachim behind the car, is in the lead of the race, about 2.7 seconds clear of Parker in that Mercedes. You'll probably just see them come through shot every now and then, that Merc. So the battle is very much on. There it is. You just saw it sneak through there. They are a good way ahead of the likes of Hendrickson as well. So it's looking pretty good for Nita Velix. We'll see what Parker can do and see if he can start applying some pressure to the Nita Velix car. This goes to Steve's point earlier in the race. What was it that we were saying? That, you know, Porsche, they're the stronger car realistically. They're the favoured one when it comes to the VOP. But you did say that we aren't going to see a podium with all Porsches. Someone else is going to sneak on there, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's as we said, you know, it comes down to consistency, and 3 hours is a long time. It's an endurance race. We are into the last sort of 27 minutes where it turns into a sprint race. But you know, and the boys are going to be flat out. And just while we're talking about the boys being flat out, and we're seeing two guys really going hammer and tong on the screen now. Also, John Monroe's not hanging around. He's literally taking a little bit of time out of the leader and setting some decent lap times.
Yeah, that gap up front is now 8.5 seconds. I think he's taken about 1.3 or so in the last few laps. So my earlier prediction may well be proven wrong as far as the lead is concerned. Statsenko commits to the inside line. Oh, so close again. Well driven. He's not going to be able to string that one around the outside of Luffield. Never going to work unless you barrel in there so hard that you're likely to fly off the road. But, oh, that's somebody else that's potentially getting in the way. It's one of the GT4 Porsches. Is Statsenko going to try on the inside of Cops? He's thinking about it. No, didn't quite commit. But still doing everything he can to put Carpaccio off his rhythm. We've seen side-by-sides coming into Marcus and Becky's. He's not there at the moment. But, wow, you get the feeling that this, if Statsenko doesn't get past soon, then this battle is it's only going to be resolved by the flag. But my goodness, Carpaccio has done a brilliant job of holding him back.
Yeah, I don't think they've got much threat from behind because they're pulled away from Dave Marshall pretty quickly. He's doing well inside the top five. He himself has got about 17 seconds as Statsenko looking to the inside. So I think they're just battling out for the podium. Maybe they don't see the ability to catch John Monroe and think, do you know what, lads? Let's just fight it out for the podium. And they're doing quite a good job. What was, we said it earlier, rule number 2 of motorsport is don't get a penalty whilst serving a penalty. Rule number 1, don't hit your teammate. We've seen one of those rules broken today. Oh! To one side of the GT4. We've seen that a few times today.
Once or twice.
Are we going to see rule number 1 broken as well? You'd hope not. So far, we're seeing a great display between Carpaccio and Statsenko. It is feisty, though, isn't it? It was pretty close between Honzik and Murphy, but I think this is taking to a bit of another level.
Yeah, but because they're both part of the Gas Heat team, there's always that extra element, exactly as you say, of that's my teammate. There's always that, tiny bit more shyness, hesitancy. Oh, but again, as Carpaccio tries to get a bit of a slipstream off the Bentley to try and keep Statsenko behind him, John Monroe's lost time against Shintz as well. He's lost about that second that I mentioned earlier. That gap now nearly 10 seconds again. So whether there was a mistake or traffic, we don't know. But wow, again, Statsenko doing everything he possibly can to get past Carpaccio. But again, both cars doing a great, great job in the midst of traffic to keep each other at bay. Oh, that's going to be... Yeah, I thought it was going to be tight.
He might run wider, though. The thing is, you've got to be careful when taking such a shallow line into places like Cops and stuff, because as has been brought up, as Steve has said earlier, when it comes to track excursions, you can do it 3 times, but then on your 4th one, you're going to get yourself a penalty. And I mean, you can't afford to get a penalty at any point. We look at Santoro on the back of Stevenson. You can't afford to get a penalty at any time, but you kind of get the feeling that later in the race, Steve, you can't come back from a penalty. So those kind of mistakes at this point in the race, they don't fly.
No, absolutely not. You've got to keep your head down and keep it clean now, because, like you say, if you get a penalty, you've got no time to recover it. And if it's a time added on penalty, it's added on at the end of the race. So then your teammates having to do some calculations, as we see car number 8 penalty 15 seconds for causing a collision with car 55 lap 50, and number 3 the 15-second penalty for causing the collision with 222 on lap 50 also. But you've got to keep your head down. You're not going to clear those penalties as gain that time back. It's going to be very difficult. But what I will say again, I'm just watching these timing screens as much as I'm watching the live feed, because Stevenson and Santoro are lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than Marshall in 5th place. Now there is a big gap. A few laps ago that was 18 seconds. It's now down to 14.7. So they are closing in, and if they maintain that pace, they've got time to close that gap up also. So I think we're going to culminate in a fantastic race if it carries on as it is.
And there's not very long left of it, just 23 minutes to go on the clock to find out who's going to be victorious, who's going to be on the podium in either category, who's going to be in what position. It is pretty feisty out there at Silverstone, it must be said.
Absolutely. This race has been fantastic from lights to now, and it's not showing any sign of letting up whatsoever. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Those 2 penalties, as previously mentioned, car 8, that's the AAA car, Alexis Petit and Jesper Eriksson. And I think it was a 3 car was the other one. That is the Sim Racing, Kev Critchley and Chris Crossman, McLaren getting a penalty as well. But I cannot get over just how well, particularly these 2, the gas heat pair, are doing at just maintaining their battle in amongst all the chaos that is going on around them as they pick up another bit of slipstream off of one of the Bentleys, one of the PSR Bentleys. But anything that Carpaccia does, Statsenko has an answer for, because Carpaccia cannot break away from Statsenko, but equally Statsenko has not yet found that additional bit of pace.
Oh, he's overdone it.
That's a mistake into Vale, but again, that's not really somewhere where Carpaccia can capitalise on it. He's in such a slow part of the track with traffic already in his face. So there you go. All he's done is gained about a 10th from that out-braking manoeuvre that's just happened.
Yeah, Dan Hando had to bail out of the way there. I think from all of that, he was in the RJN GT4 car that was sort of in the mix there. Also, I think Weller in the 119 car, the Bentley that was directly behind, couldn't really get on with it, because just like, you've already lapped me, man. Like, you can't go through unless you're quicker. You can't go back through. So it's like, oh god. So you just got to wait there and be like, oh, one day they'll get on with it and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that for Weller, you see in the background, that's put him under pressure as well from McLeod in the 127 car. So there are battles happening up and down the grid, and as battles come through battles, they get affected by those other battles. So in one sense, it's kind of put pressure elsewhere and maybe relieved some. For this man, for McLeod, I think it's given him that chance that he can maybe get through on Weller in the dying moments, move up to 14th place.
Yeah, so the PSR Bentley of that's Tim Weller is having to fight very hard against Steve McLeod for ART Esports in the 127 Aston. So, yeah, like you say, there's that side by side coming through Mackers and Beckers. We've seen it work once, but he can't hold it, or can he? Oh, wow, that was a great effort from Statsenko, but just couldn't hold it.
Oh, it's not done yet. It is not done yet. He's just run wide at Chapel, did Carpaccia, and Statsenko, he's sniffing that opportunity in the slipstream, pulls it over to the left-hand side of the circuit as they drive, gives the inside for Statsenko. Carpaccia maybe trying to go for a cutback. It is not there, and Statsenko in the 39 Yaz Heat car heads to the podium. Great effort, great display, trying to go side by side through Maggotts, Beggars and Chapel, or at least even sensing that opportunity. But finally, a cutback works in the favour of Statsenko, and the podium is his for now.
That prime words there, for now. So he's now going to hold it for 19 and a half minutes. But it did look like that he had the greater pace of the two. That 39 has been the quicker of the two. There was no difference in the car, setup difference perhaps, but it's the fleshy bit behind the wheel that is making the biggest difference. Now, will we see Statsenko just dance off into the distance, or will Carpaccia be able to hang on to the back of him? We will see. Again, mentioning that gap up front, John Monroe has got that back down to 8.5 seconds, but there's no substantial gain from the 15 car on Shins. Wow, didn't they gain the most? The Coates David Academy McLaren, God, didn't they gain hand over fist from that last full course yellow?
Yeah, they really, really did. I will say Santoro and Stevenson are also very close. That gap was under a tenth for the previous splits, back up to half a second. The battle for 6th place in the 404 versus the 27. Santoro in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car and Stevenson in the Connection Lost sim racing car. So they're all pretty tight. As I say, when you've got a grid this big, we're talking as a 50-car grid, it's plenty big enough. Regardless of where you look, you are going to see battles on circuit. And if you're not, you're seeing people diving and darting through traffic. So there's always something going on. This is a great camera angle, by the way. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's a lovely one. Looking backwards from Statsenko to his teammate Carpaccio. They're not as close as the last time they went onto the hangar straight. So I think there's a bit more of a gap. But I agree with you that Statsenko looks a bit faster than Carpaccio. Oh, he had to miss an apex as I was about to make this point. Carpaccio's not dropped off though.
No, not excessively. That slightly, going slightly too deep into Stowe is the biggest that gap's been so far. I actually expected Statsenko to have started to really open up. Yeah, I expected him to dance off, but it's not been the case so far. We'll see if that continues as the minutes count down. But even still, like I said before, this is when fatigue kicks in. It's that you mentioned earlier that the penalties now are more crucial because there's no way to undo them, or there's far less time to overcome them. That plays on your mind as well. And when you've been driving for quite a while, when you're getting close to the end of the end of the night, those mistakes really bite very hard.
They certainly do. Oh, look at that! The indicator. Oh, I love
the indicators.
I love that you can do that. The indicators on. I think he's saying go through.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Just go through. Although
no,
the way that he's driving doesn't say go through. I think his indicator's on maybe by mistake. I forget that you can put them on. That, by the way, is amazing. I love because you can do that obviously you got the lights. You can do that in a GT3 car, or GT car, whatever. You can do it, but like the buttons are still there. Just because it's a race car doesn't mean you don't have indicators. And so having that is actually really handy because there are some times when you do need to tell the car behind, hey, by the way, I'm indicating right because I'm coming into pit lane. I'm assuming they've put it on coming into pit lane. Oh, it's not, it's on the left-hand side. I have no idea why that indicator's on. But
I suspect it's by accident and he doesn't know he's done it.
Which key it is. Just I don't know which one. Help!
I've actually seen that in real life. I was at Donington a few weeks ago and I saw exactly the same thing, where someone had their indicators on, and I actually asked the commentator, why is that the case? He said there's no actual reason for it. There's no rule to say you must. As it just looked like McLeod's got the run on Tim Weller. Inside of Stowe, can he get that move? Oh, yeah. It was a good thing that Tim Weller was awake on that one, as he could have easily ploughed into the side of the Aston, but Steve McLeod gains that 14th spot for ART Esports. There was no ruling on having to use the indicator, that you don't have to use it for any particular purpose. But he had his left indicator on a clockwise circuit as well, so it didn't make sense on what he would have that indicator on for. He had it on for about 12 laps. So it can happen.
For it.
Exactly. In a real race car, there's less buttons to worry about. Although these were much smaller. These weren't GT3s. These were literal. Modified road cars, so there's less things, other things in there. So he just forgot he was on there. He just didn't notice he'd been indicating for 12 laps.
It's something that, at least from my angle, because we don't have that on the sims that I normally choose to race, so it's never been a problem. For Steve, have you ever had that scenario where you've just does it make like you're in a normal car when you turn the indicators on, it goes click clock click clock. Does it do that in the GT?
It doesn't do that. You will get a light. You get a light on the dashboard letting you know it's flashing. But to be honest, when I'm driving, I don't even have the indicators mapped so that I don't work them. I don't use them. It's it's just like driving on the road really for me. Just don't use indicators.
Do you drive a BMW?
You're one of those, are you? I shout at those big times at people all the time.
Oh dear. I mean, you'd get a scenario where people that don't use indicators on the road do use it on a race car. You're just kind of like, oh, right, okay, fair enough. I wonder if they, if the person that puts the indicators on the BMW on the M6 is as useless as some of the ones that we're getting onto a very different topic there. I know enough people that drive BMWs that it's fine to take the mic, right? Either way, McLeod is running away from Weller now, but that indicator is still flashing away. You would assume, based on the pace, in the same sense between Stetsenko and Capacci, which has gone now to 2 seconds, that this car should pull away from Weller fairly quickly.
You would assume so, but I've seen a couple of times where Stu McLeod's taken a few liberties with the track limit, so again that might bite him on the tail. Now looking at William Stevenson in the 404, up in 6th. Great run for the Connection Loss team as he's being hounded by Santoro in the 27 Bentley. That's one of the Jean Lacey esports cars. And yeah, that's quite a terrifying sight, seeing that whacking great big Bentley charging up upon you, and you know full well who it is as well. So we'll see if Stevenson is able to hold off Santoro, because Santoro enough proving quick. And again, that gap up front has decreased a bit more. It's 6.7 before the last time check. Is it coming down quick enough? 6.6. Well, so not at that rate. Ooh, it's going to be a bit touch and go, I think, between Shins and Munro. But we'll see. I think Munro. I think the Scots will feel the wind's been stolen from them if they can't retrieve that, I think.
What do you think, Steve? Do you reckon they can do it? Is the pace, is it feeling right? Do you reckon they can do it?
I'm looking at the timing board, and the last laps were literally within a tenth of each other. So no, I think that Shintz is now basically looking at that gap and he's just doing what he has to do. Yeah, he's got 12 and a half minutes. He's just going to manage that now, no risks, and Munro's going to push as hard as he can.
It is easy, though, to over-manage it, to then lose a little bit of time and then just catch some traffic wrong. We'll have to wait and see. There's only 12 minutes left on the clock, which should leave it at about 7 laps from where they currently are on the circuit, including the one that they're on. So there's not too much longer to go for them. Whether that opportunity is going to come down, it's got to come down at, on average, like I say, with it being 7, including this one, it's got to come down at 7 seconds a lap, which is a very tall order. You need to get very lucky with traffic, hope it falls badly for Shins and falls well for Munro. It is entirely possible for that to happen. I think the biggest disappointment of the race is we haven't seen any of that delicious rain to spice it up as Santoro to the inside of Stevenson. It has been a fantastic race in dry conditions here at Silverstone. Matt Richards, who is 5th in class, that's the car that he shares with Mike Epps behind Hinden. Is he pretty close to Hinden, though? I wasn't too sure. But either way, they're in the top 5. I think they'll take that in that McLaren.
Yeah, I should say so. He's done a brilliant job in maintaining that. Oh, again, Santoro looking on the inside, coming down towards Gops. But no, doesn't commit to that one. Just doing exactly what, I beg your pardon, coming down towards Abbey. Doing exactly what he can, just keeping his car as large as possible, which isn't difficult in a Bentley, in the mirrors of Marshall. Whoa. Oh my goodness me, that's a risky move. You need much more overspeed than that to try the move at Farm. He's going to have a go down the Wellington straight. Is he? Decent amount of slipstream, not alongside though for Brooklands. No, Brooklands is one of those straights that is difficult to build up enough speed in these GT3 cars to make the pass. You kind of need the person that you're chasing to have a bad day, and that's another penalty being applied. That's the Vintage Soul Racing car of Matt Steele and AJ Webber getting themselves a 15-second penalty for contact with the 44. That is that's the other that's the GT4 Coach Academy driver. Oh wow, that's the 87 car getting in the way a little bit there. Yeah, James Parker and Joe McNally getting on the receiving end of an incident. But my goodness me, Stevenson's doing it. In fairness, doing a brilliant job, doing exactly what he needs to do to keep Santoro behind.
Yeah, and I mean, Stevenson at the moment as well, when you watch him, he's not really taking the defensive lines. He's got the confidence in his car to put it where it needs to be and still take the racing line to a degree, so he's not losing too much time. And they're still, in fact, gaining on Dave Marshall up in front.
Yeah, that's one of my friends once told me, especially if there's not too much slipstream, the best way to defend is to not defend. Just sit on the racing line, do what you're doing. Of course, there are times when you do have to defend, but it was like, what's the fastest way through a corner? The racing line. So you do that until you can't, and it works out in some scenarios. It's sometimes almost ignoring the mirror not focusing on it allows you just to get on. Of course, there are some subtle differences that you notice. I find that when I've got a car behind me and you can hear their engine, it's just like, oh, that's really annoying.
Yeah.
Like those kind of tweaks. Also, another battle on the right-hand side of your screen, McLaren versus Aston Martin. We focus on Max Coates for MSL Motorsport, of course, one of the sponsors of the event. Doing fairly well, 24th place, a bit lower than maybe they'd want. But nevertheless, still, getting to the checkered flag. At this point, it's just make sure you get to the checkered flag. And they're doing so, trying to gain a position, as was Santaro on Stevenson, just not able to get there at the moment of Santaro. He's not quite quick enough to leave it down the inside.
No, indeed, but he's doing everything he can to try and force that mistake. And Williamson is just absorbing it all at the moment. Oh, gap up front now down to 4.8. So something's happened there. Shins has lost. Suddenly lost. Oh no, Max Coates! Oh, just making. I was actually focusing on the top pane. I wasn't looking at what happened to the 11 Aston. Was there an impact there, I wonder?
I don't think so. I think he just caught the car wrong coming into Maggots. I think it just snapped a little bit. Maybe a little bit of aero wash or something from the McLaren ahead. Not 100% sure, but I don't know if you caught it, Steve. It just looked like it snapped a bit.
Yeah, I think he just outbrakes himself as well, to be honest. I think it was just one of those, a bit too late on the brakes, and like you say, the car was unsettled and he couldn't turn it into the corner.
He did well to keep it out of the wall, though, because he could have just absolutely cannoned into the concrete would have won that one. Cars don't tend to win that argument with the wall very well. There is our leader, Marek Shins, in the Coach Dave Academy Treble 8 McLaren. So there is the traffic in the back of the shot that he may well have lost some time against. That gap has sort of now only come down by a tenth. So last lap, it was only a 58.4 last time around. So we'll see. Whether it was a mistake a couple of laps ago.
I think it was traffic that fell wrong.
I reckon it was traffic as well that just caught him at the wrong time. But then saying that, John Monroe would have to go through the same amount of traffic. So again, it's still possible, but it needs some bad luck on Shintz's part for the Scottish pair to be back in the front.
A wise man once told me that traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and as much as I make a joke out of that, that is absolutely right. It does. You gain from traffic, you lose from traffic. It's part of the art of endurance racing is traffic management and knowing how to carry momentum through a corner. At the moment, Monroe is doing it better than Shins, and I don't think there's much doubt about that. It's just he's not. Shins is doing well enough. He's as you said, Steve, he's just managing the gap. He's controlling where he's at. He's not taking any major risks, and he's just gaining what he or just controlling what he needs to control, and basically not losing he's not losing more than he needs to.
No, absolutely. Like I say, he's just totally managing it now. He's managing the tyres, managing the car, and just managing the gap. And he's looking good for bringing that home in first place, which will be an absolutely awesome result for him because, in the early parts of the race, he was a fair bit further down the field, I believe. So it's been a bit of not a comeback drivers of two Bentleys side by side, rubbing doors through that.
That's not going to work for Santoro. He might try and leave it down the inside. Oh, I don't think he does. Vale chicane. Here we go. Definitely not trying it around the outside, a little bit too far back. The touch between doors at Stowe. Oh, running too wide onto that curb. That will not help your time. Oh,
or that one,
or that one. Do you get track excursions for running too far wide after that chicane?
You can do, yes, but the sim does decide whether you've gained time or not. So if it doesn't think you've gained time, it won't give you a penalty.
Here's our race leader in GT4, and convincingly so. The number 30, Joachim Stainsness, Rory McDuff in the Nita Velix car. They've put a lot of work. In fact, pretty much every night I've seen them working on the game, at least for the last week or so, putting in a lot of work, a lot of hours behind the wheel to make sure that they're as competitive as possible in a sim maybe they're not familiar with. Did well with their car choice as well, and it's looking pretty strong for them. A good 20 seconds nearly clear of the AMG behind of Parker. They've done pretty much everything right today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking further down the field there, as we saw that GT4 battle, that's all sort of more or less spread out now and looking like it's sort of settled down a little bit. So well done to those guys for keeping it clean and enduring the onslaught of the GT3s as they got lapped. So looking at Parker, it's just worth mentioning Parker in second place in the GT4s. He won our 12-hour endurance race in the GT4s, so he's not a slow man at the wheel of a car.
Certainly not. As we look at Chris Crossman for Simsport in the 3 McLaren, it's not gone particularly well for that one. Kev Critchley and Chris Crossman having probably more than their fair share of issues in their carry.
Oh, that's too deep. Santoro.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that was on Santoro. We just caught that at the end. I think Santoro might have been a little bit too steep on the brakes into Stowe. His entry maybe a little too shallow. That's not a great angle to judge it from, but it doesn't look ideal, does it?
As soon as they were committed, you all knew was coming.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell he was slowing that one down enough. I think that was, on initial inspection, it does look like he was on Santoro. We will see. There is John Munro.
Oh.
3 minutes to go. 3.5 second gap. So again, it sort of goes up a little bit, jumps down, and like you said, I think Shins, he's just managing. We've just seen Shins go out of the shot. He's just doing what he needs to do with enough time in hand. Here we go. So on the hanger straight. So what we're going to see is the John Lacey Bentley basically just banzai it. Oh, he's missed his breaking point. He's gone for the move. Yeah.
It's
perhaps a bit 50-50 because he had committed to the move, in fairness.
I don't think, though, at least this is the thing, is that you can only judge it a little bit, and I'm not judging the instant too much. I'd say the 404 of Stevenson was on a trajectory to give a car width to the line. I'd like to see, again, to judge, but for my money, it was Santoro was the one that was going wider, and he wasn't really there enough to demand more than a car width on that line. Just getting it through now, it's actually not going to affect the finishing positions of the race, but the number 49, Kapocha, has received a 15-second time penalty, causing a collision with car number 4 on lap 77. With that 15-second time penalty that will be applied post-race, it's not actually going to cost them the position to Dave Marshall. It's just going to cost them a chance in any stretch of getting the podium. And by the way, lads, we are here. Final lap of the race, starting for Shins and Munro now.
Well, with 3.5 seconds or thereabouts between the two, and there you go. You can just about see the pair of them in that shot. That gap isn't much different from 3.5 seconds. We'll get that updated when Munro crosses the line, and it's 3.3. Basically, it's going to need Marek Shins to fly off the road somewhere. So now I've said it, expect him off into the dust in the next 20 seconds. We will see. The back markers ahead of him. He will get through Marcus and Beckett before he gets to those back markers. Wow, what a great effort from the Treble A. He didn't really, in the early part of the race, pester the top three. He was in good positions, but never in the podium. And he was all turned around with that full course yellow when they were already in the pits.
Of course, they got a bit unfortunate, a little bit of contact that sent them round. Let's have a look. This is on board with Santoro when he was trying to make that move on Stevenson's in the slipstream comfortably, and we'll see what he does to the inside. I think, like I say, I think this is just going to show he's just going to overdo it, maybe a little bit. I guess I get why you'd say there's a racing instinct involved. Oh yeah, okay. From his angle, it looks a little bit more suspect on the 404. I'd rule it as a racing instinct. I don't really care that much. When you're that confused, when there's sort of like that enough 50-50, you call it a racing instinct and run away from it and just hope for the best. Either way, though, this car has done the duty. Like I said, they got spun in the corner. They've just gone through. They've sort of recovered from that, have done a great job of doing it, both from Gregor Schill and Marek Shins. The 888 car, very, very strong. Even on pace, yes, sure, that Bentley in the background has been pretty ominous. They have just managed traffic to a T brilliantly so. You see the GT4 leader in the top left of your screen, but I get the feeling that not much more is going to happen in this race. As coming through Luffield, the 888 GT3 car of Coach Dave Academy comes through and wins here at Silverstone. What a drive from them. What a title that they will have. And it's not an event that will come around often, but they have won the Jenson Team Rocket RJN Endurance with Simsport Racing's virtual 3 hours of Silverstone from John Monroe in the number 15 Simply Race Zansho Simsport Bentley GT3. And as well behind that, you've got the Yazheat car of Stutsenko, a car that was leading earlier in the race. Good stuff from them. Nice work, got to be said.
Absolutely. I think Stinsness is quite happy about that.
Nice victory, yeah.
Quite rightly, in fairness. Here comes James Parker in the 44 car for Coach Dave. So both Coach Dave Academies on their respective podiums, one on the top and one on the second spot. Wow, talk about a way to represent your organisation. That's absolutely brilliantly done. Yeah, you couldn't follow. Wow, that's a busy pack for William Hendrickson for Pretend Racing Organisation. Again, that name still makes me smile. The 12 Porsche coming home, and look at that, the Yazheat pair.
Picture time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for them. Yeah, I think the 39 car may be a bit disappointed with how things transpired, but that is racing. You know, like you say, giveth and taketh away. You will benefit and you will lose out from the same mechanics as everybody else does.
Michael O'Brien coming across inside the top 10 after a spin from Luca Burke. Those two both done a great job inside the top 10. It's a shame for the 22 that had Jenson Button behind the wheel and Chris Bunkum. Unfortunately, I think pit stop issues or whatever did not go their way. I'm going to hand very quickly then at this point to Steve. You've got to be happy with how the event's gone. It's been, at least from my experience in a racing scenario, it's been a pretty good success. We've had some great racing all afternoon, some great strategy. It's been a great event.
Absolutely, and thank you to you guys for bringing the commentary to life as you have done, as well as the drivers on the track, providing fantastic racing and rewarding the admin that have worked really hard to organise this event with an absolutely fantastic event. It was great to see. We've had battles for the full 3 hours, from various drivers. It hasn't been a one-horse show. There's been several changes for the lead. There's been pit stops. There's been pit stops under yellow flags. There's been penalties. It's just been absolutely awesome. And thanks for everyone that's been involved.
Couldn't have put it better myself. That was, it's from my perspective, that was a joy to commentate on. The production value, everybody from the top to the bottom has done a absolutely sterling job in putting on an amazing event. Other than the unfortunate start that we had, that did cost us a little bit of racing time, it's been brilliant. That's been one of the most pleasant races, one of the best races I've commentated on in quite some time. So thank you very much, Simply Race, for putting on a great show.
Well, we certainly have had an awful lot of fun, but I think now it is about time that we go and grab ourselves some interviews down at the interview room, and I'll let Steve pick anyone at random and fire away some questions.
Well, I was going to say, guys, jump to join me down there for the interview, because the first person we've got in the interview room is JB himself, so maybe a couple of questions from you guys as well, since you've worked so hard to bring this to life, and so if you'd like to close it off with the interview for JB.
Well, very well. I'll ask the first question to Jenson Button, a bit of a name that everyone should know. You've come into this. I don't know how much experience you've got in ACC. Not really too much. How did you find it out there racing the early stages of the race?
Yeah, it was awesome. Shame I had a bit of a touch with one of the Bentleys, but no, really good fun. We did the 12 hours of Silverstone with you guys and the 12 hours of Nürburgring as well. So. It's great to have this inaugural event where we've teamed up, which is really cool, and what a lineup. I mean, what a great bunch of drivers and teams taking part. So fair play to everyone, and congratulations to everyone that finished, and also the guys that were on top of their game and were able to stay on the top of the podium today.
Absolutely, Jenson. I mean, I'm just going to bring our attention back to the start when we were under full course yellow for so long. did that really affect your thoughts in the car? Did it affect the strategies? Did it make any difference, or was it just a little bit of a frustration?
Well, I messed up because when the countdown, it was really I just didn't expect it to be there. For some reason, I just thought it would be on the start and finish line. The restart. So I messed up when I was in 5th position from qualifying. So I turned off the pit limiter a little bit before. So when it went green, I actually turned the pit limiter on. So I lost 6 or 7 places. But had good fun fighting through, and the pace was good, and we were running in 8th when Chrissy, my teammate's computer completely crashed. It wasn't a connection issue as such. The whole computer went down. So yeah, it's a shame. And then we tried to do a pit stop again, and the same thing happened. So yeah, real shame. But it's the first time in sim racing we've had a real issue like that. But it's just it always seems to be when it's my my race that I'm involved with. But anyway, it happens. But it was a lot of fun out there, and lots of very talented sim drivers, and some real races as well. And in our car, I think we're the only lineup that had both of us are real racers, so we were pretty happy to be running in 8th.
Greetings from Somerset, Jenson. One question I have for you is as someone that's experienced pretty much raced everything that has an engine and 4 wheels, how much transferable skill do you feel there is between the world of sim racing and real world racing? It's something we commentators talk about quite a lot, this transferable skill. How much do you feel there is in either direction, having been on both sides of the fence?
Yeah, I mean, with the simulator, it's a tricky one because most of the people that are on here are doing a lot of hours driving the sim, so hours and hours and hours, and it does take a long time to get up to speed. I've got some great drivers that race this race that are pro racing drivers, and it took them days and days and days, even weeks to get semi-competitive. So it's really difficult if you don't have the time simulator racing, but I think it also shows a lot of talent because a lot of these people haven't got the money to go racing in reality, but they're really showing their skill in sim racing. And we've got James Baldwin, world fastest gamer, in one of our GT cars in the British GT Championship, who's doing a fantastic job. So I mean, it's great to see that people from sim are actually making it to the real world of racing and actually being very competitive.
It is. It's quite an experience. So thank you so much for joining us, Jenson. It's been a pleasure having you on the grid and having the event itself.
Yeah, it was a great first event, guys. Thanks for putting on such a fantastic event. We obviously had the little mishap at the start of the race, but apart from that, it's been fantastic. So great, and be good to do a bit more, and hopefully we can work a championship out of this as well one day.
Yeah, hope so, mate. And thank you for coming on board with us for this event. As you say, it's been absolutely fantastic with some great racing and some fantastic drivers on show tonight.
Yeah, and also just throwing a bit of difference with the strategy. Having a shorter race, but having limitations on tyres and pit stops, the driver changes. I think it's cool. This is the same strategy as the British GT round I'll be doing in a few weeks at Silverstone. So this was great practice for me.
Yeah, the only one thing we didn't get for you, Jenson, was a little bit of rain towards the end there. That might have just changed things a little bit, like it did at the Nürburgring.
It would, but we weren't driving then, so we were out of the race already. So I would have watched the action, which would have been awesome. But no, congrats to everyone, and a very, very competitive field, which is really good to see.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jenson.
Cheers.
Right, so I think after this we should grab an interview, hopefully, if I can drag him up here. I cannot. I think we should we've got Gregor Schill, who is with us. Obviously, race went pretty well for you. I'm sure you're fairly happy with how that went in GT3, taking advantage of that final Code 80, coming out as the winner. Nice work, great drive from the pair of you.
Jesus, I don't know how to start. Even this race was so intense. I mean, from the start onwards, like with this different conditions with the full course yellow start, it was like so difficult then to get on pace again. But I tried to keep up with the guys in front, do zero mistakes, just keep it calm, keep it simple, don't do some stupid overtaking on GT4 cars. And at the end, paid off. I mean, Marek and I, we did such an amazing job. We stayed clean, no issues, no crashes, awesome pace. Yeah, so proud to represent Coach Dave Academy here and grabbing the win at the end.
It did go very, very well for you. Of course, you know, there was the ebb and flow. A couple of people gained from the Code 80s. You did as well. Did you know at the point that you came... Okay, I say Code 80, it's Code 50 in this. The full course yellow. Did you know when you came in at the end that it was all going to sort of work out like that? Or were you sort of keeping an eye on the Sancho guys and thought that you would be able to outpace them anyway?
The problem was, like, after, I think when Marek swapped on me for the third stint, we lost P1, because the other guys, like the Bentley and the McLaren, had the benefit of pitting also under the full course yellow, so we lost the win there. But like when I had my last stint, the first stint, we tried to fuel the car to the limit that I can completely max out my stint time. And so I went then in the last possible lap into the pits, and right when I drove into the pits, the full course yellow was called out, and we were so happy because like now everybody who was at the front and profited from a full course yellow, and then we were like even. So at the end, Marek could just, you know, be calm and drive the win home.
Well, thank you very much. A great drive from you, Gregor. And of course, your teammate Marek, brilliant stuff. We'll move it on to your closest rivals in the race, and I'm going to interview both of you at the same time because you're both in here. John and Ross, you were watching that gap coming down when John was in the car. Did you have belief that you could catch it? We'll go with John first.
It was really tough. Pace-wise, I thought I had a little bit of pace, but probably not enough to catch. But I knew how hectic it can be with traffic and stuff, and it's quite easy to make a mistake around Silverstone. So I was definitely, you know, keeping my head in the game and just, you know, driving on the assumption that there would be incidents and we'd be able to close the gap. But it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. And to be fair, I think Marek, you know, he had clearly had very good pace, and he was maybe, you know, just backing off a little bit and managing the gap. So I think he probably would have had more if he needed it. And I just have to say massive congratulations to those guys because they drove a brilliant race. But yeah, it was definitely good fun to chase him down. I'm a bit gutted because I did stall on the last pit stop, which cost about 5 seconds, and it's probably one of the worst times to stall in a sim race. But that's just the way it goes, and yeah, we're really happy with the race regardless.
Well, we'll head to Ross then, your direct teammate. Obviously, John's pretty happy with it. You gained a fair amount on one of the full course yellows, obviously lost on the final one. Still happy with everything? I mean, finishing second, you said before, I think, that you were aiming for a top 10 seconds, a pretty good improvement on that.
Yeah, it's pretty far up, isn't it? Yeah, we're happy, but we're also very, very disappointed because we found ourselves in that P1. And we had really good race pace, and we were right up there, so we could have maintained that. But obviously, swings and roundabouts and such. The other guys got the benefit of the full course yellow as well. To be honest, I qualified P14, which is above my expectation. I always knew the race pace would be better. At the race start, which came as a bit of a surprise to I think a lot of people, I was still in engine map 8, so I lost 5 positions at the start. It was chaos. So I took my wee bit to sort everything out and eventually just worked my way to the front. I think I got up to P8, P7 before the pit stop. Yeah, so it was a really good run, and we were just kind of a wee bit unlucky at the end. But it's pretty cool to think that we're P2 in a field like this, in a race like this, where we've got so many professional kind of esports drivers and things, and we've been back on the pace. So there's a lot to take away from that.
Hello again, Ross. Fancy seeing you in these parts. One question I have for you, well, both of you, but as we're speaking to you primarily, Ross, you can answer this one. Something we talked about a lot in the sort of full course yellow stage was how the mental preparation is very much disturbed and disrupted. Some drivers handle that very well. Some people can just take the punches and roll with it. Other people are sort of quite agitated, where the mental preparation is just completely gone. When you have situations like that are very out of character, how do you handle situations like that where the start's not gone as you've practiced and as you've rehearsed, so you have to kind of not so much wing it but do something that you haven't practiced for?
Well, to be honest, we prepared really well for this race. We did a lot of kind of setup work, so the setup was perfect. We did a little kind of preparation race at an hour long. So we'd done a bit of practice and kind of race situation. But yeah, with unexpected happens at the start, like how it did, you don't really got much option just to kind of get on with it and try and keep your eyes forward and avoid the chaos.
Well, thank you then to John and Ross onto the podium. Nice work for you. I'm sure Simply Race and Show Silverstone Competition, I'm sure everyone's going to be well impressed with the drive that you put on today. We'll focus our way to the driver of the number 60, Joachim Steinsness, who's obviously partnered with Rory McDuff throughout the course of this event, our GT4 class winners. Race went pretty well for you. You were looking strong all day. Talk us through it. How does it feel being a winner here?
Feels great, man. Can I just say that was a great race.
You got to have a longer interview, mate. Come on.
Yeah, it's it was really good. Number 30, by the way.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, coming into this, we got a little bit late into it. Only just starting the start of the week, and Rory, got a shout out to him because he also just put on an amazing show today. Really drove well. Drove quick and consistently throughout the whole race, and even though we didn't really have any real incidents to speak of, but some close calls, so it was just good, nice, stable all the way through. But those full course yellows, they did throw a bit of a wrench into the race for us, or so we thought. In a period where the Dave Coach car, the Mercedes that was running, I think they got a free stop at some point and were suddenly in front of us. So that was a bit exciting suddenly. But yeah, we managed to keep up the pace and overtook them. Rory again with some stellar driving to get us back in front. And yeah, every time I took over the car and just drove it home. So yeah, it was just great. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Got a shout out to him. That was a really, really, really good job.
Where did you think you were going to finish? I mentioned earlier that everybody knows realistically where you are in the pecking order. Did you think the class victory was within your grasp when before qualifying started? What was the target for you guys?
The target was definitely winning. It's like, we've been keeping an eye on the fast lap tracker that we have from the official practice session throughout the week, and saw that we were definitely competitive. So the target was definitely to win. Now that's easier said than done, I must say, because it's I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a good answer. What was the question again? Yeah, nah. We definitely went in to win, but yeah, it was. You can't really take anything for granted. You got to stay on your toes, and even when we were in front, we kept pushing and getting time out of the car to make sure that we did make a gap if something happened. So, yeah. Don't go in to not win, at least.
I'm sure either way, regardless, that team manager Dennis Lind will be happy that Nita Velik's being put on the map. So congratulations to you, Joachim. Nice drive from you, and of course from Rory. We'll move on to Marek Schintz, who's also here. We were interviewed your teammate. Very quick question to you. In the car, great driving all day as well. How does it feel to be a victor here?
It feels really great, because after we were third and we didn't think there would be another full course yellow to our profit, we really thought we lost the race. But when Gregor went into the pits and we got the full course yellow, actually, which was what was so lucky, like we were literally screaming.
It was a fantastic drive. Have you made a decision as to, because obviously the prize money that you get, so that gets matched to a charity. Have you made a decision on that charity? Where's it going?
Not yet.
Not yet. Smart answer. Congratulations to you, Marek. Great drive from the pair of you. I'll pass straight down to Nicholas Hillebrand, who is down there. You said before that you enjoyed your time out there doing a bit of multi-class racing on ACC. You've got a fair amount of experience on ACC. How was your time on track?
Well, like with Ross and John, we got caught out by the start quite a bit. So we were still in engine mode 8. We just got caught out by people actually passing us before the chat box actually showed up for us. So we lost about 7 positions before we actually got going. Then we got everything just turned around, got the right engine mode in and started overtaking people again. Had a bit of contact, went back down, a few positions up. So absolutely crazy race, but it was so much fun. Such a competitive field, and especially with the multi-class aspect with just these GT4 cars, it was really, really great. And quite honestly, I think what really made this an absolutely amazing experience for me was to be partnered with my teammate here, Nicky Hayes, who was actually, who actually had his debut in sim racing today, and who did an absolutely stunning job, in my opinion, because he just kept it completely out of trouble, consistent, and almost beat my personal fastest lap in this race. So yeah, very good mood today, and very happy with the result from 17 to 13.
Well, you're getting a bit of good talk in there. Nicky Hayes from your teammate there, Nicholas Hillebrand. Sounds like you might be a future alien for sim racing. How was your debut? Nervous getting in the car?
To be honest, it was one of those things where I didn't really know what to expect. Obviously, we've done a lot of practice. Downloaded the game Monday night, so kind of green getting into this whole thing. But it was honestly, it just took a couple laps just to get used to things and the wheel-to-wheel action, and then just took it lap by lap. But overall, I mean, this was so much fun, and it's so competitive. Definitely want to keep doing more of this.
I'm sure we'll see you dotted around sim racing a lot. Thank you to the pair of you, Nico Hillebrand, Nicky Hayes of NHR Racing, the number 52 today. Great stuff. And to be fair, I think we'd all say, Chris and Steve, that it has been a great event. We'll go to Steve first so we can get your opinion. You've heard it now from the interviewees. Everyone seems to have enjoyed it. It's gone down quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll obviously, as an admin team and everybody that's been involved, we'll have a debrief on this and sort of talk about the start and the few issues that we've had, but it doesn't take the shine off the fact that it's absolutely been an awesome race and awesome event with everybody that's been involved. It's when we set out with Simsport 4 years ago, did we ever think we'd be partnering up with someone like Jenson Button and the other partners that have come on board with us to do this event? Probably wasn't on the radar, but now it's happened. We want some more of this.
And to Chris, it's your first experience, at least as far as I'm aware, because the same with me, one of the early experiences of commentating on ACC. How'd you find the race?
Loved it.
I loved it.
I absolutely loved it. It was just action-packed from lights to flag, which is not always the case in endurance racing. I'm sure any commentator that has done longer races has had periods of having to fill in. And there wasn't anything that we had to kind of fill a gap for at all. That was brilliant, and for the most part the racing was really clean, very elbows out. Loved it, absolutely loved it. And getting to speak to Jenson, that's actually the second time in my lifetime I've gotten to speak to him. I really hope he doesn't remember the first time, because it didn't go well, not for my part at least. I'm sure he found it funny at the time, but yeah, that was brilliant. And like Jenson said, I really hope that's not the last time we get to do these kind of events with the kind of grids that we've had tonight. It looks good if we get to do it again.
I get a feeling there's more events like this on the horizon, so don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us everywhere.